Here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Still got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Oopsies. There we go. Alright, Space Fams, beautiful to see all of you here. On this Thursday evening, second stream of the evening. 2 streams, 1 night. That's right, not really a bonus stream. It is a stream though. A second number 2. Really, the first one was the bonus stream. This is the real one. A lot to talk about here tonight. So far, it's been a pretty crazy week. Things like the U.S. health system, ICE activities, midterm elections, environmental news, and much, much more. I won't bore you too much with the spiel. I already told most of you what we had planned for tonight, at the end of the first stream. So, quick shout out to young Chris, who's the only person I see in chat so far. People not ready for that second stream. Shocking. But here we are. Full stream prepared for tonight. Galactic content goal already completed in the first round of the streaming. Hopefully it'll be smooth sailing through all of this stuff. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta do one thing. God damn it. Alright, Space Fams, let's start in the United States. Or the Make America Healthy Again wing of the Trump party is in fact ruining the health of America. What? Yep, shocking, I know, to probably everyone. But somehow, these guys, I do mean guys, who have been put in charge of all of these important things, they're not really qualified to do the stuff that they're supposed to be doing. Including Peter Hegseth, the DOD, the Secretary of War, making this announcement earlier today. Apparently they got a plan for making troops ready to be warriors. You need a certain test to ensure peak warriorification. Here's CNN.
New questions this morning about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and low T. The Pentagon announced new plans to screen servicemen and women for low testosterone.
New questions surrounding Pete Hegseth and low T. Good one, John. Hey, what's happening here?
The Pentagon announced new plans to screen servicemen and women for low testosterone. Annual tests for everyone over 30. They'd be optional for those younger. In a social media video, Defense Secretary Hegseth, who is over 30, said the program is, quote, aimed at improving military readiness and restoring health.
If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capability.
Now, here's a question. Are we going to be checking Pete's testosterone, making sure that that's up to snuff, or what? What's up with that? Is that the plan? Does he count as one of the troops?
Protecting your longevity and ensure.
Like, I'm pretty sure if we run out of the regular troops, Pete's got to go out there with a rifle and defend America.
You have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight.
All right, with us now, Dr. Jonathan Reiner, CNN medical analyst and professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University.
Oh,
Doctor,
no.
Always great to see you.
The volume is crazy low. That is my bad. I'm going to go back.
About Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and low T. The Pentagon announced new plans to screen servicemen and women for low testosterone. Annual tests for everyone over 30. They'd be optional for those younger. In a social media video, Defense Secretary Hegseth, who is over 30, said the program is, quote, aimed at improving military readiness and restoring health.
If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities.
They're going to restore our natural but what about women? Women's natural capability, is that based on testosterone levels? So I guess my question is does this count as gender-affirming care? Is the government providing gender-affirming care, or am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Am I the only person that sees the deeply ironical situation here in front of us? Am I the only one who notices the deep irony at play, the contradictions interwoven into this? Like, if you want to, I guess in their mind, if you want to affirm the right gender in their minds, right, then that will pay millions, I guess. However, billions. How much money are they going to spend on these testosterone replacements? But if you're a transgender man, that's an interesting question. Do transgender men also get testosterone replacement now, paid for by the military? Is that the plan? It's very woke of Pete.
Protecting your longevity and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight.
All right, with us now, Dr. Jonathan Reiner, CNN medical analyst and professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University. Doctor, always great to see you. Can I just start before we get into whether or not this will have an impact? What are the effects of low testosterone? What does it mean?
Okay, nobody cares. This is stupid. But can't wait to hear about all the other sort of gender affirming care that the military is going to be giving people. I guess it's just this. I guess it's the only kind of gender affirming care that the government's going to be doing. But it's just weird how hypocritical that seems to be. It's only for what? Aging dudes struggling to stay in the same shape they were in when they were 30? Is that that's effectively what this is? It's like, look, if you're an aging dude, you deserve as much gender affirming care as the federal government can muster. Otherwise, go fuck yourself.
Aww. How rude.
It's quite rude. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start testing testosterone levels in troops. Oh, they're going to be great. America. Oh, America is going to be so good.
I'm not buying that. I
totally.
Yeah.
Also
Yes.
could be a reason.
I'm authorizing.
This is going to make America so great. Can you feel it yet? Oh, my God. I'm overwhelmed by how great America is. That's what we need. We need a bunch of people whose emotions are usurped by their testosterone, their hormones, right? That's what we need. We don't need guys who can think. We need dudes. We need dudes whose thinking is clouded by their emotions. That makes sense. There's no way that this leads to bad things.
There are a lot of ramifications to doing this, and it just makes no medical sense. This is the second time this year that Secretary Hegseth has announced a medical initiative for the military that makes no sense. The first was removing the mandatory flu vaccine, which was followed quickly after that by a large outbreak. So this just makes no sense.
Dr. Jonathan Reiner, always great to talk to you. Thank you for sharing your opinions on this.
I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wants our troops to be tested for testosterone deficiency. He says it'll make them stronger. So here's how the plan will work. Anyone 30 years and older will be required to test. And those under 30, they can volunteer. And anyone diagnosed with a deficiency can voluntarily choose to receive treatment. The Trump administration has been pushing for easier access to these therapies. In December, the FDA hosted an expert panel focusing on the benefits of testosterone replacement therapy for members of the military. And there are concerns.
Testosterone replacement therapy can actually affect deployability and eligibility for special duty status. There are service members who work their entire careers to get these special duty statuses that are very highly sought after, and they worry that if they get seen for this disease and treated for it, that they may lose that status.
The group chat is back. Just to help clarify that point for people, testosterone at a certain level is an anabolic steroid, and in world sports competitions, it is considered a performance-enhancing drug. So that's why he's talking about people getting in trouble for it in the past. Now, since it was me and Megan and Mike, we had to bring in more testosterone. That's why Harrison is here. And right now, I was looking at a tweet, Chrissy Houlihan saying online, I'm sure the testosterone industry is thrilled. Taxpayers should ask who benefits from this latest culture war obsession. Is this something people might be excited about, young men in the military?
Free steroids. This is deeply idiotic. Oh my God. The troops need more steroids. They're not jacked up enough. They need gender-affirming care to affirm their manhood, their manhood even more. Oh God, everybody's saying it.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Dead. Dangerous morons.
Yeah. What a fascinating time to be alive. Unfortunately, that's not the only ridiculous thing in our health apparatus, if you want to call it that. Because a lot of it, of course, has been dismantled or bastardized, defunded, or otherwise ruined by the people in charge of this country at this point. And, of course, Health and Human Services run by RFK Jr., guy who got brain worms from eating roadkill, took his grandchildren to go swim in poop water earlier in his tenure last year. And this may shock you if you haven't heard it yet, but there is a disease ravaging at least 31 different states now in the country. Something called cyclosporiasis, or cyclospora for short. And it can make you literally poop yourself to death.
No!
Here's ABC7 Chicago. Get us started on this discussion.
In light of health concerns over an outbreak of parasitic intestinal illness, health officials are urging shoppers to be especially careful when eating lettuce and greens this summer. And that's prompting some shoppers at this farmers market in Lincoln Park to find out for themselves how fresh produce is grown.
For many shoppers, buying local has always been about supporting neighborhood farmers. But now, Ashley Robinson says there's more at stake.
I would rather buy it here than a grocery store.
An outbreak of the intestinal illness cyclosporiasis has prompted Robinson to seek out farmers markets for her fresh produce.
I feel like these vegetables and other things would possibly be handled way better than something that would be massively produced.
According to the CDC, there may be more than 5,000 cases of cyclosporiasis nationwide, the vast majority found in Michigan. The CDC warning that number could keep rising through the summer because it can take a week or two for symptoms to show.
Remember, let's not forget who's in charge of the CDC. That is, of course, this guy, TV doctor, Dr. Oz, Mehmet, if you will. Mehmet Oz. This guy. He's the one who's in charge of our health apparatus. Probably not great. He's the CDC director. When they say CDC, they should say, instead of saying CDC director, they should say Dr. Oz. They should just say Dr. Oz, so it's more clear about who we're talking about. You know?
Illness is caused by a microscopic parasite that can trigger severe diarrhea, fever, and fatigue. Investigators say lettuce may be behind the outbreak. And although there are still many questions, Brad Hathaway of Yorkville-based American Pride Microfarm says he's happy to answer his customers' questions.
I think most of the food here is pretty safe. I don't think there's anything to really worry about. But just like anything, you want to wash it, before you consume it.
Steve Freeman of Nichols Farm and Orchard in Marengo says,
now, it's true that nobody has yet died from this. 7,000 supposed cases now believed by the latest numbers. In fact, local farms are seeing an uptick in customers as a result of this. People believe that it's possible that this is being spread within some sort of big factory farm setting, which it could be true. Could be true, but it's not a given. There's no clear, what's it called? There's no clear evidentiary sort of like line of support for that claim has been made yet, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is it like, don't think you're just automatically safe by shopping at local farms. You could be fine, but it's not entirely clear how it's being spread right now. But that could be a good option. I mean, big ag, not known for a lot of safety stuff. And of course, FDA, USDA basically either dismantled or defunded. Same thing for much of the actual health apparatus of like the HHS and CDC. All of the real doctors and researchers are like gone. Like forced out of the agencies at these points. Like there's just like a few people, like a few stragglers like holding on for dear life. It's not a good situation. I know that much. But they do believe leafy greens and other sorts of foods people tend to eat raw with crevices and crannies, another place for bacteria to get built up and or not washed out of thoroughly. As this disease is literally believed to be spread by, wait for it, poop water. That's right. Which is why RFK's willingness to bathe in poop water with his grandchildren, I think, is relevant. Like the fact that we now have poop water-borne diseases, like that is generally how this is. But like once again, they don't know for sure that this is how it was spread, but that is usually how it's spread. Right? Is through poop of some kind, often water, but not always. But basically, poop water disease now spreading rapidly through the United States, and we got a guy in charge of our health apparatus who's fine with bathing in it. Hasn't killed anyone yet. True. Although multiple people have been hospitalized as a result of this. It's mostly elderly people who are most in danger, as well as people with compromised immune systems. But you are right. It doesn't give me any faith, though. Because let's not forget, it's not just that. Measles outbreak, right? Like the MMR vaccine, people stopped getting it because of psychos like RFK and the MAHA crowd. That, we still have outbreaks of that happening across multiple states. And we've seen other sorts of concerning things happening. I just feel I've never felt less safe. Like, you know what I mean? Like I never felt like the government was looking out for me less than now. You know, as a man in his 30s, thousands, 30,000s, never felt like the government just less interested in taking care of me. Like, it seems honestly a little bit like the federal government is actively hostile to our health. Like they're like they look around, they're like, actually, why do you care about any of this? Go eat an asbestos hamburger and look at the sun with no eye protection. Just like the president.
Health officials saying the outbreak caused by the parasitic Cyclospora has now sickened more than 3,000 people in Michigan and Ohio. Michigan's chief medical executive, whom I'll be speaking with in just a moment, says that early information suggests that lettuce or salad greens may be the source. CNN's Jacqueline Howard reports.
Health officials in Michigan say that they are zeroing in on lettuce or salad greens as a potential source of the outbreak of Cyclospora cases that they're seeing in their state. Now, they also say that other foods cannot be completely ruled out, and their investigation is ongoing. They
still haven't given any real definitive information on this from what I can see. That last one was from 2 days ago. I put these out of order accidentally. But suffice to say, the latest numbers that I'm aware of is 7,000 cases, which is rapidly growing, right? From 2 days ago, 3,000 to today, 7,000. That's more than double in 48 hours. That can't be a good sign. I'm getting like COVID flashbacks. You know, and this time we have even less capable people in charge. Like, big time, way less capable people in charge. At least for like the first half of that thing. Part of it, we had, at least for part, we had half capable people in there. What's his name? Fauci, right? Like we had, initially, back at that time, Trump thought that he would get praise for creating a vaccine, so he was all for that. But now we don't have not all of the career researchers, doctors, and otherwise health official types have mostly gone. Unless they're loyalists that are willing to do exactly what Trump and RFK want to do. There's like a few hang-ons in there left. They are, in my estimation, they're like outnumbered by lunatics. The fact is, local farms across the nation are apparently seeing upticks in customers as a result of these outbreaks.
All right, thanks, Bethany. And 12 on your health. In North Carolina, there have been more than 300 cases of Cyclospora since May, the parasite that's causing major stomach and intestine discomfort. Now, health departments say that number is up from last year. Now, here in the Triad so far, we know of 2 confirmed cases in Guilford County. WXII's Sarah Sowers shares how people in the Triad are changing their eating habits and ways you can avoid the parasite altogether.
Like many Americans, you might be avoiding lettuce and leafy greens right now, but some local farms say that there are ways to avoid the Cyclospora parasite by shopping local without having to destroy your diet.
I'm very careful now. I sold collard greens in there what I wanted to buy, but I'm gonna just wait a little while longer.
So I was thinking, well, maybe the frozen will be less of a risk than the fresh produce.
Yeah, everybody playing Cyclospora roulette over here. To eat or not to eat? That is the question. Right? Idea wrong execution there, Fistriel. Get timed out for a minute. You're getting a 1 minute timeout for that one. Sorry. Like I said, right idea, wrong execution. Didn't need to be homophobic in order to get your point across about Israel. Okay? Okay, not complicated. 1 minute, I think, is long enough to think about that. Hopefully, you quickly learn that lesson. But 300 cases already, and what was that, North Carolina, they said? I mean, the shit is getting out of hand. And who knows how many people are just getting diarrhea and not knowing that they have this. And it can be spread from human to human. So this is a fucking... This is going to be a very quickly spreading contagion. Now, of course, it has a much lower rate of, from what I understand, of like deaths than COVID, but it's still very concerning. And we have, once again, a completely compromised health apparatus. Run by lunatics who know nothing about health. Who think that picking up possums on the side of the road is a good thing to do. It's a good, that's a snack right there. Is that a whale? So it's gonna load up the pickup truck. These are the same guys who say that Tylenol causes autism.
This is ridiculous!
Ah, boy, oh boy. Now we have a slightly different group of ideological weirdos in charge of our immigration system. With similarly horrifying results, as we've seen this week. Multiple people dead. Adding to ICE's body count on innocent Americans.
Know what it was because I thought it was fireworks and it didn't make any sense. So I went to the third floor window that overlooks that street, and I could see a small sedan turn 90 degrees to the curb and an SUV like behind it but kitty corner to it. He started coming down the street again, driving, I don't know how, and then the SUV hit him again to try to and then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door and had a difficult time, but eventually opened it and pulled the guy out. His face was bloody, his head was bloody. And I clearly heard the victim say, "I tried to stop." Clearly heard him say that. The ICE agent that shot him walked right in front of me. And I, of course, I was emotional, and I just let him have it. And he looked at me and he said he tried to run me over or something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. There was another ICE agent with him that was trying to comfort him, and they walked away.
It's very disturbing. Wait a second. Why is it going to the
wildfires that are actually happening miles and miles north of here in Canada?
What in the shit? How does this happen? That's a bad start. diarrhea plus high temperatures can be... That's a very good point. Because the main problem with having a ton of diarrhea, not to be too graphic, is that it literally dehydrates you, dries you out. To potentially,
all right, thanks, Bethany, and 12 on your help.
Dangerous level. Okay, sorry. Something went wrong. Something went awry with my galactic clip list. I just want to stay on the topic of ice here. It tried to send me to the wildfires. Don't know what I did to deserve that. Can't believe it's already been 3 days since this happened. Here's WSYX ABC6 local station in Maine from 3 days ago.
Tracking an emergency rally underway right now at Mechanics Park. Let's bring in our Max Williams, who is live in Biddeford. And Max, you've been speaking with people there. What are they telling you?
Asia, well, first, let me just walk you through what this protest is like right now. As you mentioned, we're at Mechanics Park in downtown Biddeford, and as you can see behind me, this crowd is pretty large right now, and it's growing by the minute. We got here a little bit before noon, and there was probably roughly maybe 50 people. Now, I would say there's definitely over 100, and people are honking their cars. People have drums and anti-ice signs. It is definitely a very active scene down here, and there's actually groups of people, you can't see in the camera frame, but there's groups of people that are coming down Main Street here to this protest, so I expect this to possibly get even larger. But I do want to bring you to some sound that we got earlier this morning from a man who drove all the way from Portland, and he had an anti-ice sign. He was standing in front of the crime scene, and he told us that, and we actually heard this from other neighbors as well, we haven't been able to confirm this through officials, that the man that was allegedly shot was a young father. He got emotional when talking about that.
Oh, this whole thing gets me emotional. It's good to see people out here in Maine in this tiny community all protesting and or showing their support. Condolences for this family, whatever else. In this horrifying time. Great deal of solidarity is needed. And we need to we need action on ice. We cannot allow this lawless agency to continue to rain terror, as this sign over here suggests, on unsuspecting Americans.
Motivated by an ideology that is not American. It's American to try to provide for your family. I feel for the family that is missing their father today. I want ice out of my state. I want them defunded. I want this to be a matter of local enforcement, not federal enforcement.
And what's also interesting, too, is that many of the people here at the protest were the same people that we saw up near the alleged crime scene, which is just up the street from here. So we don't know how long this protest is going to last for, but again, it is growing by the minute. It is getting louder, too. And Asia, the message here is clear, is that they want ICE out of their state, and they simply have had enough. Asia?
All right, Max, thanks.
Okay. Of course, we've been talking about this multiple occasions this week. I just want to remind everybody of that, because this is sort of the midweek report. Been pushed off by a day. I couldn't manage to pull myself together last night. Been pretty upset about everything. About the changes to the claims coming from YouTube over the demonetization. Something I was hoping we'd have a solution to in days. A little upset about that, as well as worried that we're not going to make enough money to complete that galactic deficit before the end of the month. Worrying that I haven't been accounting for other things too that need to get taken care of. It's all a little bit much right now. But suffice to say, I haven't yet given up. Still here giving you the news as best I possibly can, as well as my opinion, of course. I sometimes, I'm sure, a very annoying opinion.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Let's get the first-hand eyewitness testimony and opinion of one neighbor who witnessed this horrifying ordeal.
I was drinking my coffee, and I heard a gunshot. I thought it was a backfire, and then I kept hearing them, and I thought it was a drive-by shooting. And so I get up and look out the window, and I see a small white car being corralled by two men, trying to stop it from losing control around the intersection. And all of a sudden, all these plainclothes, vested men started running down the street, abandoning their cars kind of everywhere with regular people behind them. And I didn't see him, the white car that's in front of his vehicle. He just came and slowly just wedged it closed. Like, the car wasn't out of control that I saw. That's what I saw until EMS arrived pretty late. And the bus then pulled up to the side street there, and that's when they kind of shut everything down.
Learning what happened, what goes through your mind, especially, living right where it happened, right in front of where it happened?
It shatters the illusion that Maine is safe. This is my home of 34 years. And with Lewiston happening, and you hear about the violence that happens everywhere else, and you're ignorant to think that it can't happen here. And it's really upsetting that, you don't think about it until it does happen here. I don't know what he did, but he didn't deserve to be executed in the street. I didn't hear anything until the gunshots, so I don't know anything other than that he's dead.
Did you see him laying in the street after the fact?
No, I didn't. The car pretty much effectively blocked it really well. But it wasn't like a high-speed crash or anything. It just was like a gentle wedge. And then men were walking up with, cases and stuff. And that's all I was able to see, fortunately.
Did you notice anything identifiable with the authorities that were involved here, whether it be DHS or ICE? Could you tell who they were with?
I saw the green vests and the yellow writing, but at the time it wasn't really processing exactly who it was until there was a man here recording as well who confirmed it was ICE. It definitely crossed my mind, but when he said that, that's when it became real.
That detail, understanding that this apparently was a deadly ICE shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reaction to that portion of this?
It's just hard because you know how ignorant people are, and how many people are going to say that this man deserved to die. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with the most, I guess, is, you read ignorantly online everything that is happening, and it's you weren't there. You don't know what happened. So yeah, I guess it's just I'm just sad to know that ignorance is still alive.
How do you feel knowing that ICE is in your community? And for someone who's never been to your community, can you kind of explain to us a little bit, what is Biddeford like?
Biddeford is a diamond in the rough. It is one of the last affordable places to live. Everywhere else is sky high. That's why I'm here. I don't know how long I'll be able to afford to live here. This is a safe space. I walk at all hours, in the morning, at night. I trust, my neighbors. I know the family next door. For someone who hasn't been here, it's just a small little Maine town. It's nothing different or scary.
Like I said yesterday or the other day, this is small town America, Maine. The last affordable place in America. When I heard her say that, all I could think of was some backroom smoke-filled billionaire backroom douchebags, like just plotting. What? Affordable? You know, just like ready to pounce on the real estate here. That's all I could think of. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But can you blame me? Can you blame me for thinking that? These guys, these are fucking vultures. Meanwhile, protesters went to Susan Collins' office following this deadly shooting.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, there you can see a bunch of very upset Mainers outside of Senator Susan Collins' office, demanding, or honestly, I guess just demanding democracy to happen. I would have gone with resign, some kind of time to resign, something like that. But either way, clearly upset about what are witnessing here in their streets. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate multiple clips right now. I screwed up. I forgot to move more clips I had prepared that I had found towards the end of my preparations to this spot. Because I got it all in chronological order in a YouTube playlist. If I don't do it that way, then it causes me problems otherwise. Okay, there we go. That's actually from here. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go here. This is from the same day as that. 3 days ago, ABC News.
We begin tonight with breaking news here. A man shot and killed by ICE. His car at one point going in circles in the street after he'd been shot. Gunshots rattling the neighborhood in Maine. Tonight, authorities say the man was on his way to work when he was shot and killed by ICE agents in Biddeford, Maine. His body seen laying in the street. Multiple gunshots echoing through that neighborhood, his car driving in those slow circles until an officer was able to stop it. A photo showing the windshield of the car riddled with bullets. Tonight, authorities say none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras. Tonight, why one of the agents says he opened fire. Protesters now demanding answers. And late today, Maine Senator Angus King says Homeland Security has told him that the man who was shot and killed was not the target of their operation. Pierre Thomas leading us off tonight.
Tonight, growing outrage after ICE agents apparently shot and killed someone who was not the target they were pursuing for the second time in less than a week.
Yeah, and you'll be shocked, utterly shocked by the answer of Republican Senator Susan Collins, Senator of Maine, a woman who's been there for, what, 20 years now? You'd be shocked by what her response was to this question.
Hi, Senator. How are you? I was wondering, do you regret giving ICE more money, given the killings, including the one in your state?
Sorry, which outlet?
Zateo. Prem Tucker was Zateo.
Okay.
Look at her. Look at her rush to Google.
More money, Senator Collins.
Sorry, we have to get on. Look at her Google. Furious Googling. What's the name of it? Zateo? Oh, sorry, because Susan, we have to go.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just want to watch that one more time.
Prem Tucker was Zateo.
Okay.
Do you regret giving more money, Senator Collins?
Sorry, we have to get on.
The additional money after body-worn cameras and training.
They didn't wear cameras, though, did they, Senator?
It's
very. And she did. Suffice to say, Susan Collins, no regrets. Susan, no regrets Collins. No regrets about funding ICE. Or any of other Trump's horrible acts as president. Yeah. Yeah, suffice to say, they were not excited at all about that line of questioning from Prem Tucker. In fact, they didn't seem even slightly interested in having Prem asking questions. This woman, though, seemed to be enjoying the enjoying this. I mean, is it just me, or does she have like a vague smile on her face watching this all unfold? Yeah, she's squirming. She is a squirming over there. She does need to retire. It's about time. Now, one guy who has got a chance to take the spot for Democratic nominee in the general election in Maine for Senate is a guy who is now, I think, maybe on the Galactic recommendation list. I know I started off with Shanna Bellows. She was my go-to candidate for the governor's election. She has a great policy set, and I think that she's a good candidate. But now we have multiple things that are weighing on me deeply. One, Troy Jackson has the endorsement of Hassan Piker. Got the Hassan bump. Ro Khanna also endorsing. Also, this. Posted to Troy's YouTube channel 2 days ago.
That's on YouTube.
We saw ICE, murder people all across this country, and now we have in our state, enough is enough. We need to abolish ICE. People that support having this type of rogue agency need to be replaced also.
So the reason we're here is because a young man got killed here by ICE, and we're standing in front of Susan Collins' office. She gave ICE $70 billion to continue this rogue agency.
As a state, we got to come together and say no more of this.
He's got a 3-year-old daughter left behind now, and this is not the Maine or the America I want to live in. They just killed somebody today, and that is bullshit.
Yeah, for me, and I went and checked. Shanna did not post a video like this to her channel. So, for me, that's enough. There's too much. There's too many things now, right? He's got a lot of support from big names, and he was on this way faster. She may have already posted something at this point, but when I checked, she hadn't. This was from 2 days ago, and so I was like, dude, he beat her to it. That's it. He was here at the Susan Collins protest. Well done. Why wasn't Shanna there? She should have been. So, Galactic endorsement, Troy Jackson, it's here. Put that down. I've been swayed. It happens. It's democracy, people. I've been swayed. That's enough things. I think Chenna's great. Don't get me wrong, but Troy, I think he's the one. And we do need to put our, like, in my opinion, especially because we could get some serious like DNC insider fuckery. We do have to have a cogent and cohesive voice, in my opinion, to some degree on this before we run out of time. It's less than 2 weeks now. We got 11 days. The 27th is when this decision is supposed to be made by 600 electors. The main DNC for this general election here as a result of the dropping out of Graham Plattner, a guy whose name I hope I never repeat again after today. And, you know, like, we got to count our losses, right? And move forward. And like I said, like a cohesive and strategic and with one unified voice. The GSL bump. Exactly, Mary for Senate. Exactly, Mary for Senate. GSL bump. I know it's the smallest bump, but there it is. It's official. Oh, yeah. Okay. We don't have any time. Exactly. I'm running out of time. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And I'm trying my best to get everything done over here on that front. I've made some progress, but not enough. You know, we got Arizona figured out, although I have to do a bunch of work on candidates-wise between now and then. It's like less than 5 days from now. I need to do something I gotta try. I might just not sleep tonight. I might just not sleep. Because I gotta put out some clips or something. Got a plan. What is the Arizona primary? Yeah, good question. Well, I put out a list. We did the Galactic stream. I forgot to clip it. I gotta put the clip out on the channel, as well as I still have to set up this. I think I'm gonna set up a second clips channel, I'm kind of like for elections stuff specifically that doesn't like go all over the place. Like, I've been thinking we need like multiple Galactic clip channels. If anybody wants to do one, let me know. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to let me know. You can just start one. I will not copyright claim you. Believe that. But I think there's a necessity of having multiple other channels at this point to get the word out on this stuff, and having them focus on different aspects of the algorithm, right? Like one for the political elections, one for, you know, like whatever, right? And I think that's what needs to happen. See people interested like on topical basis, because there's too many topics we talk about on these streams for people to know what the fuck is going on around here. Isn't Arizona this month? It's in 5 days. It's next Tuesday. That's what I'm saying. We're running out of time. We've already talked about it, I would point out. We did a stream, was it last Saturday? Talking about it. You can find the stream somewhere. It's in the title. August 4th is Michigan Fist Day. That's also true.
I want the Michigan Fist.
All right. And in fact, we're going to talk about the Arizona elections a little bit So maybe we'll look at the list again and for those, because I see a number of people interested in the Arizona elections. This is why I needed to clip this up, post it. Is everybody following me on that Troy Jackson endorsement for this Maine Senate? I don't even know what to call it. Special election. I think it's the right move. And if anybody disagrees, that's fine. I'm the one who's changing my mind anyway. But they both have good policies. And in the governor's race, and I think I would assume that these endorsements travel to this race, but I mean, he had a crazy number of like union endorsements. I think he's a perfectly good candidate here. And I just don't want to see some DNC fuckery. We just got to make it very clear about what it is we're looking for. And having somebody who's at least, like, to some degree, I don't even care if it's performative, right? Like, the fact that he's there on the corner at Susan Collins's main office with protesters, with a sign, posting videos to his channel saying, abolish ICE, it's killing our neighbors. What more can I ask? What more? I mean, to some degree, I don't think I can ask for more. That's exactly what we need. Somebody who's on top of the narrative, capable of getting the word out, and that word being the correct word, right? And not some sort of mealy-mouthed bullshit that we've all heard 1,000 times. Reform. Oh, we just need reform and body cams. Let's go here now. This is from yesterday. Guardian News. More protesters marching in Maine. Have been all week, it would seem.
All over Maine, people are feeling this pain, especially in immigrant communities where there's been a lot of fear, a lot of threats, and this is a very strong community of support for immigrants and refugees. But at the moment, the federal immigration enforcement policies are forcing people to live in this fear that their lives could be threatened, their families could be separated senselessly, like happened yesterday in Biddeford.
This can't be the only day we're out in these streets. We have to be out in these streets every day, and we cannot get systemic change unless everyone steps up.
I feel like it's very important to be here to say that we don't want ICE in Maine and we don't want ICE in the United States.
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA.
Yep. Multiple days of protests here in Maine. Mercado Media on the ground yesterday as well.
Is a live look at the vigil site as it stands right now. A couple updates from today that were important because we had notes on stream yesterday and coverage yesterday about there being stopping of, or ICE was going to stop vehicle related incidents in the road. They were going to stop traffic stops, and Donald Trump reversed that decision today on Truth Social. And I just want to read some of that for you guys today. And I got some of those notes from what Trump had said. So Trump posted on Truth Social Wednesday morning that ICE would resume traffic stops like the one that led to the death of Johann Sebastian Guerrero. All right, so that's very important to know that Trump had announced that. This comes less than 24 hours after the Trump administration said they would stop doing these types of stops in light of the second of 3 traffic-related deaths in Maine in less than a week. One in Texas last week, one in Maine, and where Guerrero was killed, and another in Florida that took place on July 14th. And we also have reporting from another ICE-related shooting today, and I would like to read that for you guys if I could. I have some notes on that. Here we got in Irwin County. This is the 4th related incident this week, and I just wanted to make sure I get his name correct. Jesus Manuel Arenas Silva, who is a 45-year-old Venezuelan man, died after being found unresponsive on a transport bus while being transferred between an ICE detention facility in Georgia. ICE says the suspected cause of death is cardiac arrest, though the official cause remains pending. Right? And we're not going to get the truth from the federal government. Oftentimes they will.
What, his heart stopped working because all the blood in his body ceased to be in his body? I mean, fuck you. Fuck you on that shit. Skip ahead. We all know the events surrounding all of this. But as you can see, there's actually something of a crowd gathered around this, as you will see here. As I was saying, there's a crowd gathered here around this site, this memorial site. This was streamed yesterday, like 23 hours ago, something like that.
Yeah. Let's go talk to Katie.
I guess it had to have been more
Hello.
than that now.
How are you? Wonderful.
I think it had to have been more than that. I haven't updated this list. But probably like 26 hours ago or something like that now.
I'm Andy Mercado, Status Quo News. Can you say your name for the stream?
Would you like my first and last or just the first?
However you feel comfortable.
KDC.
KDC. So you have your Melt Ice sign. What is your message to the federal government right now after they murdered Johann Sebastian Guerrero in cold blood in your community on Monday? What's your message to them with this sign?
ICE out. Abolish ICE now. Not, oh, we're going to stop doing pullovers or whatever. Abolish ICE now. Now. Abolish them.
What's your message if Democrats are running for office, or if there's politicians that are saying those words but not necessarily following through with that? What is your message to them, those politicians?
My message in that case is not to the politicians. My message in that case is to our civilian population. We need to hold our politicians' feet to the fire. All of them.
Do you feel that this is an issue that can be voted out of office, or do you feel that this is more of an issue that more people need to use their voice against?
It needs to be more people using their voice. We need to be in the streets. Everybody needs to be in the streets.
Absolutely.
I asked you before off camera, you watched all across the country violence from ICE, Border Patrol. Did you ever expect it to hit here at home?
No. Honestly, no. I thought we were better prepared for this than we were, because you never know what's going to happen, and we were trying to prepare for anything that could come our way. But no, I never expected this to be this close.
What were some of the ways you were trying to organize and prepare the community?
I had a whole group of people that, if this exact thing happened, was supposed to come together and organize and be in the town that happened in, and I'm the only person that showed up.
You're the only person that showed up?
In my group, yes.
What are other ways you're trying to get more people involved to be out here and stand against this federal government?
Everybody I can here telling.
That I thought was an important point. We need solidarity in this moment. This is no different than what happened. To Renee Good, Alex Preddy earlier this year. This is 2 more deaths of 2 people who did not deserve it, who were minding their own business, doing their civic duty, taking care of their families, on their way to work, whatever else, who belonged here, who actually had status, or were applying for permanent status, right? Like, it's crazy. And it's wrong, and we need solidarity. right now, okay? And I don't know how better to say that. There needs to be solidarity. And I know to some degree people are scared, right? Like, I know people are scared because of what's happened since then. Since the last time ICE protesters were out in mass in the streets, right? The federal government has been going after exactly that kind of person. We saw, 100-year jail sentences and things being handed out. I get it. We can't allow them to intimidate us. We have to somehow, like, at these protests, we have to show radical solidarity and radical peace, right? Radical acceptance and understanding, right? Like, no law is broken at all. Not even kind of even like talking about it, right? Like I've said before, and I'll say it again, like there's a difference between protests and revolution. And we have to make that abundantly clear in these protests. We have to be out there. We can't allow them to intimidate us into silence, into not showing solidarity in this moment, and not making our voices heard. All right? It just can't happen. All right, hold on. We're going to listen to a bunch of different people. Scatiscu was on the ground for like hours interviewing different individuals showing up here in solidarity.
Local here, would you mind providing your name?
Sure, my name is Megan.
Megan, you had told me that you are from this area.
Yeah, I lived here just a couple blocks from where Johan was murdered for probably 3 or 4 years, but from the state of Maine, originally grew up in the state, yeah.
Did you ever think that this would come so close to home for you?
Never, no, never ever. Biddeford is such an amazing community, and it's very diverse, and this community would not be what it is if we didn't have that diversity. And the way that we look out for each other, I hope is evident by the outcome here, and it's just so tragic that we have to show it in this way.
Absolutely, and speak on that. What emotions are you feeling this week? Because obviously you're out here protesting, you're out here on the ground. What are your feelings around that?
A whole range. A lot of sadness, a lot of rage, just the injustice, I think, is probably the biggest piece of wishing that we could do more than being out here in the streets, and I know that that's good, but this needs to make its way to the top, and change needs to happen.
Because you are from here, are you seeing anything from the local level, local response, government response, to what happened on Monday?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so kind of not related to this, but we've had this whole debacle with our Democratic Senate race, and I've seen a lot of the Democratic candidates that are now running stepping up and showing up in full force to help out with all of that, and we have some big decisions to make around all of that coming up.
We can wait for this. We can wait for the sirens. It's okay. It's no problem. We got a emergency vehicle driving past. Nothing related to the protest, you guys. So you were talking about the local response and what your expectations are.
Yeah, so we have this coming weekend in many counties voting on delegates who are going to be the ones able to vote for who our new Democratic nominee is going to be. And so that, I think we're all looking towards that for some really positive answers.
Yeah, see, people in Maine, these people like this woman are tuned in to what is happening in the democratic process. And that, to me, was as like a good sign, at least, that these people are out here, that they are still tuned into, even though, like, what's happened recently could be easily discouraging. People still coming out here, still staying engaged in the process. Let's go through some of the other clips that I've got. CBS Texas, because of course one of these shootings happened in Texas to once again the wrong man. It was just another brown guy in a white van. ICE mistook this victim for another person who they probably would have gunned down. This is CBS Texas from yesterday.
Outrage is growing over multiple deadly shootings by ICE agents. After this week's killing in Maine, officials said they would make some ICE policy changes, including ordering a pause on most vehicle stops nationwide. But now President Trump is pushing back. Lilia Luciano has the story.
There's a makeshift memorial in Biddeford, Maine, honoring 25-year-old John Sebastian Duran Guerrero, who was fatally shot by ICE while in his car on Monday. DHS says it was conducting an operation, but law enforcement sources say Guerrero was not the intended target of the agency's surveillance. Now, ICE officers have been told to temporarily suspend most vehicle stops during immigration enforcement operations nationwide.
To me, is an admission that this activity is dangerous.
Border Czar Tom Homan.
And they're going to make sure, is the training sufficient? Did anything go wrong? I'm confident they're going to get back to their policy.
Does anyone here feel safer because this man was shot in cold blood? No!
Here in Maine, residents are voicing their outrage.
People have assembled to protest, to demand accountability, and many of them chanting to abolish ICE.
We're also learning more about Guerrero. His father says he was working 2 jobs to support his 3-year-old daughter and partner.
He's
He's a good guy, his sister said. He's never had trouble with anybody. Meanwhile, yesterday in Florida, there was a 3rd deadly incident involving ICE in a week. Officials say a person ran away from immigration authorities and was hit by a tractor trailer.
Yeah, otherwise known as a semi-truck. I think this truck is horrifying. 3 dead in a week as a result of the activities of ICE. Well, I was looking at out of reflex, I was looking at my galactic timer here and realized, as I was doing that, we already completed the galactic content goal earlier this evening. But even with that being the case, don't forget to hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and hit that bell icon and like button as well. And even with the galactic content goal completed, we still have a massive galactic deficit that needs completing. Slightly less than... We are making progress on it, which gives me great hope. But... yeah, we need you are our only hope, Space Fams, to make that possible. All right. Let's continue with the feelings of residents about being under a state of state terror.
Yesterday I saw this memorial and my inner voice said to me that you must stop, park, pay tribute to this guy, Sebastian, 24 years. And I'm 74 and I'm a zero-generation immigrant. And I feel so sad that this young man with a 3-year-old daughter couldn't get the 50 years that I was able to be given by this beautiful country. You know, that we all should recognize the fact that this country was built by immigrants. We are all immigrants. I never thought that it would happen in Maine, not in New England. You know, this is an invasion of ideology that should not be tolerated.
I think this country is in a really bad place, and I could barely function yesterday just thinking about what happened, like in our backyard, to this innocent young man whose daughter now has to live without him for no reason. ICE is out of control. I feel like they're not well trained. I just am horrified at what is happening in our country right now.
We cannot allow this to continue. Like, this is state-sponsored terrorism. Your tax dollars being used with the explicit intention of causing fear for immigrants. People who look like immigrants. People who care about you know, like it's all communities, right? Because we've also seen, right, not just immigrants or people who look like immigrants, right? Which, of course, you know, is brown and black people, right? Like, it's also white people. We saw it earlier this year. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, gunned down for no good reason. Cold blood. Still no answers on any of those, or on any of the other killings that ICE has been involved in or directly caused, or the unknown number, hundreds, thousands missing in its detention system. One practice has been causing actually, wait, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh wait, yeah, no, I'm not. One practice has been causing a lot of at least some of these problems, not all of them, but some problems, are the traffic stops. Mark Wayne Mullins, of all people.
Give me a joke.
Less than 48 hours ago, ordered ICE to pause vehicle stops.
They weren't going to hold it.
They were doing that in Virginia until Abigail Spanberger
But they weren't going to hold them for 2 weeks.
That.
They're like, okay, come on. We want them to hold it for a month. We're like, now infringing on their rights. At which point do you come here? We have to release them once their release date comes. We cannot hold them for months or 3 weeks until you get here to try to arrest a migrant that you'd like to get out of the country because they commit something like a traffic crime. So it's just about the Constitution.
If they're illegal, any crimes, gone. I mean, that's what the American people want.
The people who
we're just trying to give people what they voted.
No. Trump went around touting that violent.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to Robbie and what's her face either. We don't need to hear this argument, honestly. It's fairly unnecessary. I just stuck this in here for placeholder to remind myself of what this whole narrative was about, right? Because less than 48 hours ago, Mark Wayne Mullins says we're going to put a pause on traffic stops. Now, that pause was perhaps historically short. because the president himself, hours later, rushed to overturn that pause, unpausing it.
For the first time, we're hearing the disturbing moments leading up to that deadly ICE shooting in Maine. And this evening, President Trump now saying about these traffic stops, we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools. Victor Kendo in Maine tonight.
Tonight, for the first time, we're hearing the moments before an ICE agent opened fire, killing 25-year-old Johann Sebastian Guerrero on a street in Maine. You can hear yelling, captured on a camera in a nearby alley. A car is heard speeding away, and the screech of tires.
I heard, stop, 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 and it was so quick. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, bang, 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 bang.
But just 24 hours after ICE ordered a pause to most traffic stops after ICE agents killed 2 drivers, one in Maine, another in Texas, President Trump is reversing course. A source tells ABC News the president overturned the order, today posting, "We cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop," telling ICE to be judicious, fair, and smart.
Be judicious, fair, and smart? Right. So yeah, Trump immediately reversing this claim, which people were saying, oh, well, that's good, at least. I knew it would be short-lived. Not quite that short-lived, but wow. Really impressive. Going right back to those traffic stops. Oh, we're living in a horrible time right now, people. All the evidence is showing that we are living under a fascist regime. With the explicit goals of undermining the Constitution, ethnically cleansing the United States, turning it into a white, Western, Christian nation. Has anything I've said so far been untrue? Well, if not, we've already hit enough of the points. I think we're there. Pretty sure we're there.
These people are perverts.
Now, back to the protests. One guy, oh God. Wait, was there something else I was going to say? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. No, I don't think we're good. Let's go to the protests. Because the Daily Caller had some crazy allegations. Bombshell in nature. Oh, God. Daily Caller journalist, I guess you'd call him, went on to Fox News with Megyn Kelly. Wait, no, Laura Ingraham? Wait, they're all the same. One of those women.
Today, I attended an anti-ICE rally at the ICE office in Scarborough, and I got my tires slashed. So, I mean, they're definitely targeting me now. They're doxing me. They're slashing my tires. I got assaulted yesterday with a skateboard.
What?
I mean, there's just so much here, and you know, what is the upside for these guys to be?
Oh my God, Daily Caller being assaulted with a skateboard. Oh, here's the horrifying assault video. You can see it right there. Fox News is playing it. Wait, let's watch the assault, the horrifying assault. It's so horrifying that it's allowed on YouTube. Wait, please hold.
For these guys to be doing this type of behavior here.
It's just a photo, actually. It's a guy with the... Wait, you said this is a horrifying assault. Oh my God, but it's just a photo of a guy with a skateboard.
Illegal.
Where is you know what's fascinating? I couldn't find it. That's so weird. Daily Caller's making these bold accusations. They've got cameras. They're a news operation with like billionaire backing and like no organic viewership. Plenty of cameras over there. I mean, you can see them. right here, right? This is footage of him with his camera, but he doesn't have actual footage of the horrible assault. He has footage of him walking away and being, you know, made fun of by local protesters, but nothing of the actual assault. And that to me felt strange.
Well,
I'm not claiming he's a liar. I'm just claiming if he doesn't want people to think he's a liar, he should probably produce something more convincing than this. Just advice. Is it Ingram? Is that Laura? Can you blame me for mistaking Laura Ingram and Megyn Kelly? They are effective. They're almost the same person. But you're right. Megan's the one with the... Megan's got her own YouTube show now. She's not on Fox. Laura, on the other hand, does. Ingram Angle. What a terrible name. Ingram Angle? It sounds so stupid. The more times I say Ingram Angle, the dumber it sounds. Now here to Wisconsin 12 News. To a Milwaukee group protesting these deadly ICE shootings in Maine and Texas from 23 hours ago.
Tonight, a group in Milwaukee protested 2 recent deadly shootings involving federal immigration agents. Groups gathered tonight at Burnham Park to demand accountability from ICE and remember those who died in ICE custody. ICE agents shot and killed a 52-year-old man in Houston a week ago and a 25-year-old man in a different shooting in Maine Monday, both happening during attempted vehicle stops.
Each of them left holes in their families and in their communities. We need to carry this. We need to grieve, and we need to know, like these hundreds of horns are indicating while we're here, that we are not alone.
Yes, indeed. And it was quite heartening to see this large of a group gathered here in Wisconsin. It was less heartening and perhaps devastating. Well, actually, let's do this in a different order, because technically, I think this happened before this. Just for my own sanity. Actually, which one's better? Whatever, screw it. Too late now. All right, oh yeah, let's go here to this. This is protests streamed live. I think by the Daily Guardian.
Who said that they support reproductive choice and yet who also voted for her. She may succeed similarly this time, but it's a... This Senate...
God damn it.
That people are going to rally behind, and that's a big deal.
Where is it? I could have sworn I had like there was like protest footage in here. I was looking at it earlier. I was literally looking at the stream earlier, and now I can't find it. Is this just a... You know, I'm just realizing... No, this is some bullshit. This is some This is some... Oh, you bastard. Yeah, I was tricked. I assumed that this was, at the point I clicked it, I must have clicked it at a time that I was looking at protest footage and thought, okay, good, and then went on. All right, well, then I guess we'll go here. Well, that's also disheartening. That doesn't help at all. All right, let's go to Biddeford, Maine, to the wife of Joan Sebastian Guerrero, who spoke at a news conference earlier on Thursday.
Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero. He was a sensible, hardworking man devoted to his family. He always dreamed big and had many dreams left to fulfill. He was always happy, and his joy was contagious to everyone. He liked to work. He didn't like to sit still. From the moment we met, we were never apart again. We were always one. He was always making sure I lacked for nothing. He did everything to see me happy. He always said I was his life. Y soñaba vida conmigo. Siempre me decía que hasta viejitos. Fue un hombre muy detallista, entregado a nuestro amor. Siempre me hizo sentir como una reina. Nunca me hizo falta nada. Me brindó más de lo que yo soñaba. Jamás tendré palabras para expresar el hombre tan maravilloso y amoroso que Dios me dio.
Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero, he was a responsible man, a hard worker devoted to his family. He dreamed big, and he had so many dreams left to fulfill. He was always happy, and his joy was contagious. He loved to work, and he couldn't stand sitting still. From the moment we met, we never separated again. We were always one. He was always watching over me. He did everything to see me. He always said I had a life, and that he dreamed of a whole lifetime with me. He always told me, until we're little old people. He was a man of the smallest thoughtful gestures, devoted to our love. He always made me feel like a queen. I never wanted for anything. He gave me more than I ever dreamed of. I will never have the words to express what a marvelous, loving man God gave me.
Compartimos muchos momentos, muchas aventuras, pero la que más soñaba era ser papá. Desde el momento que supo que tendría una princesa, todo en él cambió. Siempre decía que a esa niña nada le faltaría. Y así fue desde el momento en que la tuvo en sus brazos y sostuvo su pequeña mano. Nunca la soltó. Siempre trabajaba para su gordita. Como le decía, nunca le faltó nada. Siempre quería estar en cada paso que su gordita diera. Siempre decía, papi, quiero nuggets con papas. Y él siempre la complacía en todo. Nunca dejaba que su gordita se quedara con antojos. Salían juntos todas las tardes al parque. Llegaba mi niña feliz a contarme todo lo que papi le dio. Recuerdo que siempre la miraba y decía, está muy grande y hermosa. Y se le salían las lágrimas. Él vivía por ella. Todo lo que él hacía era en nombre de su gordita.
We shared so many moments, so many adventures, but the dream he held closest was becoming a dad. From the moment he learned he would have a little princess, everything in him changed. He always said, that little girl will never lack for anything, and that's how it was. From the moment he held her in his arms and held her tiny hand, he never let her go. He always worked so that his gordita, as he called her, would never go without. He wanted to be there for every step his gordita took. She would always say, Papi, I want nuggets and fries, and he always gave her whatever she wanted. He never wanted his gordita to go without her little cravings. They went to the park together every afternoon, and my little girl would come home happy, smiling to tell me everything that Papa had given her. I remember he would always look at her and say, she's getting so big and beautiful, and the tears would come to his eyes. He lived for her.
Jesus.
Everything he did in the name of his gorda.
Quería ser un padre presente, que su hija nunca pensara que papá no estaba o que estaba muy ocupado. Cada mañana mi hija despertaba y llamaba a papá a decirle que ya había despertado y que había dormido rico. Todos los días esperaba a papá para almorzar y jugar un rato con él. Luego cada noche papá llegaba a cepillarle los dientes y abrazarla para dormir. Unos meses antes habíamos hablado de cómo sería de grande y que le daría muy duro cuando estuviera en el colegio por primera vez. Soñamos tantas cosas los tres en nuestro futuro.
He wanted to be a present father. He wanted his daughter to think Papa wasn't there or that he was too busy. Every morning, my daughter would wake up and call out to Papa to tell him she was awake and had slept well. Every day, she waited for Papa to come and have lunch with her and to play with for a while. And every night, Papa would come, brush her teeth, and hold her while she fell asleep. A few months ago, we were talking about what she would be like when she was older and how hard it would hit him when she went to school for the first time. The three of us dreamed of so many things in our future.
Días antes le compró muchas cosas a su gordita, ropa, juguetes y amaba ver cómo se colocaba feliz. Un día antes la llevó al parque y pasaron muy felices los dos. Se suponía que ese lunes en la tarde sería día de estar con papá, pero nunca llegó. Y ahora mi hija pregunta por papá y no tengo la fuerza para decirle que papá no vendrá. Y ella no lo podrá abrazar ni decirle, papi, te amo. Cada noche pregunta por él. Siempre dormían junto a él y ahora no lo puede hacer.
Days before, he bought his gordita so many things, clothes, toys, and he loved watching how happy she was in them. The day before, he took her to the park, and the two of them had such a happy time. That Monday afternoon was supposed to be her day with Papa, but he never came home. And now my daughter asks for Papa, and I don't have the strength to tell her that Papa isn't coming, that she can't hug him anymore or tell him, Papi, I love you. Every night she asks for him. She always slept next to him, and now she can't.
Solo me quedan las fotos y una cobija de los tres que le había regalado unas semanas antes. Tengo el alma rota. Él era todo para mí. Nunca dejaba que me preocupara de nada. Me siento tan desprotegida. Quisiera salir corriendo a los brazos de él y me dijera, tranquila, mi flaca, acá estoy.
All I have left are the photos and a blanket with the three of us on it that he gave her a few weeks before. My soul is broken. He was everything to me. He never let me worry about anything. I feel so unprotected. I wish I could run into his arms and hear him say, it's okay, mi flaca, I'm right here.
Te amo, mi amor. Siempre serás el amor de mi vida hasta que mi corazón deje de latir. Cuídame, ayúdame a sobrellevar todo. Ayúdame a cuidar y proteger a nuestra hija. Te amo.
I love you, my love. You will always be the love of my life until my heart stops beating. Watch over me. Help me carry all of this. Help me care for and protect our daughter.
God. Oh, that was rough. I thought we needed to watch that one. And I decided to listen to it in the original Spanish. I know it's twice as long, technically, but... Oh, God, just listening to that mother crying for the loss of this man who seemingly... All he did wrong was drive around while too brown. Now his child doesn't have a dad. She can't even bring herself to let this to tell the kid that he's dead. What kind of fucking world is this? Oh, it's very upsetting. Very upsetting. I was crying. I was crying under my helmet. It's very sad. I couldn't help it. I don't know at what point I broke down. Some point when when she started, I could see her crying. I think that's what I was like. It was just sort of like a sympathetic crier. She starts crying. I can't not cry. Oh, for the love of God. When are we going to do something about this, people? I mean, we got to do something about this. And we've been working on getting people in office. And this is the thing right now that, and of course, like I've been saying, it can't just be electoral politics. It has to be a combination of that, activism, community organizing, and other things. But, you know, it's tough, it's rough, it's difficult to remain optimistic. Now, one county in Minnesota, remaining optimistic.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Here's CBS Minnesota from yesterday. Apparently, Ramsey County suing the Department of Homeland Security over its lack of cooperation in one of its more high-profile arrests from earlier this year.
Ramsey County leaders say that they are suing for answers after ICE agents took a U.S. citizen from his home in the dead of winter. Jason Rantala shows us why they believe this is their best move.
It was back in January during the ICE surge when, in shorts and a blanket, Chong Lee Scott Tao was pulled by federal agents out of his St. Paul home.
Help! Help!
Agents
I'm being
put Tao in a
repressed!
van and allegedly drove around interrogating him for more than an hour.
I don't think there's a question that there was a law broken.
Sheriff Bob Fletcher and Ramsey County Attorney John Choi have now announced a civil suit. County officials announced earlier this year they were investigating the incident and had submitted a written demand for evidence. But to this day, they say they have not received anything.
What's really important. Shock of shock. No communication or transparency from DHS 6 months in. I remember this and thinking this was incredibly heinous. You know, I mean, just one of a number of incredibly heinous things that happened this year. But I mean, talking about a refugee, a guy who was welcomed here. I think he was Hmong, Vietnamese, or either the Vietnamese or Laotian or something like that, who fled here during the Vietnamese War because of all the shit that we were doing back then, essentially, and all the conflict that we were deeply involved in, became an actual U.S. citizen and was dragged out in his in his goddamn boxers in the middle of the fucking winter. You know, like, it's deeply disturbing. This is what we've been watching though all year. We just need to wake back up. Like, I know we were lulled into sense of forgettiness because we've had so much going on. We cannot forget that when they had the funding, this is the kind of nonsense that they were getting up to. They're right back at it.
Is that we need to get to the truth, and the truth can't be found without some level of cooperation.
This comes as outrage grows over recent deadly shootings by ICE agents. The most recent one in Maine, where a 25-year-old was shot and killed in his car. A week before, a 52-year-old was shot by ICE in Houston. And in Florida, officials say a person ran from immigration authorities before being hit by a tractor-trailer Tuesday.
These deaths did not need to happen. They are happening because of this administration's approach on immigration.
100%. 100%. Immigration enforcement doesn't need to be deadly. They're just treating it as such. They're just militarizing it in a way that is completely unnecessary and that completely endangers immigrants and the communities that this is supposed to be serving. As we've seen. As we've seen too many fucking times. Oh. It's in a way, I would argue, is completely incompatible with supposed American values and or democracy.
Fuck yeah! Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Crimes. Yep. Crimes indeed. Crime of the crime variety.
Violent crime.
Illegal.
We're almost done with immigration enforcement talk. I know it's depressing, but this is a very important thing. Why it's taken up so much of the stream so far today. 2 hours, nearly. If you don't count the first topic of MAHA. Which was pretty quick. Honestly, that MAHA shit is just coming to a slow simmer, and unfortunately the pot is filled with bacteria and viruses and parasites that apparently we might not be at the right temp. Get rid of. It's very bad. It's very bad. All right, CNN for a quick discussion on whether or not ICE is compatible with America.
For the second time in less than a week, there's been a deadly ICE-involved shooting.
This is more proof that ICE
in its current form is a rogue agency incompatible with the current constitutional order of the United States. We cannot live in a constitutional republic with an agency that has basically immunity to go around in masks and to murder both U.S. citizens, legal immigrants, anybody that they want. Beyond Alex Preddy, beyond Renee Good, even beyond the cases we've seen in the past week, they use the same excuse every time. This person tried to ram me with their car. We actually had one case in Chicago with someone named Martinez, a teacher from a Chicago school. She was shot 5 different times after they said that she tried to ram her car, but when they got the body camera footage showed the exact opposite. And then text leaked saying, I shot 5 times and she had 7 holes. Like a despicable, disgusting thing coming from ICE agents. Guess what the punishment for that ICE agent was? Nothing. He's still on the streets over and over and over.
So just one thing that's actually notable, and it's a little bit different in this sense, because this statement.
I've still been trying to confirm something I've seen in like passing Reddit comments and things that are getting posted in the Discord and other stuff like that. But supposedly, now this is not yet confirmed once again by any mainstream outlet that I know well enough to believe with complete certainty, but I would not be shocked if this were true. That's where I'm at right now. Like I believe it's possible that what I'm about to say is true, but I can't say with any 100% certainty that this is in fact the case. But I've been seeing like Reddit posts getting posted suggesting that one of the people linked to one of the recent murders in either Maine or Texas, I can't remember which one it is now, was also one of the people involved in another one of the crimes. I don't know if it was Renee Good, Alex Preddy, or another one of the killings that have been done by ICE, but they're just putting these guys back out on the fucking street. And it would not shock me at all in the slightest. Which is why I'm saying it's like, it's probably true, but I just can't say with 100% certainty. I just want to make that clear. So I try to use my galactic journalism degree to, of course I don't have a real degree, but as a galactic newscaster, I just want to be clear, but does it sound out of the realm of possibilities even slightly to anybody? I mean, come on. Come on! I was not born yesterday. I can recognize a pattern.
From ICE does not suggest that the agent thought his life was in danger. It explicitly does not say that, which is very different from what they've used in other incidents. And for that reason, when CNN spoke to some law enforcement sources who said every law enforcement officer in America is scratching their head trying to figure out what that means. What does it mean that he was a threat to public safety that warranted, it seems like at least 5 shots in the windshield of that vehicle? And when you want to arrest someone, this is a good example of how to do everything wrong. So there is there's the question of legal and illegal immigration, and then there's an issue of how law enforcement is being conducted and whether lives are being lost in the process.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of factors here. First and foremost, his immigration status to me does not matter at this point, because whether he was legal or illegal, no one deserves to die. That's a fact. Now, I want to also say this agent, which we're going to find out the facts through hopefully a very thorough investigation.
Hold on. And even Abby is already engaging the side eye.
Immediately, if not sooner.
She started it off pretty good. She's like, nobody deserves to die. Pretty easy bar to clear. And then she's like, but hold on. Let's play a thought experiment real quick, everybody. No. Oh boy, it's thought experiment time, Emily Austin. Put your thinking caps on, everyone. It's Emily Austin's thought experiment story hour time.
Investigation was 100% wrong. Abolish ICE is reckless, it's irresponsible, and it's foolish. You're basically saying ICE is whatever you said. I couldn't even listen to what you said at that point.
No one at this table is saying
okay,
that. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Wait, do you think that they're...
Let me finish.
Do you think that murder's wrong?
You had your derangement syndrome.
Do you think that murder's wrong?
Some people are saying
I think
abolish ICE. Just to sort this out. Some people are saying abolish ICE. Adam did not say that.
Okay, or ICE is a rogue
Okay,
agency.
So go ahead.
Are you fighting with
Say-
someone that's not here right now? I don't know
No,
who
no,
you're
no.
talking to.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
saying
Finish
you
your
said
thought,
ICE
Emily.
is a rogue agency.
Wait,
Actually,
do you
I'm
not
fighting
think
with
they're rogue?
you.
Adam,
no, I
Adam,
actually don't.
let me let her
I think
finish.
that
don't think they're
Biden let
rogue.
millions of people in
That's right.
and an open border now.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, God. Now, unfortunately, poor Emily, she's struggling to get her thoughts out. Now, to be fair, they were never fully formed to begin with, but she's really struggling extra hard at the table. What's his face is coming at her hard right now. This giggling Gen Zer in a suit. But it's just interesting to me. Emily's thought experiment is, let's just assume that these guys are terrible. That doesn't mean that it's a rogue agency. You just got a couple of... Hey, wait, I don't want to get ahead of Emily. I don't want to get ahead of it.
Trump is left with that burden to try to deport millions of illegal immigrants. Now, say that this agent was horrible. Say that there's 5 ICE agents that are making headlines internationally that are the worst agents in the world. 5 bad eggs and tragic, yes, tragic incidents do not now invalidate the entire purpose of ICE.
There's a
we need ICE.
systematic
I care about the Americans being killed by illegal
there's a
immigrants.
systematic
It is
cover-up
not
of these
systematic.
murders. Yes, the DOJ,
every murder makes every headline
the DOJ
for
is
weeks
refusing to
straight.
coordinate with
And let me
local
also finish my
investigators.
point, because you said your point. I have never seen this amount of resistance towards authority. We have all, I'm sure, have bad interactions with cops or agents, whatever you.
It's just resistance to authority. Don't you see? Don't you see, everybody? It's just a few bad apples. She's already kind of half let it out of the bag. At some point, she's going to really get into it. I can't remember if she actually says a few bad apples, but she basically makes the argument. This is just a few bad apples, okay? And everybody just being anti-establishmentarian, okay? And it's very rude of everyone to be that, okay? You should be anti-disestablishmentarian, okay? That's the more woke thing to do. That's the more hip thing. Right? Look, you're all being very stupid, okay? Following that anti-authoritarian bus bandwagon. And you're letting a few bad apples poison the whole bunch. Don't do that. So many good apples in the ice barrel. I was just going to skip a bit ahead here in this discussion. How many times have we all heard that one, though? Just a few bad apples. Look, we got an apple problem, okay? We got a real apple. It's not just a few bad apples, okay? This is a consistent situation. We got to accept that there's some sort of virus in the apple, some sort of bacteria, parasite, some sort of genetic defect that is happening in the apple population. Maybe we should stop eating apples. Look for a different kind of fruit entirely. You know, like bananas. We've seen what's been going on with bananas. You know, we were running out of varietals due to a number of different human caused factors and other things like that. I know that'll make Sam Cedar very sad. No apples. Although in this metaphor, I'm sure he'll be fine with it. If you don't know, you don't know. You know, that's an inside scoop right there. If you don't know about apples, you're just not an apple guy and or gal or non-binary pal. And that's fine. Some people like other fruit, and that's you, dog. Don't look at me. I don't have time for apple education today. We've already gone too far. We've already talked a lot about apples. More than
Biden for something that happened after he left office.
Kid to the hospital because it's overcrowded. They can't get treatment at the school for reading difficulties because it's overcrowded.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking.
No, it's not.
But Horace,
yes, it is. These
but
are
Horace,
locally funded.
Horace, what I'm asking
From
you
federal
is,
dollars.
are you suggesting that people's actual lives, right? Like these people who we're talking about who are dead, those lives are an appropriate price to pay for broader societal issues?
Where do you guys keep wanting to add
just
these
asking
words
you.
in?
Because
What
I asked you a question and you responded by saying, well,
I started
the hospitals are overcrowded, the schools are overcrowded.
This is
I'm
good.
asking you,
I said.
Why do you keep trying to add these words in? I started this off by saying this is good. And now you want to say I'm saying it's good that they died. That's not fair. How rude of you. How rude of you to be more specific with my very general statement. I don't understand. Why would you do this? It's incredibly rude of you, Abby. Come on.
Come on! Lives that are lost, a price that you're willing to pay.
We're going to keep having lives lost until
American
we
lives
come up
by
with
illegal
a way
immigrants.
to deal with this problem. Whether it's American lives or whether it's immigrant lives, we allowed a policy
here's the
that is
reality.
dangerous for the country.
As we've said many times, because it's true, immigrants commit fewer crimes than native-born Americans.
It should be
they are
zero.
not more responsible for crime than your neighbor who is a
It should be
native-born
zero.
American. And so if you want to blame immigrants for crime, you got to
zero, he
actually prove it.
says.
And
Do
they've
you hear
never...
that? Do you hear this man? He's complete. I left this in for the crazy because he's got the craziest opinion at the table. It should be zero, he said. Zero crimes from immigrants. This is a ridiculous standard to hold immigrants to. They already, as Abby just very aptly pointed out, they already commit less than natural born Americans, quote unquote. And he's like, that's not enough. He's like, look, I'll even grant you that. That's not enough. It needs to be zero crimes. It's like, dude, why? It doesn't make any sense. It's just sort of seems real arbitrary. Why would you make that distinction? Zero crimes? One crime is too much. As a crazy thing to say.
I've been sitting here waiting. Stephen Miller goes on TV every day. He talks about it. There's no actual proof that immigrants are driving an increase in crime.
I could say, he says it could be zero. I'm like, okay, it also should be zero deaths by ICE. Like, is that not
we can agree with that, but first of all, let's let that be the last word since we all agree
Yes,
on that.
let us
ICE
let that
is
be the last
pausing
word. Let us let that be the last word.
That's in the Bible.
Nah, man.
Stops. And second, each ICE arrest team plans to have one agent wearing a body camera.
We see this pattern over and over with ICE, right? Where they pretend that these people weaponize their cars, despite the fact that we see the video and we know that that's not true, where they are targeting the wrong people. Neither of these two had criminal records. And most of the people that are getting detained and deported by ICE, and by most, I mean over 70%, don't have any criminal record. And so this, supposedly there have been policy changes after Minnesota, when we saw two blonde, blue-eyed U.S. citizens killed in the streets of Minneapolis. And now, months later, it's happening again. And it feels, you know what it feels like for a person of color, for Latina immigrant? It feels like we are being hunted down by our government with impunity and absolutely zero accountability.
So, I mean, to Anna's point, I mean, the issues with these types of vehicular stops have been there for a long time.
I just thought this was an important take to some degree. I mean, Anna Navarro has been because like Anna Navarro needs to get fully on board, in my opinion, because for a long time she was on board for all of Republican politics. That was her genesis, right? That is where Anna came to us from. Wasn't out of nowhere. It was as a Republican sort of talking head. And now, you know, she's I don't know if she even counts as a never Trumper. I can't remember if she was anti-Trump from the beginning or not, or if it was post-Trump, but she might as well lump her in there. Like one of the Lincoln Log Republicans, basically. Like, she's still got a bunch of fairly conservative shit that she spouts around here. I need her to shut up on all that shit. If she wants, you know, like, if she wants, you know, like she can't have her cake and eat it too. Like, she comes out and, like, says very sensible things about these things. Like trying to play the center, continuing to play the center on this is the thing that's allowing all of this to happen, Anna. And I need you to stop doing it. You see what I'm saying? Everybody following what I'm saying here? Because the fact is, I almost said one thing that's not true. I almost said, like, if she wants my solid, the fact is that she's not going to lose that on this issue. But the fact is like, you know, I still don't see her as an ally because of all of her other stupid ideas in her dumb head. And I just need her to have some sort of an awakening. Because this was it was just interesting for me as someone who has to listen to Anna Navarro's opinions all the time. I managed to spare all of you of her opinions most times because like I said, they are very stupid. But like, for me, I have a lot to go on, and it's like, dude, why can't I hear from you in this? Why can't I be like, oh, this is a really smart thing I'm hearing? Who is this? Anna Navarro. Because if I'm going to have to listen to her all the time anyway, because CNN brings her out as some sort of sensible voice, she might as well actually be sensible. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, it was a nice change of pace. You resemble that comment? What comment? What? Explain yourself. Okay. Now let's go to the president, because he's had some fascinating things to say in the last 24 hours. Here in Pennsylvania at a Defense and Innovation Summit, saying this about undocumented truck drivers and what his plan is. This is Trump's great replacement.
Today, I'm making one more important announcement. My administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things. And they came in totally illegally, and we don't want them, but they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans. So we're going to take our veterans, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks, and in many cases they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license.
If you can shoot people in Iran, you can drive a truck.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my fucking God. This is so stupid. I'm sorry, I'm struggling over here. I think I'm choking on my tongue or something over the stupid. Why does he say these things? Why does he insist on saying these things and making me comment on them? I don't understand. It's not fair. Okay, but what in the so just in case if anybody missed what the president just said, because there's been one story in the news about an undocumented truck driver that caused the death of another driver. Something that happens like I think like tens and tens of thousands of times a year. alone here in the United States with trucks. The president says we're going to replace all of the undocumented immigrant truck drivers somehow with veterans, great, proud American veterans. And that they'll be immediately eligible for a CDL. It's not clear whether or not they will actually be receiving training. We're just going to unleash them on the road, I guess. It sounded like training was optional, but would be available. Didn't sound like a great plan. And it's not clear to me how many veterans are going to come back home and want to be truck drivers. Something that's been getting automated more and more over the years that is captured by corporate consolidation and seeing worse living standards, from my understanding. Something that used to be like a real working class gateway to the middle class has supposedly been completely gutted in recent years because of automation and other sorts of business practices. Not sure how much they're going to want to do that, but honestly, the thing that I see in my mind when I hear that sentence, aside from the deeply racist overtones of it all, is, of course, what are we going to do? We have another really bad plan coming from the president, right? Like, that's the thing that always, like, I try and, like, find a way to push down my emotional reactions to these things that he says and think about the real world consequences of them. like going after agricultural workers and stuff. We've seen that going on, like literally intentionally targeting farms on multiple states. We've seen it. And we've seen like what it's doing to everyone, not just to the people that are being targeted, but to the rest of America, right? Because a huge portion, whether it's good or not, like we of course have, I of course have criticisms, and I think most of us have criticisms of the use of undocumented labor to drive down costs for businesses, but it's what we do. And since we're not rushing to solve that in a real way, like all we've seen, like Trump hasn't rushed to make sure that agricultural workers get paid like a living wage, right? That's the thing that would have been the reasonable reaction to all of this, right? No, that's not happening, right? And there's been no like rush to get Americans out into the fields picking peaches, right? And instead, you've got an agricultural sector that's been saying we don't have anyone in the farms to pick. We don't have anybody to milk the cows or whatever else. Now we're about to have perhaps a similar situation, although I think it's certainly a much more reduced number. But there's certainly, I don't know, he's just like trying to scare people out of their jobs without any plan for any of it. It's just for the cruelty. Just for the cruelty. This will not benefit the economy. It will hurt it. It will cause people to just like have like mental breakdowns on the road. Truck drivers who are already under like great stress are just going to be worrying while they're hurtling down the highway that ICE and some any light flickering in the back, like in the rear view mirror is going to be ICE. Then what? Huh? Should really think of doing this in different ways. All of this is really just going to continue to lead to bad things. All right. Now, most of America thinks that the way in which ICE has been doing its supposed job is bad. It's not just me saying it, it's the numbers. Who better to get the numbers than the great Harry Emden?
How is ICE seen right now by the voting public?
Yeah, it's a very different picture from what we saw in term number one for Donald Trump at this point. And you could just see this in terms of, take a look at ICE's net favorable rating during Trump's terms. You know, you go back to July of 2018, among all voters, they had a positive net favorable rating at +1. But look at this massive decline now. We're talking about minus 20 points. So we're talking about a 21-point decline among all voters. And that is being driven in large part by independents. Again, just look at these declines here. Among independents in term one at this point for Donald Trump, ICE's net favorable rating was -3. Not so great, but not terrible either. Look at this number now. It's negative 42 points. That's a nearly 40-point decline on the net favorable rating of ICE right now compared to where we were in term number one for Donald Trump at this point.
Wow. Incredibly unfavorable, according to the great Harry Emden, NMU Law and Pew Research. All right, what else we got? Suppose we might have more numbers.
To allow ICE to enforce their immigration policies. And just look at these numbers. Again, we're talking about actions having consequences in the court of public opinion. Local governments must cooperate with ICE. You know, you go back to June of 2025, the majority of Americans, 51% said yes, just 45% said no. These numbers have flipped.
This is probably some sort of communist poll. Harry, move, you gotta move. Harry, I can't read it.
A communist.
It's probably a communist poll. These are communist numbers. Everybody can clearly see that. Everybody's saying it.
These numbers have flipped over the last.
Wait, what? Source, Fox News.
What you talking about?
Oh, God. Wow. Look at that. Complete reversal, even more so. I mean, there was a 6-point difference between these two numbers, right? There is a 7-point difference between these two numbers, which means it's even less favorable than it was then. With 53% of people saying, actually, no, local governments must not cooperate with ICE. Go fuck yourself, ICE, says most of America. All the numbers, they're saying bad. Nobody likes them. I wonder whether or not people trust Donald Trump on immigration.
First campaign back in 2016, winning that Republican primary, he had a massive advantage in terms of, immigration, trusting Trump on immigration. Back in November of 2024, when he won that second term, 53% of Americans said yes, just 46% said no. Look at this number now. Again, a massive change in the court of public opinion. Now, 58% of Americans say no. They do not, in fact, trust Trump on
That is a huge change. I mean, it should be 0 in the yes column at this point, but it is technically a huge change in like a year and a half. He was 7 points ahead in 2024. Now he's 17 points behind. That's a 24-point change. Very short time frame. He's lost the trust of voters. Quite clearly. And that's just broadly. That includes Republicans, right? It's basically a net. Wow. Negative is -60. including Republican. That's movement. I gotta say. I don't expect some sort of mass exodus of the Republican voter. I'm not that deluded. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right. Now, before we get to talking elections, just want to talk a little bit more about the numbers. Not on ICE, but on American states. No, I said America. Is nobody listening to me right now? There we go. Apparently, CNBC has released some list that Republicans are quite upset about. Here's Kyle.
So CNBC just released a list of the 10 worst states to live in for 2026 in the United States. So look at this. Number 1, the number 1 worst state to live in, they say, Tennessee. Number 2, Texas. Number 3, Indiana. Number 4, Louisiana. Number 5, Georgia. Number 6, Utah. Number 7, Missouri. Number 8, Alabama. Number 9, Oklahoma. Number 10, Arkansas. These are the 10 worst states to live in the U.S. in 2026. We'll talk more in just a second about how they ranked it.
New York, the most preferable state to live in.
Zohran Mamdani.
Oh boy. Communist CNBC.
Communist.
Now, of course, CNBC is the furthest thing from communist television, as it is literally business and stock market television at all times. And if I'm not mistaken, like at some point in the afternoon, they just go straight to only infomercials. I don't know exactly at what point, but like after they're done talking about like certain, they're like, all right, that's it. Let's just suck up money just without any journalism at all and just rent out our airspace to a bunch of TV hucksters. Apparently, New York is the number 1 best state. Tennessee, number 1 worst state. Feel bad for Tennessee. But do you notice any trends here? Every single one of these, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Louisiana, Georgia, Utah, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, all voted for Donald Trump in the 2024 election. And the 10 worst states now to live in 2026. Is correlation causation in this case? Hard to say. We need more data. But you make your decision, Space Fams.
What was their criteria? But suffice to say, depending on how you categorize it here, it's either like 10 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 of these states are conservative. They're Republican. They're MAGA. So naturally, MAGA was crashing out over this. So Daily B says, MAGA melts down as worst states to live in are revealed. There's a link connecting all the states on the list. Several MAGA and Republican figures are fuming over a list of the 10 worst U.S. states to live in, all of which are red states. CNBC's ranking factored in several quality of life issues. So here's how they ranked it. Healthcare, reproductive rights, crime rates, air quality, civil rights laws, inclusivity, and like broader quality of life type stuff. That's what they did. Based on this methodology, CNBC ranked Tennessee as the worst state to live in the U.S., followed by Texas, Indiana, Louisiana, Georgia, Utah, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. By the way, this is not to say that a lot of these states don't have a lot of natural beauty. In fact, I would argue many of them on the list do have a tremendous amount of natural beauty. I brought this up to Crystal, and she was...
Okay, thank you, Kyle. That's all we need from that one. I wouldn't have found this without him, so shout out to Kyle, Secular Talk. Jesus Christ. Wow, is America great yet? Republican America? Being on the bottom 10? Is this what you voted for? Is this what Elon Musk paid you to vote for?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah. Speaking of Elon Musk, let's not forget that earlier this week, a group of Wisconsin election commissioners board referred complaints regarding Elon Musk, saying that he violated the state's bribery law.
Illegal.
I don't know I'm talking like that.
Also breaking at this hour, the Wisconsin Elections Commission refers 2 complaints to the Brown County District Attorney accusing Elon Musk of violating state law. The bipartisan commission voted 5-1, finding probable cause that Musk violated the state's election bribery law ahead of the 2025 state Supreme Court race. Musk touted on social media and eventually handed out 2 $1 million checks ahead of the election during an event in Green Bay. A charging decision is now in the hands of the Brown County District Attorney. He has not responded to 12 News' request.
There you have it. Now, I need to look for an update on this story. But it's been referred to the district attorney. And hopefully, district attorney will make the right decision here. Charge this man, which is what was an obvious election crime. Speaking of crimes, let's go to Zateo for this interview with a criminal candidate. Criminal/candidate. A criminal-candidate? A dude who has gone to jail a bunch of times in his role as an activist over the decades. Oh, wait, what happened to the video? Hold on. I can pull this up pretty quickly. Before we go to Zateo. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This is from 16 years ago. 2000, I almost said 20. 2001, I think. The old year of 2001.
My name is Kai Newkirk. I'm the National Coordinator of the Mobilization for Healthcare for All. But this morning, I'm just another American that doesn't have insurance and who's been hurt in my life by this system that puts insurance company profits before the healthcare that we need. I've been denied doctor-recommended care by an insurance company in the past, and one of the people I love most in my life, my older brother, I've seen and suffered seeing him for years not be able to get the health care that he needs for mental illness. And I don't believe that anybody in our country should suffer, be sick, go broke, or die because they can't afford to get the health care that they need, because insurance company profits come first in our society. That's not right. We know it's not right, and that's why I was arrested in New York City on September 29th in the first sit-in as part of this campaign. And I've been amazed to see since then people all across the country, in some 26 cities now, hundreds of people that have come forward, put their bodies on the line, risked arrest, because they believe that healthcare is a right and that we need to win healthcare for all.
By the way, before we listen to the rest of this clip, I just want to say I made a mistake on the math in my head. This is 16 years ago, so that's actually 2006? No, wait. Why can't I do the math? 2010. It's like 2009 or 2010. Actually, it says November 5th, 2009, right there, if I just use my eyes. I made a huge, tiny mistake. I don't know if that's the exact... It says September 29th, so I don't know if this was posted 2 months later. Probably, I guess, you would assume.
And now we're going to a new stage in this campaign where we have to go to the politicians that are complicit with the insurance companies that are corrupting and trying to control our democracy and make it so we can never win real reform. And that's why I'm going to go talk with others to Senator Joseph Lieberman this morning, and I'm going to demand with them that he publicly pledge not to take any more money from insurance companies. We know that we have to break the grip of these insurance companies on our democracy to win real reform, and it's going to start with Joseph Lieberman today. And if I'm arrested, I'm going to stay in jail as long as I can until he takes that pledge. And I need your support. If I'm in there, I want to know that I'm not alone. We need money for bail, for any legal fees. We need folks to sign the petition to Joseph Lieberman. We need you to tell your friends. We need you to join a sit-in in your community. We're not going to win. We're not going to rise to the occasion of this moment when our country's focused on healthcare like never before, and finally win, after generations have struggled to win this right, finally win it once and for all. We're not going to be able to do that unless we can organize one of the largest campaigns of civil disobedience since the Civil Rights Movement. We're on the way to doing that. We're starting, but it's not over. We've got a long way to go. You guys are the heart of this campaign, so please step up. If you've done a little bit, do more. Do whatever you can. Dig deep. Together we can get this done. Thank you for your support.
There you go. That was Kai Newkirk 16 years ago in 2009, back when Joe Lieberman was still in office. God. Fighting for all of us. Saying that he was willing to go to jail to get Joe Lieberman to do the right thing. And here he is again, 16 years later, Prem Thakur of Zateo, running for Arizona's 4th? God damn it. Yes, Arizona's 4th. A guy, Newkirk.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever take a dime from AIPAC. We can't serve two masters. We can't be taking corporate PAC money. We can't be prioritizing the donor class and the working class at the same time.
You have filed a complaint with the Attorney General alleging that the government of Israel has been interfering in the election.
We're taking the wheel, and you need to go and wash the feet of the orphans of Gaza for a couple of years and see what you can do to recover your human dignity. We have our first trillionaire while there's hundreds of thousands of Americans sleeping on the streets.
Would you support Hakeem Jeffries as leader? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Prem Thakur, and today we have a special interview with someone who is vying to carry the new socialist wave spreading across the United States even further. What began with Zohran Mamdani last year then bloomed into what you guys saw, several left-wing primary wins across the country, crystallizing this month with 3 Democratic Socialist wins in New York City and another in Colorado. Today, we're joined by someone who's seeking to bring that surge to Arizona, and his name is Kai Newkirk, an Arizona organizer and candidate in Arizona's 4th Congressional District against moderate incumbent Greg Stanton. Kai, welcome to the show.
Great to be with you, brother. Thank you.
So you have an expansive organizing record. Could you tell us a bit more about this background of yours?
Yes, I've been a community organizer in movements in our country for a long time, going back to high school and college. I say that my baptism into the power of mass nonviolent action was at the Seattle WTO protests in 1999, so a long time ago, where people came together from across the country to try to shut down the effort to create a new corporate free trade agreement that was going to screw over workers, democracy, the environment, human rights, all in pursuit of unbridled corporate profit. And I was part of the nonviolent blockades in the street that the police cracked down on. And it took something that was totally obscure and put it on the front pages worldwide and launched this wave of momentum. And I felt like I'd found a power that could really shake the world to be more fair for the people I love most and my working class family, friends, and neighbors I grew up with, the land that I was taught to love.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. I just figured we would listen to a little bit of it and show you the progress Kai has been making over here hitting multiple podcasts like Zateo, independent outlets to get his
There's
message
a common
out.
truth in my view. We're part of a greater shared being, and our suffering is bound together, and our freedom is bound together.
We cannot truly make an Arizona that we can afford if we don't stand up to the power of the billionaires and the corporations that are screwing over the working class. And to those who will defend the status quo of corruption, there will be a political price to pay.
My name is Kai Newkirk. I've devoted my life to leading at the front lines of nonviolent movements for justice, for democracy, and now I'm running for Congress here in Arizona's 4th Congressional District, because I will not stand by and let the oligarchs have it all.
More than 400 people were arrested to protest the influence of big money in politics.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever take a dime from AIPAC or any corporate interest.
You guys walked from Los Angeles all the way to Sacramento.
We're walking from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. to call on Congress to end corruption and give us a democracy that works for all.
It's time for Democrats to pick a side. And we're part of something much bigger across this country.
Progressive candidates across the country have launched primary challenges against established Democratic office holders.
Kick out Greg Stanton, get those corporate Dems out of here.
And we know this, the majority of Democrats are with us on these issues. The majority of Democrats support disbanding and abolishing ICE, Medicare for all, universal child care. The majority of Democrats want to end military aid to Israel and stop the genocide in Gaza.
Our very lives are dictated by how much money somebody can spend. And Kai Newkirk knows that's not right.
I'm not a career politician. I'm rooted in a different tradition.
We're building a movement of love, truth, and people power here.
There's no other candidate like Kai.
If I walk alone, I'll walk alone like that. I've done it. I've done it. But I know that even when I'm alone physically, I know that I'm just walking humbly, a fellow traveler in an ancient, ancient tradition.
And what I'm doing now, running for Congress, is just an expression in that tradition.
Yeah, I think Kai is quite a good candidate here, and I'm just keeping my eye out to some degree. I'm still working on my list right now. We've got Arizona, of course, finished. We already talked about them, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri. I'm still working on Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, Florida, Wyoming, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Delaware. If you have any information on that, you can get involved on the Discord and or on the Google Drive spreadsheet that I've created for us. You can post clips, vids, news articles on the Discord itself. Well, that helps out big. I really do think Kai is one of the better candidates here, and I notice when candidates that I'm already supporting are then doing appearances on other platforms, right? Not that he's made an appearance here yet, but we've been talking about him. And then to have him pop up on Zateo or wherever else. I think I saw him somewhere else too. I can't remember where. But I think that shows that he's taking this very seriously. All right? Because it needs to be a multi-front campaign. But this is his website here, kaiforaz.com. He's been living in Arizona for 8 years. He's fought for justice for a long time, as you saw in that first clip that we watched. He's been arrested over 25 times in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience and direct action, and led multiple 100+ mile marches, undertaken 2 political fasts, including one which was held in a Washington, D.C. jail. I mean, this guy's, from what I can tell, he's the real deal. He's also endorsed by DSA, right? Am I mistaking myself? Am I losing my mind? I could have sworn he was endorsed by DSA. Am I this? Maybe not. I don't know. I could have sworn this guy was DSA. I'm let me losing my mind. Kai was on MR Wednesday. Okay, that makes sense. I think that might be the other place I saw him. Yeah, he's been making the rounds, like I said, and that's a good sign, in my opinion. You know, I have too many candidates on this list that we've seen, so, and a lot of the ones that didn't have good social media presence, that weren't going out there and hitting podcasts, are the ones who lost. To some degree, that's my estimation of things. Like, the more I look at some of these things, a lot of the people who lost are the people who did not have the best campaigns. People who were not getting the support ahead of time from the people that they needed it from. Some people were doing more than others. There's some people who lost that doesn't fit with, but, you know, that to some degree I think is the story that I've seen a lot in a lot of these cases. In some other cases, lack of resources, I think, and I think some of the claims I've been hearing surrounding, for instance, DSA being an important factor, not necessarily a determining factor, but an important factor in these races, and their resources and apparatus being able to vet candidates, boost candidates, get the community otherwise engaged with candidates, has certainly been proving to be helpful at the very least. Speaking of which, one woman you might be familiar with has taken it upon herself to join up, become a dues-paying DSA member. Not just some random gay. I'm talking about the Majority Report's one and only Emma Vigeland.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What are you talking about?
Would you drum up?
Thanks so much for having me, everybody. I'm so thrilled to be here. It's actually been quite an honor, honestly, to be a part of DSA and using my voice and whatever platform I have available to me to push for democratic socialism. And I say this as somebody who didn't get here in I took the circuitous route to democratic socialism. I would say I was more of a liberal. I was radicalized by the Iraq War as a teenager and supported Obama because I couldn't understand how anyone could support Hillary Clinton because she voted for the Iraq War. And my politics were, progressive left, but increasingly as my political education increased and I learned more as I tried to teach members of our audience more, I realized the power of organizing and the power of a workers' movement. And with every day, I become more and more convinced that this is the path forward for a true, durable, anti-fascist coalition and one that can deliver material impacts for workers. And so there have been these brilliant slates of candidates that DSA has put together, and DSA's power and its strength in numbers continues to grow. As was just mentioned, DSA has surpassed 120,000 members, the largest socialist organization in U.S. history. And it's been around 10 years at this point, 10 and change, of Bernie Sanders reintroducing democratic socialism to the mainstream in the United States. And we're seeing kind of the culmination of that project, or at the very least, of this kind of new branch of democratic socialism.
Yeah, and I don't know the exact timing of this or the reasoning, but like whatever Emma's thinking that led her to do this, whatever the buzz, the straw. I can't say what the impetus for her was necessarily, but it's nice to see that we are kind of doing this thing I've been saying we need to do, that I'm struggling to make happen, but like I've been efforting on in my own ways, like I was just talking about with you know, like creating all the channels in the Discord for people to engage with each other and to engage me on these candidates during this election, during the primary election, right? Because it's not going to be hard, really, to figure things out in the general. But the primary is the important time for us to be making these fights. I've been making this argument for a while, and that we need a way to work together in the best way possible moving forward. Like, since we first started talking about this, and since whatever, like, since, like, last week's fucking bombshell news, I feel like we needed that. We certainly need that even more so. And to some degree, I feel like this helps with that. Whether or not that's Emma's intention, I can't say. Like I said, like, I'm not in her brain. But, like, I feel like this will, in some way, must do that, because she'll be tuned in to what's happening with DSA, and therefore will be able to tune listeners in with what was happening on DSA, right? Like, this, you see what I'm saying here? It's just like this exact kind of network I've been, like, hoping we would be doing, and she's the perfect person, right? MR's got, like, one of the biggest leftist audience on the internet. It's like between them and Hassan, right? Who's the other biggest? Am I wrong? Like, she's bigger than basically everybody, or the majority report is, and that's big. And she's, like, for instance, like, I mean, all week, last 2 weeks, she's taken the helm of the majority report ship with whatever the hell Sam's been doing. Convenient time to take off. God, we need Sam. God, we need Sam back. I've been saying it to myself over and over again. Not that I don't love Emma. I do feel like we do need him back. Oh, also. Like, Emma, great job, but also Sam, back. Please. Because I'm begging for it. Not just because I'm begging for it, but because I think we just need the whole team over at the majority report. So all the nonsense that we've seen recently. We need the whole team. I feel like Emma's been, like, having to, like, defend herself. But I think this is definitely a good direction for things. I've been trying to figure out, figure out how to, like, tune myself in with DSA's choices in the different races. Like, if they have them, I'm trying to find ways to be on top of that. Unfortunately, I can't find, like, a national database. Like, what I need is, like, the thing that I'm creating. Like, I need the DSA to have, like, one of these for every single election, right? This is all I just need. I just need this. I just need them to do this. That would really help me out. But of course, there's not a Democratic Socialist. There's not a DSA endorsed candidate in every race. We're doing slightly different, but very similar things.
Our history. And you'll see often in the media, people speak about DSA style candidates, right? They'll say, oh, this DSA style candidate, not to throw Gonzalez under the bus in Colorado, but I think it's such a prime example where she eschewed DSA organizing to start her Senate campaign against Hickenlooper and came really close to actually toppling him despite being massively outspent, showing that there's this hunger there for change and for these do-nothing corporate Democrats to be ousted. But think about what could have happened if she ran a statewide campaign with DSA's organizing power, with DSA's canvassing power. And as these numbers continue to increase, it becomes abundantly clear that the organizing here can rival some of the money on the other side. And right now, you have national media figures that think it's all about a personal brand and what platform you commit to and you commit yourself to. And yes, of course, the platform is a part of it. But do you have the infrastructure to campaign on that platform? Do you have the internal democracy and accountability that makes sure that the candidates that represent a progressive platform are also good people and representative of your chapter and in your community. So there's a lot of people that want to dismiss DSA, that want to say that, oh, this is just commie New York City. But we just saw what happened in Denver. And we just saw how close other candidates have been coming across the country with similar platforms, but without the DSA infrastructure that comes with it.
Yep. Emma is right. The DSA infrastructure is big time helping with all of the things that she just listed. It's not the only thing we need to win, but it's, I think it's a big part of this. Now, like I said, there's not a DSA bad candidate in every single race. That's why we need to try and find the best candidate in every single race still. And I'm still on that fucking grind over here myself. But yeah, I'm trying to stay tuned into what DSA is doing because I know the infrastructure they have. And the platform that they support right now is one that aligns basically like 1-to-1 with mine.
I'm still scared of heights though.
Speaking of things and or people that align with me politically, let's go see what this guy's been up to. Now, last we checked in with the Michigan Senate race, Senator, oh, hopefully, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Oh boy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Senate hopeful Abdul El Sayed running in the Democratic primary. Last time we checked in with him, he was in sort of a quasi debate, more of a sit down / call in with CBS Michigan or something like that. I can't remember which one. CBS Detroit. I can't remember where. I don't know which outlet it was, but he was there. He was in person. His opponent. I keep forgetting her stupid name. Why do I forget her name all the time? She's just a very forgettable person. Haley Stevens? I think that's her name. Haley Stevens decided to zoom in, but somehow Abdul, he had the time. I thought that said something. I thought that said something about Abdul, about his desire to convince voters, make the case, put in the effort, all of these things you need in a candidate to go all the way. Also, his answers were better. But maybe he's been up to some horrifying things in the last couple of days. Let's see. What's this?
I'm still scared of heights though.
When I was a kid, I had like super panic response as well. Like I'd get scared, and then all of a sudden, it would overwhelm you. Hi guys, you good, Emily?
Can you use up from the other side?
And so it's like training her to be able to be like, okay, so what do you know? What can you control? And then just focus on those things.
That one is hard to grab onto.
You got it. There you go. You're growing up, at some point, you start to just sort of confront the things that you make it part of your personality to confront the things that scare you on purpose. See that sign? It says, did you clip in?
I'll go all the way up
I want
to
you to
there.
touch that sign.
Okay, I will touch that and then I'll come back down.
That's fine. Come back down.
Okay.
As a sense of like, I'm going to conquer this thing's control over me. You're almost there, buddy. Like, it's not even that high. You're almost there.
I know, it's not high.
You set your goal and you're gonna go get it. Because that's the thing that anxiety does to you, right? It's like, it controls what you do now out of fear of future pain. So you're like, no, actually, I'm gonna deal with this, and I am going to make it part of myself to learn how to confront that so that it can't control me.
Everyone's scared.
Yes! 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 Woo!
Well, there you go. Somehow Abdul El Sayed not only has time to make it in person, unlike his opponent, Haley Stevens, to these sit-down discussions with local media, also has time to be a dad. Go rock climbing with his kid. Impressive. Impressive. I don't know where he gets the energy. Is Midas Touch number 1? Okay. That makes sense. Don't they also get, like, funding from... do they count as independent media? Whatever. I'm not gonna play this game right now. Not gonna do it. Nah, God, I'll do one more clip. Or two. Actually, let me think. I'll do a few more clips and then we'll go to break. So we got way more stuff to talk about here tonight. I feel like I threw people off with the double stream tonight. It was unintentional. But I just wanted to break up the topics. One was a live event, which is something we don't do all that often. And the other is my pre-prepared show. And mixing them felt weird. I needed 2 separate links and video files. Just, don't cross the streams, right? We all know this. Don't do that. Anyway, let's talk about Abdul's opponent. How she's been doing. That Haley Stevens lady. She's acting totally normal.
We have an all hands on deck situation here, folks.
Oh boy.
Folks! You're about to really enjoy this clip, but I want you to enjoy it a little bit less than you should. A little bit less than I'm enjoying it, because I'm genuinely starting to get a little concerned that Haley Stevens is so ridiculous and funny that it is obscuring the fact that she is a supporter of genocide and would be a very bad senator from Michigan. And I wonder if her team understands this and is leaning into her bizarre nature, because it's almost like the Trump effect. He says the most horrendous things, but he's so bizarre and funny that people don't really register it in the same way as when, say, you know, a Rubio or a J.D. Vance says it. She's got that quality about her. Here's a clip that was making the rounds on Twitter last night, and I must have watched this probably 12 times.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way.
Can we please play the final 5?
That's the Michigan way. I'm not sure. But, like, I feel like she's just like, she really is like kind of like a cartoon character. She almost gives me Kathy vibes. Like, everything's good until something bad happens, then act! You know, like, I feel like that's Kathy. Like, that's, like, that was called her Kathy. That's Haley. They've got similar names, too. See what I'm saying? But that's the Michigan way. Everybody's saying it.
I want the Michigan fist. I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. 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 We got points to put on the board.
A little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Can we please play the final 5 seconds of a little bit? It's a little bit of stick it to him.
Stupid.
Oh, when she does the Michigan fist there, buddy. Yeah.
On our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Yeah. She's got me all riled up. up. I like how she
yeah.
gesticulates to the audience like she's like, come here. It's the opening number of a musical. Come round, come join us. I don't
You know
know.
how long I've been waiting for a politician to tell my stories?
Yes.
On your behalf.
On your behalf. So
What kind of promise is that?
you made this point.
She is so bad. She like this. I don't know how she lives through any of this. Hold on, let me just bring this up real quick, because the fact is there's been multiple polls that have released in the last few days. But Abdul El-Sayed has retaken the lead on the aggregate, up 4 points right now. Actually, 4.2 points, to be more specific. But you have two different polls. One which had Stevens plus 7. Sorry. That was Glenn Gariff from July 14th. July 15th, next day, you get an El-Sayed poll plus 13. But this has been the nature of this race. It's been fairly hotly contested back and forth, as you can see here. Although El-Sayed has remained in the lead for much of this, for this brief period. Stevens, this was right after McMorrow dropped out, like right here. I think July 6th. It's around the time she dropped out. Maybe a little later. Trying to remember, but I mean earlier, actually. It's maybe a little earlier. I can't remember exactly when, but some of that, like I said, some of that was going to go to McMorrow. So some of that was going to go to Stevens, some of that was going to go to El-Sayed, and I had no idea what that breakdown was going to be like. But El-Sayed is continuing to make the case to voters, it would seem, and you just can't give up in this case, right? Because you've seen all these different polls. Plus 19 El-Sayed, then a week later it's plus 7 Stevens, right? Like this is it's a close race. And I think on net, El-Sayed's in the lead, but it's by a tiny fraction, and nobody can stay home in the primary, which is happening on August 4th.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I think early voting is starting real soon. On that one. If anything, Abdul's just got to double down on whatever the fuck he's been doing, because he's fighting an uphill battle, and is there one more clip I wanted in this? I think there might be, but before we get to that, I just want to look at this, because I just want to look at that uphill battle I'm talking about, because he's fighting a great campaign. He's out there, he's talking to voters. He's taking in quite a lot of donations for a Senate seat. His opponent is taking in an incredible amount of money.
Aggregated this. United Democracy Project in 7 days has spent $4.6 million on this race, and that is the AIPAC cutout. Now, Abdul El-Sayed's campaign, that's, on Who's on Air Ad Impact points out. So this is for TV ads. Abdul El-Sayed is like a little under 500K. That's his campaign. A Stronger Michigan is also a PAC around 300K fighting for Michigan, which is a group that's spending on behalf of Abdul El-Sayed is 65K. You can just see how Stevens has these outside groups that are backing her to the hilt. And on out.
Yeah, it's 10 to 1. It's 10 to fucking 1. It's 5 million to 500,000. It's all a bunch of corporate and APAC money. Thankfully, we have people tracking these things in these races. I just want to hear this comment before we move to the next video and topic.
Around and speaking to Michigan voters, and we play the clip yesterday of one of the people he spoke to. Here's somebody else that he spoke to. This is Dennis Boatwright, director of the Center for Pan-African Studies in Detroit, talking about his assessment of the race, and he touches on that ad and like what some of the campaign tactics have been in terms of tying Obama to Haley Stevens.
Donnie in New York, the current mayor is winning with landslides, but people are losing faith in the current status quo black politician, and you slowly see them being displaced. And this is why one of the reasons why even Detroit, a good friend of mine, by the way, Rashida Tlaib, she's win by landslide because the typical Hakeem Jeffries type, old guard Clinton, even Obama, by the way, and I like Obama, they're being replaced by people that the younger people feel that they are responsive to their needs and ideas. So I can see even in this election, is the Democratic Party have to give us more than Trump is the boogeyman, he's the bad guy, which he is. But what I'm saying is you have to have more answers and more solutions than just blaming everything on Trump. And this is why we see a lot of younger people like yourself that's getting disenchanted with them and replacing them people with people like Mondani, who are taking critical position even towards Israel and for the Palestinians, but yet he's still winning against all of those lobbyists who are paying to try to get him out of here. So and this is why, by the way, you even have Cori Bush starting to come back and run again, because they see an opening that people tired of the status quo politicians, people like yourself.
What do you make of Obama being invoked in this Michigan Democratic primary race? He's in the ads with Haley Stevens. Of course, he hasn't weighed into this race specifically, but Haley is using him saying good things about her in television ads. And when I talk to people that have voted for Haley Stevens, they tell me that that's why.
Oh, yeah, that's why. And you also will see with Obama is that there's no pushback on that widely circulated campaign ad that she's using him. But it also says, and I hate to say it, that some of these politicians don't have their own ideas, so they got to use Obama, they got to use Rahm Emanuel, they got to use Bill Clinton in order to get themselves credibility. Whereas you look at people like Mondani and Rashida Tlaib, for example, they use themselves.
Yes.
Also, does Michigan not remember Flint? Obama drinking Flint, Michigan water?
People remember it, I think, but they push it to the back of their mind. And the fact is, I mean, Obama still represents something to a lot of people, even with all of his flaws. You know, that we're gonna be dealing with that one for a long time. Okay, I just for everybody, that is not at all an uncommon view. The people still like Obama to some degree, like one or another. That he does represent something to a whole lot of people in this country. Even if he didn't necessarily do all the things we would have liked him to do. Doesn't mean that we need to accept what he represented when it comes to politics, like in terms of, you know, being a neoliberal who gave us a Republican healthcare plan and funded all of the wars in the Middle East. Or, I mean, we could go down the list on all the things that Obama did wrong. But the fact is people still, I mean, you know, he represents a change that, you know, people, like, to some degree felt like he did some good things, technically. That's why people are celebrating him, right? That's why a whole bunch of people actually showed up to his like, right? We witnessed earlier this year something of a dichotomy, right? The Obama Center opening and all of the celebrities showing up to that. And then America 250, where nobody came and nobody performed that anybody cared about. But, you know, we are now presenting a kind of politics that, to some degree, in my opinion, transcends identity politics, right? It's a class-based politics. Although, if you look at the people on this list, like all these candidates, not all, but many of these candidates who have won also are represent an identitarian change as well, not just an ideological one. You know, we've gone through so many states now. I'm just looking through this, and at least in some of these seats, that is the case. Although not everyone, because I'm looking at some of these, it's not necessarily an identitarian change because of the person. Now I'm thinking about like some of the people that were in the seats beforehand, but not all of them, certainly. And I can't remember exactly which ones they are, but it's a very diverse group of people who are representing this ideology. Right? Not all of them DSA, as we've been saying, but some of them are. And I'm honestly getting very excited about the rest of the year. If only I can just get everything else in my life and just even kind of settled. Like, I'm so stressed out over everything. And this latest development with the YouTube monetization getting all fucked up. And having this massive galactic deficit sitting down here. It's just a bad confluence of things, but I'm still trying. Still kind of ahead of where I was at the last elections. But I do have to do more. We've got like over 100 left. Florida's got 28 seats. Representing for real what Obama pretended to be. Yes, I think that's a good sentiment. I certainly hope that that's what we are doing. Because the fact is Obama represented hope for a lot of people of some kind of change that we were going to get. Not just a shifting from the old guard to the new, but also in terms of government accountability and transparency and all these other things that, in that case, we didn't get. Meanwhile, of course, Republicans doing everything they can to prevent the inevitable in the midterms. And that quote-unquote inevitable is becoming more and more likely by the day, with polls surging for Democrats. And really, my estimation, sort of against all odds for an incredibly unpopular Democratic Party when juxtaposed against the Republican Party. Well, people are making some conclusions for themselves.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. It is Thursday, July 16th, and I have a jam-packed show for you. So in just a second, Democrats have surged into a colossal lead for the midterms that you have to see to believe. I'm going to show you all that. There's this category of voter called double haters, and basically what that means is they think both parties ain't shit. And when you ask them, okay, you hate both parties, but who are you going to vote for? Wait until you see this stuff, man. It is crazy. Also, the war is just tanking whatever remained of Trump's popularity. People despise what's going on with that. We also have, it is now being fully exposed and illuminated and highlighted just how much Donald Trump is corrupt and taking bribes. And the pay for a pardon scheme is all coming unglued right in front of our eyes.
Okay.
So we have an amazing story on that. Later on.
Okay, we don't need all this. Sometimes Kyle does this. Other times he doesn't. And I get thrown off when he does this. All right, here we go. There's the numbers. God damn it, Kyle.
Subscribers. I'm sure that'll make his day if you do that. But all right, let's go ahead and jump right in, y'all. So take a look at this. Strength in Numbers and Verisight released a poll, and it's double haters, okay? I actually kind of love this term. It's basically like when you talk to people and they say, yeah, I hate the Democrats and I hate the Republicans. They both are pieces of shit. But then you ask them like, okay, well, who are you gonna actually vote for though when push comes to shove? And the result is 55% supporting Democrats and only 29% supporting Republicans.
So this is huge. This is honestly huge. Like, it may not sound huge to people, but this is huge. 55 to 29 for double haters is actually crazy, because that's actually a huge, when you think about it, that's actually a huge portion of people. Like, I don't know exactly the numbers off the top of my head, but there's like tens upon tens of millions of people who do not subscribe to either party because they just don't give a shit. Right? If you can get those people on board for this, right? They're like, yeah, I mean, if you force me to vote, right? And if you get like any sizable chunk of those people out there to vote, it's like them, independents essentially, right? That is a big number of people. 55 to 29. It's crazy. It's a crazy number. It's double. It's 2 to 1. It is almost 2 to 29 double to 58. It is almost 2 to 1. It's wild. I don't think I would have found this. I'm not following Poll Tracker on Twitter. Kyle is one of the old guard independent lefties that has been using Twitter since the old days, since before it became Mecha Hitler. And like, I kind of to some degree need him for these sorts of things. It's like this in like Alex Jones news, like especially like, it's like because he's been doing it for so long, he's just good at it. Whereas like I wouldn't even know where to start on which Twitter handle to start following that has the most credibility for the latest polls dropping. The Double Haters Party. Yeah, we should start a new party called the Double Haters Party. That's actually a decent name. All right, let's see what the government's working on. JD Vance, little Mike Johnson getting together for a little press conference regarding election integrity. Play. No. Play. That's how we're doing it.
Good afternoon, everybody. We just had a great meeting with the House Republican Conference. We're delighted to have been joined by the Vice President, J.D. Vance. You'll hear from him in just a moment. What we were here to address today, what you're all here to hear about, is we're moving forward with Reconciliation 3.0. This morning, after many months of deliberation and discussion and contemplation, the House Budget Committee, of course, is moving forward with the budget resolution that will get us to Reconciliation 3.0. Let me tell you a few of the details about it. Given the Democrats' absolute refusal to work with us on the nation's top priorities, and that includes election integrity and strengthening our nation's defense, we're moving forward with a narrow, streamlined package to deliver on some of America's top priorities. It is a sad situation, but this is where we are. Republicans have to do this on our own. So the budget resolution instructs 4 House committees to write Reconciliation 3.0, the bill. Those committees are the House Administration Committee, House Armed Services Committee, House Agriculture, and House Intelligence Committee.
Okay, now I'm going to go to JD Vance, but I would like to point out something important about this. Sorry, whoopsies. Something important about what Mike Johnson's saying here. Because the fact is that the House already passed the SAVE Act. So I don't know what the point of this is. It seems purely symbolic, which is, and like for the president, which is why it confuses me that the vice president is also here involved in this. Because once again, SAVE Act passed the House earlier in this year. Senate just refuses to pass it. So, do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see how this is not making any sense right now? We got Mike Johnson and not John Thune or any of the Republican leadership in the Senate. Right? The wrong people are out here right now. Like, honestly, leave JD because he technically counts, right? He's got a vote in the Senate. But why is Mike here? Little Mike and his minions in the House already passed the SAVE Act. It's the Senate who's like just for months refused to pass it. That's why Trump yelled at Senate Republicans earlier. That's why he's very upset.
Each of them will have an important component part of that. The forthcoming reconciliation legislation sets out to...
Sorry, shut up, Mike. Mom Donnie the Goat. It's a great handle. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. It's a good reminder for me to remind you, to remind yourself to follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that follow button. I'm sorry, hit that bell icon and the like button as well. Really helps out. And don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Wait, I've clicked the wrong button. That's a disaster. That's a disaster. Go back. We've gone too far. This is wrong. Everything's wrong. It's all wrong. Like feeding your Republican. You're a Republican with the name Mom Donnie the Goat. That's real weird. You see how that's weird, right? But hey, you do you. Everyone's is unique flower. You're like a snowflake. Everybody tell you you're like a snowflake? Mom Donnie the Goat, who's a Republican, is in my chat now telling people to vote red, guys. Because Republicans won't sell out our country. Republicans have already sold out our country. You fucking moron. God, you're dumb.
You're a moron. You're hurting the kids.
Let's see what this guy's been doing inserting the kids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, bud.
Okay, guys. So first of all, the reason I wanted to come here today is just to give a message of unity to my fellow Republicans. We've accomplished a lot together over the last year and a half, but we've got to stick together. And
oh no, you've just crossed the line from being reprehensible and annoying to being outright rude and bothering me personally, which is exactly the sort of thing that gets you timed out on this channel. Great job. Timed out. 600 seconds. Enjoy that. How is that? You like that? Is that good for you? Okay. You love JD? Oh, great. Enjoy this clip.
at least one very big thing for the American people, which is the president's priority, the White House's priority, the entire Trump administration's priority is to actually get the Save America Act passed. We have the proudest and in some ways the oldest democracy anywhere in the world. 250 years we just celebrated, and yet if you vote in California, you're lucky if a month after the election day, your vote has actually been counted. We know that we have, in certain jurisdictions, illegal aliens who are casting ballots. We know that 80+% of the American people want you to show a voter ID.
Oh, everybody wants it.
And yet there are a lot of big blue states that make that impossible, will in fact...
I don't know where he's got that poll, but that's not true. In most polls I've seen, it's much, 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 much lower than that. I assume it's just Republican poll. It's like 80% of Republicans, but he's saying everybody. 80% of racists want voter ID. 80% of Trump voters still think that voter ID is a good idea.
You have a mental health problem.
Criminalize the act of asking for an ID in order to vote. Why would you criminalize asking for an ID in order to vote unless you wanted to encourage and promote cheating? So this is an important
Unless you
priority for the
wanted to
administration.
promote cheating.
More importantly, it's
Unless you love cheating. You should be for this bill, says JD. Oh, thanks, JD. Great. Unless you love cheating, you should love voter suppression. I would disagree. Oh boy. James West. A big JD fan, huh? Oh, it's exciting. Wow, so many JD fans. Where are they coming? It's so organic. So many JD fans popping up out of nowhere. It feels organic. I can just feel it. The organicness of it. And totally non-botted. This is totally not a sock puppet account from the last person that was in here saying JD is great. Two different people. I'm fooled. I'm fooled. Okay? I'm sitting here none the wiser by your plan. Okay. Now, of course, the DOJ sent a letter to local election officials across the country, threatening them to comply with the desires and the decrees of the president. Cyclone Cheeto. Todd Blanche was in Senate for questioning, a hearing in the last day or so. Let's see what he had to say. Quick clip.
If you're confirmed and you're asked to take an action you believe to be illegal or unethical, would you resign?
That will never happen, but
That will
yes, if
never
it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
Did you ever say no to the president on
How can he know
the
that?
slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did
How could he possibly know that? How could he possibly know that he will never have a conflict of interest ever? As a dude who formerly represented the president of the United States. That feels like something you could almost literally not ever say with any confidence as a lawyer and not be running afoul of, I don't know, the bar. Even like my limited knowledge as a non-lawyer, that sounds deeply problematic. How could you say that? How could you know? You're the Attorney General of the United States. You'll be representing the DOJ, the head law enforcement officer in the United States. You formerly represented the president, the current acting president of the United States. How is it possible you could know for certain there'll be no issues that would ever come before you that would create a conflict? It doesn't make sense. What are you, Nostradamus? You know, I'm just thinking out loud here. But think of all the potential crimes, big business things, or whatever other sorts of corrupt business dealings that the Trump boys have been getting up to, for instance. You know, say one of them winds foul on the wrong side of the law. That would seem to be something that we'd probably want Todd to recuse himself from, right? Or like of the Lutnick boys who are also in business, or of, like, you know, do you see what I'm saying here? We could go down this line. Like, there's a whole fuck ton of people you would think might be better for him to recuse himself if you don't want to give the sense of impropriety, which is literally the whole point of recusal.
Never happen, but yes, if it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
Did you ever say no to the president on the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did you advise him against this?
Will not talk about communications I have with the president. I served as his lawyer for a couple years before he was elected. I'm the Deputy Attorney General and the Acting Attorney General, so I'm not going to talk about communications that I have with him. But Senator, I will say that President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes,
I recognize
man.
that.
And
It doesn't mean a yes, man. Right. It just means whenever Trump tells you to do something, you say,
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
That's right. What is bro yapping about? You're talking about me? What am I yapping about? First off, you're about to get timed out too in a second. But second off, like, this is like, you don't have a problem with that? The sense of impropriety? Like, what if under Joe Biden's lawyer, instead of Merrick Garland, a career prosecutor, right, was made the attorney general, right? You wouldn't have a problem with that? Like, don't you think that would make it difficult in like some sort of theoretical, like, hypothetical situation, you know, where Hunter Biden and the laptop come up? Because I know this must matter to you. You must love the laptop or hate it, however you want to see it. I'm sure you have a strong opinion about the laptop from hell, right? Don't you care about the laptop from hell? Don't you think it would be difficult to trust that a Biden DOJ with Biden's actual lawyer who defended him, right, in some sort of big case, being the head of the DOJ? You don't think there'd be some amount of impropriety possibly that might happen there? And that guy was here saying, I'm not going to recuse myself from anything. Probably. Because I don't see a situation where that's going to come up. You don't see that as being problematic? Hunter Biden was a Russian spy. Wow. Yeah, well. So do you follow my logic then? Or are you just going to make random stupid statements in my chat? Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. That's all you say. It's very weird. It's very weird, James, and I don't understand it. It's like you have TDS. Okay. Now, speaking of the courts, a judge has ruled as of earlier this week, I think Tuesday, that Donald Trump's IRS settlement is a bunch of bullshit.
What would you drum up?
Well, what I'm talking about is that settlement that Donald Trump came to with the IRS, that, as we said at the time, was quite clearly a very problematic thing from the jump, because Trump is the government. He was suing himself. And so these are two parties that are not opposed. And in court, to have a lawsuit, you have to have two opposing parties.
A federal judge today blasting President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS, saying it was filed to, quote, manipulate the judicial process. That lawsuit led to an attempt by the Justice Department to create a nearly $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund that would benefit the president's allies. It was also used to justify an order shielding the president, his family, and his businesses from IRS scrutiny on past tax returns. Now the judge is referring Trump's personal attorney, who brought the case, and top Justice Department officials to state bar associations for potential disciplinary action. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez joins me now. So, Evan, this was a 56-page ruling. Walk us through it. What stands out? Why is it so important?
Yeah, Casey, you don't normally see judges issue 56 pages of just scathing. She was truly mad at the Justice Department and at Todd Blanche, the Attorney General in particular, in part because what she was calling out was a fraud on the court. This was an attempt, she says, by the Justice Department, by the Trump administration, to essentially have a blessing of the courts on a deal that wasn't really an adverse proceeding, which is what would make a lawsuit. And so,
yeah, he was just funneling money to himself through the government with this ridiculous fucking farce settlement / lawsuit. Utterly ridiculous and disturbing that this even got as far as it has. It's not clear that Trump will even care and respect this ruling. As we know, the only court that he respects is the Supreme Court. However, in a shocking turn of events, earlier this week, Donald Trump finally made some restitution to E. Jean Carroll, a woman he's owed millions since the verdict came down in her lawsuit, defamation lawsuit against him. Yes, Trump finally pays E. Jean Carroll $5.6 million. The more than $5 million that President Donald Trump owed writer E. Jean Carroll was paid out Monday. Court filings show after Trump unsuccessfully and repeatedly challenged the jury verdict, finding him liable for defamation and sexual assault. A payment of $5.6 million was dispersed to Carroll and her attorneys on Monday. A court filing showed after a federal judge rejected Trump's effort to further delay the payment. A jury ordered Trump to pay Carroll $5 million in 2023, plus interest that's since accrued on that amount, finding him liable for assaulting Carroll in the 1990s. Oh, there you go. Trump finally faced to pay her after 3 long years of waiting. And who knows how much in lawyer's fees she's incurred. Oh no, James West timed out. That's very sad. You've clearly fallen awry of the mods this time and not me. Having a bad time. It's like two accounts down already. That's gotta be tough. How many sock puppets you got? Okay. Let's move it along to the environmental news. Actually, before we do that, I think we're going to take a quick break. Since we've been going now for at least around 4 hours on this stream. However long the other one is, I don't even remember. But quick galactic intermission, I think, is necessary at this point. Do not worry, though. We still got a lot left to talk about here tonight. Storms and fires coming up next on the Galactic Dance Card. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, and without the support of the galactic community, the space fams, I would cease to exist. So with the spacecast, thankfully we got a lot of great ways still for you to show your support, even while we're being repressed by YouTube. Got Twitch, bits, power up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal too. For your money, go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Twitch. Of course, we got Throne. If you want to donate physical items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. That's right, you can know that you're feeding and or hydrating me. Making my apartment smell good. Helping out with my galactic stream setup and much, much more. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your $1 still remains Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is coming to an end, but the stream isn't. That's right, second half. It's coming immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Alright, Space Hams, we are back. Wow, Amanda over on Twitch with a 150 stream streak. Might be the longest galactic streak of all time. Truly impressive. Longest streak of all time. Alright, everybody, let's talk about the floods that have been seen across the Midwest. Including Texas. First, though, I'll take a look at this clip from Missouri, one of the states that saw floods over the weekend. There were reports of people being trapped. We talked about that. This is one of the videos from the trapped people.
Jesus Christ. I got a pistol on me.
Oh, good, you got a pistol.
I got a pistol. Yeah, I was like, I figure they know we're here.
I couldn't help but notice the irony in that one statement while in this conversation that I got a pistol. Great, pal. Is it gonna make everybody safe like people have been telling us for so long? Can you use it as a flotation device? No? Well, it's fucking useless right now, pal. If anything, it's making everyone else on the roof uncomfortable. But it wasn't just Missouri getting slammed by rains this week. Central Texas over the last few days have been seeing torrential, relentless rounds of rain, almost non-stop rain. It's been causing some serious problems. Here's WRAL. Get us started on these floods from 2 days ago.
Meteorologist Amy Wilmoth has the latest. Hi, Amy.
Hey, yeah, look at some of our headlines. Topping that is the flash flood threat. More in a moment. Then we have a severe threat to talk about across the Northeast, dangerous heat and wildfire smoke impacting part of our country. We're starting with the flash flooding that we've had across southern parts of our country, especially across Texas. All these storms going around this big ridge of high pressure. I want to show you some of the rainfall totals in the last 24 hours. Over a foot of rain reported reported just to the west of San Antonio. Take a look at this video out of South Texas, and it's pretty impressive. They've had so much rain. This truck just getting washed.
Over a foot of rain in 24 hours. 13.5 inches. To be exact. San Antonio and Cuna. Piedras Negras. Galveston and Houston with 9 and 6.5 inches respectively, it looks like. Waco too. Austin seemingly in the mix there. I don't know what they got hit with, but looks like at least a few inches. But wow, 13.7. That is a stupid amount of rain.
Reported just to the west of San Antonio. Take a look at this video out of South Texas, and it's pretty impressive. They've had so much rain. This truck just getting washed away in those floodwaters. And again, parts of South Texas have seen over a foot of rain with potentially 10 more inches to come. So they have a ways to go to get out of this flood event. And the reason for that is an area of low pressure that's very slow moving for the next several days. So here's where the low is going to be this evening, and then there's where it will be tomorrow evening. A very slow moving low, and that is going to bring lots of rain. In fact, they have a high risk in this pink shaded area for flooding today as the rain just keeps on happening. Other spots across.
Oh boy, those are some crazy numbers. Let's go here next. This is KXAN. From yesterday with live updates.
We have crews stationed across our area right now. We want to check in now in Bernie and Blanco. We'll get an update first from our Nabil Ramonda. Actually, we'll go first to Eric, and he's in Bernie, and then we'll go to Nabil. Eric?
Yeah, Jen, the governor talked a lot about these rising rivers, and this waterway is a prime example of that. We were out here earlier around 1:30, and the water was, we were trying to figure this out, but it was about here on my body. I'm 6'6". I'm at the river basin right now, about 4 feet above where the water is right now. And I spoke to a guy earlier who said it was even lower than that. Let me show you the power and the danger these rivers represent. Look back here. There's a tree just fully toppled over, dragged down. Lots of branches along the bank here. Lots of damage that we're seeing on this river. We spoke to a couple guys earlier today on the nearby bridge. The bridge goes right through Main Street, and it was shut down because the water passing underneath it was so dangerous. I spoke to those two guys. They were pretty shocked at what they saw. Here's what they had to say.
It's usually like right down to here, but I ain't never seen it this bad in my entire life. I've been here.
Yeah, that's all a sidewalk right there.
Where's the sidewalk?
Sidewalk right under here.
Right under here, under this bridge.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the trees.
Now that water raised pretty quickly. It was a speedy event. You know, it started in the morning, a little bit of rain, and it was up.
Here's a good rule of thumb that I tell everybody. If there are trees growing out of the place where there's water, water is not supposed to be there. Unless you're on the coast and it's a mangrove forest, or in the bayou, if you will. Like if you're not in like the literal like swamp, trees don't tend to grow out of water. That's a rule, mostly. They do need water, but it's a delicate balance. They don't just grow out of ponds. Okay? Always remember that. Write that down. Oh, God. Now, even with that 13.5 inches of rain, on the same day, CBS Evening News here, according to them, forecasters were projecting 20 more inches of rain in the coming hours and day.
And good evening. We begin tonight in Texas. Another flood emergency there after torrential rains. 59 counties at this hour under disaster declarations, and the reports coming in tonight of swift water rescues. You can understand why. The forecast called for more than 20 inches of rain in some spots.
You'll notice the town here, of Uvalde, Texas. It's in I think it's also in, I put it in the thumbnail, title, whatever you call it. You remember Uvalde? This is the place where that horrifying girls whatever camp, Christian girls camp was a horrifying disaster, tragedy, preventable tragedy that happened. Same place. We were told this was a 100-year event last year. Couldn't have predicted it.
And among the hardest hit areas is Texas Hill Country between Austin and San Antonio. That, of course, where floods last year killed at least 139 people, including more than 20 children at Camp Mystic. And it's also where we find our Jason Allen this evening. Jason, they must be thinking, not again. Good evening to you.
Yeah, but this was like this is like the same region, though. Right, yeah, there's the school shooting. This is like the same fucking region as that girls' camp. Like, all of this is in the same fucking spot. Of course, as we know, for those who've been with us, we know that this is a flood-prone region that's only going to get more flood-prone as climate change, the thing that people like Christians in Texas want to ignore the existence of, gets worse, is only going to get worse, right? And you thought I was talking about the school shooting. Everybody thought I was talking about the school shooting. Okay. Well, that's not what I mean. That's not the point of this discussion. It's not even really important. It's not all that important to this, but this is the same river. It's the Guadalupe River that is overflowing. That school, that church, school, church, camp, whatever you want to call it, it's on that river.
Roads tonight and surrounding homes. A flash flood emergency in central Texas tonight as heavy storms caused chaos across the region, dumping more than a foot of rain. Homes in some areas were completely surrounded and roads left impassable, with as much as 4 feet of water rushing across them and drivers stuck in the floodwaters. In Uvalde County, the Texas Department of Public Safety was forced to rescue several stranded drivers this morning. In nearby D'Annis, at least 10 inches of rain left much of the historic town underwater. It's all part of a system meteorologists fear could drop up to 20 inches of rain over the next few days. These sudden high-risk flooding events are infrequent in Texas, just 4% of days per year on average, but they account for more than 80% of all flood-related damage and 36% of flood-related deaths. This storm system comes just 1 year after more than a foot of rain caused catastrophic flooding across Texas Hill Country, killing more than 130 people, including 28 at Camp Mystic. In that flood, the Guadalupe River rose roughly 30 feet in just 45 minutes. Officials today are concerned conditions on rivers across the region could change quickly.
That's wild. You get over a foot of rain, then another nearly 2 feet expected to follow it. It's an insane, just catastrophic amount of water, and it's enough that there's not the infrastructure is not prepared for that. It's gonna be bad stuff that happens in the next 24 hours, in my opinion. Is this thing, I think it's slowly making its way out of the region right now, but I think the results are going to be bad. It's not just rain, though. Winds, too, apparently. Tornado scene crossing a highway in San Antonio over the last couple of days.
Video shows power flashes and debris swirling as a tornado was seen crossing a busy highway in San Antonio, Texas, early Wednesday morning. The San Antonio Fire Department is assessing damage after the tornado touched down.
Yeah, Okay. By the way, while that was all going on, I did double check just to make sure I was right. But yes, Camp Mystic is also on the Guadalupe River, just like Uvalde is. Well, Uvalde is further downstream, it looks like, I think, if I'm doing my river math correctly, but don't quote me on that aspect of it. What is there in the same river system? Let's go here to some more footage of these storms. This one uploaded by the New York Post yesterday. Wasn't the area called something like Flood Alley? I think it was, yes. You can see these people's front yard and backyard have been turned into a river. Not great. Not exactly what you want, I don't think. Even a little mini waterfall. How peaceful. Aww. All right, this is Live Storms Media from 22 hours ago. Drone footage of the damage. No, really the flooding. The damage will be seen when the water recedes. You can see some of the damage. That fucking fence is done. Water taking over this entire neighborhood. You can see just how vast the flooding really is once they zoom out and go further up. I mean, look at it. It's crazy. Just the whole neighborhood underwater. A few lucky people maybe have a little grass left, but look at this shit. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Okay. Now apparently what was I about to say? God, my brain just broke. No, I think I was going to say that there was a bunch of evacuations called, but not everybody was able to get to safety in time.
Now we want to get back to what is happening right now in the Hill Country. Extremely dangerous situation of flooding and a shelter in place right now being issued in Kerrville because of the devastating flooding that is happening right now. Some areas have already picked up close to 2 feet of rain in the region since Monday, and even more inches have fallen in the overnight hours.
So here's what we know so far. Emergency crews have been waiting in floodwaters all day Wednesday. This is just to make rescues possible, with the most significant flooding happening near Uvalde and Bern in the San Antonio area. And so far, no reports of any deaths yet. But even after the storm system spun up a tornado near San Antonio yesterday morning, Governor Greg Abbott is putting this flooding threat into perspective. He compared it to last year's devastating 4th of July floods.
The 4th of July floods last year had rainfall of 20.29 inches. The expected rainfall during this rainstorm is expected to be more than 30 inches. More rain than what occurred during the flood last year.
Well, the Guadalupe River has risen 16 feet.
I just got to hear that one more time. Is this the one?
The 4th of July floods last year had rainfall of 20.29 inches. The expected rainfall during this rainstorm is expected to be more than 30 inches. More rain than what occurred during the flood.
Okay, this isn't the one. There's multiple Greg Abbott quotes that we got here since he is the governor of Texas. I just wanted to make sure that was not the one that I wanted. But yeah, 30 plus inches. It's a fucking ridiculous amount of rain. But we will get to Greg Abbott again in a second. Here's some more footage, though, of these floods overtaking what looks like a bridge. It's hard to tell. It's really, but like, I think there's a waterway there, which is dangerous as shit. Some unknowing person could look at that and think it's just ground, not super safe. But you see what I'm saying here? Somewhere under here there is a massive drop off. I can almost guarantee it because of this right here, because of this walkway right here. I think whatever's under here, it's a pit of despair. This is scary as fuck. It's called Flash Flood Alley. Fascinating. Let's go here to CNN from 12 hours ago. 20,000 Texans still under threat from these floods. Let's not forget, of course, that rains often take some amount of time to make their way through the surrounding estuaries, rivers, streams, since they wind back and forth and go through the rural areas. It takes the water time to make its way down these things and can affect communities days after it, hitting people unexpectedly who assume with the rain gone there can be no more flooding.
The breaking news out of South Texas, where areas of the hill country are under a flash flood emergency. That's the highest possible level of warning. More than 20,000 people are being told to immediately head for higher ground as large and deadly flood waves have seen multiple rivers rise to what are described as perilous levels. The waters of the Guadalupe River rose more than 25 feet in just 1 hour earlier this morning. That's a danger for all creatures, not just humans. And crews have rescued dozens of people from rising waters. One family in Kerrville says they woke up at 2 a.m. to find water filling their home. They took shelter in the attic and say floodwaters were just a foot from the roof when rescuers reached them, thank God. Our meteorologist, Derek Van Dam, is joining us right now. Derek, so where do things stand right now, and when will this danger pass?
Wolf, we're getting new information from the National Weather Service regarding the Guadalupe River. They are warning people to not become complacent, that it can give a false sense of security if they see the water levels going down, because they believe that a second crest may occur, specifically in Kerrville and into Hunt.
Hunt is the exact place where Camp Mystic is. I don't even know if they've been prevented from doing business in that spot. They're now raising red flag alert on that situation down there. Now, unfortunately, these floods have turned deadly, with I think at least 2 people killed so far.
Severe storms triggered flash floods and several emergencies in south central Texas. At least one person is confirmed dead, and crews are on scene assisting with dozens of high water rescues. This is the same area where more than 100 people were killed by flooding last summer, which included an all-girls camp. Governor Greg Abbott addressed the disaster while appearing at an economic development news conference this morning.
I have learned that there has been one loss of life now, and that happened overnight.
Here it is.
I am informed that the loss of life is not a camper. We have massive flooding in the larger, or say the greater Kerrville area. But we also are looking at what's going to be taking place in Uvalde.
Oh my God. I couldn't believe that he decided to take this moment to be like, look, yeah, somebody's dead, but at least it's not a camper. Really, dude? Oh my God. It just, like when I heard him, even this guy looks repulsed by that statement. Oh my God. At least it's not a camper, says Greg Abbott. Jesus Christ, what a sick man. Hell, hey, everybody. Somebody died, but at least it's not a camper. There's a win. There's a win, says Greg Abbott. What a cynical piece of shit. Who says that? Who says that? I don't care it's not a camper. Tell us like a year from now. You opportunistic piece of trash. Hey, at least it's not a camper. You garbage human. At least it wasn't a camper. Yeah, does that make it better in your mind, Greg? Tells you what kind of guy he is. Not all lives matter to Greg Abbott.
Now to the dangerous weather across the country. Central Texas has had flash flooding.
What is this
3
nonsense
days in a
in
row,
chat?
and it
You know, I think I recognize this. I recognize this fucking screen name. Brophy. You're back at it again, huh? October 7th was genocide. Look, even if I were to grant you this, it doesn't grant you the rest of the argument that I know that you're here to make. That Israel's a genocide of Palestinians is justifiable or not a genocide. It's not. So is this where you're at now? Is this how far it's gone now? It actually tells me just how bad things have gotten in the propaganda war. The Hasbara has really gotten weak as shit. So now it's just, look, genocide. We're doing a genocide to the Palestinians, but don't you see, October 7th was a genocide, so it's justified. By the way, according to international law, one genocide does not justify another one. So even if I grant you this, which I'm not about to do, like, it still doesn't make what Israel is doing okay. Does it make another genocide okay? Never again. Remember that? Let's stick to that. How about never again? Not, oh, but October 7th.
The Guadalupe River to rise, and dozens of people have been rescued.
I hope there's not too much damage, because this is insane. I mean, this is a lot of rain. It doesn't deter me from living here, but I don't know what to make of it yet.
CBS News correspondent Jason Allen is in the flood zone north of San Antonio with much more.
It's a dangerous situation again in Kerrville in the Texas Hill Country this morning, and the conditions here continuing to change. The Guadalupe River, which I know it looks like it is raging back here, it has actually come down significantly in the spot where we are standing. It was up in this area completely covered with water at one point this morning. It's gone down, and now with heavy rain, it started to climb back up again.
Yeesh. So that was from 6 hours ago? The floodwaters now having receded and coming back once again with more rain expected than the first bout. And we'll try and keep you apprised of what's going on there in the near future. But that's all I've got on this horrifying situation. Now to the north. Where wildfires are raging across the country. Canada. BC, the Yukon. Saskatchewan. Ontario. All seeing some crazy wildfire activity right now. I think also, what's the other one? I can't think of the other one now. Northwestern Territory? Bunch of fires, suffice to say. Including in BC. This is from 3 days ago. CTV News, Vancouver.
Well, the hot, dry weather expected across much of BC this week is likely to challenge firefighters already battling several large wildfires. One of the hardest hit communities is Blue Lake Resort, north of Boston Bar, where families are now learning the extent of the damage. CTV's Craig Krause reports.
As crews continue to fight the wildfires burning north of Boston Bar, families at Blue Lake Resort are grappling with what they've lost.
There was an evacuation order put in for everyone to leave the campgrounds and the area. And then Wednesday, we found out that our site had been burnt to the ground.
Unable to return, many have been watching the fire move through the resort on surveillance cameras. In some cases, structures just meters apart had very different outcomes. One destroyed, the other still standing. While some sites are open to the public, about 40 families lease their lots year after year, turning the resort into something more than just a summer destination.
This place is like when you watch a Hallmark small town America movie. This is what it is, right? Where, you know, like the community raises a child and your parents' friends become your aunties and uncles.
Although some relief over the weekend, the BC Wildfire Service says the major wildfires in the area have now burned more than 180 square kilometers, and it could get worse.
We're not seeing those very, very strong sustained winds, but we do have warming and drying and some gustiness in the forecast.
Yeah, 180 square kilometers. I don't know what that is in hectares and or acres, but it's a fuck ton. And BC is not the only place with wildfires burning. We'll get to the rest of the country. I'm going to go across the country. Left to right, east, west to east. Staying in BC, experts are expecting an even larger wildfire event than the one we just got done talking about somehow. This is from yesterday.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. There is growing concern tonight about the worsening drought conditions in our province. Farmers are worried about what extreme drought could mean for their livelihood. Meanwhile, climbing temperatures and lightning in the forecast is not good news for the province's wildfires. CTV's Rob Buffum has the story.
This wildfire burning near Boston Bar, one of more than 20 active fires scorching BC, triggering evacuation orders for 300 properties. So far, 25,000 hectares have been devastated by flames this summer, a fraction of the damage at this time last year. The quieter season attributed largely to the weather and preventative measures.
Let me be very clear. We cannot be complacent.
Because trouble is on the horizon. High winds and dry lightning are forecast to strike in the next 48 hours, targeting the southern parts of the province, where the vegetation, fuel for flames, is driest.
We've potentially got some tough days ahead of us, and now is the time for all of us to come together and support one another.
Meanwhile, officials are also concerned about drought conditions. Some rivers are at record low levels for this time of year, notably on western Vancouver Island and the Thompson-Okanagan region, where
record low levels on bodies of water, severe drought conditions here. Expected to stay warm and a little windy These are the exact conditions needed for more wildfires. Hard to think of more and or bigger than what's already going on in BC, but that's what the experts were predicting going into yesterday. Of course, much of Canada has been experiencing extreme heat for this time of year. Center of the country, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, sweltering under record-breaking heat. Here's global news from Monday.
It's been hot.
More like sweltering or roasting. The final day of Country Thunder in Craven, Saskatchewan Sunday saw 30,000 people trying to have fun while baking in a heat dome.
Unfortunately, the heat's been really hard to handle for a lot of people.
The hot, muggy air made it feel like 45. Even in the shade, it was 32 degrees. In Regina, uncomfortable heat for a football game, with field level temperatures close to 55 degrees for the Rough Riders versus Hamilton Ticats. Health officials say paramedics tended to 100 people at Country Thunder Sunday and another 60 at the football game. Next door in Manitoba, 7 communities set new records. McCreary was the hottest at 36.5 degrees. Winnipeg sweltered at 35, but with humidity hit a record 48 on the humidex.
Yeah, that's the thing with the temperatures in the north, here in the North American heat waves we've been seeing, is, some of these numbers might not sound insanely hot for people from the south who are used to arid conditions, but this is where all the water in the continent is, right? And hence all of the humidity, at least most of it. And as a result, these heat waves are punishing those experiencing it. Struggling. It's not just the heat, not just the fires.
And this is a live look at Toronto, where it is currently 30.
We've seen tornadoes, for instance. Recently, a huge uptick in tornadoes in the center of the country. And 2 days ago, I think this must be Tuesday, extreme heat warnings were issued across much of Canada. Here's global news.
We are halfway through July. So far this summer has provided some pretty extreme weather. Everything as we've been talking about, from tornadoes to floods to some brutal heat. Here is Global's chief meteorologist, Anthony Farnell, who joins us for more on this summer of extremes. And Anthony, let's start with the heat, because extreme temps once again dominating central eastern Canada this week. Some areas we mentioned feels like temperatures around 45 degrees.
Yeah, that is incredible stuff. And for some people, they're enjoying it. They're embracing it. They're liking the fact that summer's here and it's hotter the better. But those are the people that are maybe by the beach or have air conditioning. So it is dangerous for others. If you're senior, if you have respiratory problems, you throw in some smoke, and that all causes concern in Ontario today. These heat domes, though, have become more and more frequent, and these are current warnings. So the orange area, that covers most of central and northern Ontario. That's where yesterday's high temperatures, the actual...
Well, there you go. Persistent heat.
That's hot.
All in this area, it's like 3 different provinces right there, if I'm not mistaken. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, maybe even a little bit of Quebec. Yeah. Now, there are some insane wildfires burning up in this general region. Where is it? Like around here? The orange. I think this is Northern Ontario. Northern Ontario is fucking on fire. Big time on fire. The entire First Nations community burned down. Just for some perspective on what I mean by on fire.
Stories of dramatic escapes, along with videos and pictures of the flames and towering smoke columns over what was once the.
This is the same shit we saw last year. Canada had insane wildfires. These already feel crazier. Look at this footage. The escape footage. There's no sky. Looking back, there is no sky in this video. This is crazy.
Stories of dramatic escapes, along with videos and pictures of the flames and towering smoke columns over what was once the community of Collins, are flooding social media. One resident tells APTN National News that he barely had time to run home and pack a bag and get to the beach where the boats were waiting to take everyone away from the flames, adding they had mere minutes to escape before the flames consumed the.
These are horrifying. This is another one of those situations where I haven't seen the footage. I've only heard it. Like, some of these clips I missed. I was like, multitasking. Oh my God.
At the annual general meeting of the Assembly of First Nations, before the boats were waiting.
Like, these are insane. The entire sky is red.
To take everyone away from the flames, adding they had mere minutes to escape before the flames consumed the town. At the annual general meeting of the Assembly of First Nations, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepanak addressed the situation.
Unfortunately, one of our communities completely burnt down from fire, and it was very disheartening. So my heart goes out to Chief Helen Pavola, who I had the honor of seeing late last night, and she's now going home to see the evacuees coming from her community into Thunder Bay. And so our thoughts go out to the Megus Sigagem First Nation. We honor them, and please lift them up in prayer as their entire community has been devastated.
Ontario Provincial Police say evacuation orders have been issued for Collins, Armstrong.
Hey, look, it's Dan reporting from the apocalypse. Look at this fucking. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this fucking video. Look at this clip. Look at where this guy is right now. It looks insane. This looks ridiculous.
Ontario.
Look at him. I don't know what his name is. Probably not Dan, but you get what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. An entire village burnt down to nothing. Scenes like this. Scene aboard. By the way, everybody, I've noticed that we've been having some problems with lag, like frames dragging people back. And make sure, I'm going to give people the opportunity right now to click, get live to the current stream so you don't miss anything, hopefully. I'll wait a little bit. I just noticed, like, it's been happening to me, and I don't know if it's happening to other people, but I assume it's got to be. And I don't know if that hurts our numbers, but might as well hit that live button. Make sure you're most caught up to date. Here with me in this moment, this horrifying moment. This next one is insane.
WSNT_me just subscribed for 6 months.
Wow. 6 beautiful months, wasn't me? It was you. And it's you becoming a true Space Vamps. I mean, 6 months? Wow. Feels like just yesterday you found the stream. So beautiful. You know what's not beautiful? This.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Jody.
Yeah, got it.
WSNT_me just cheered 100 bits.
I think he wasn't me. I think Jordy needs to get moving over here.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Jordy. We're not.
Yeah, this has got to be quick here.
Notch faster, Jody. God damn it. Can you imagine? Like, watching this gives me like claustrophobia. I'm not a real claustrophobic person generally, but holy shit. It's like an oven. You're like in a big metal oven, just surrounded by flames, preparing to flambe or roast. I don't know what it's set to, but not good.
Here.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, it's alright. This kind of burnt off, so we'll be okay now.
Yeah, it went across the whole
Yeah. Oh yeah, look over there.
We are surrounded.
You guys got a light now or what? Did you guys get that light? Oh yeah, they're clipping. Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
Oh, that's some fucking insane footage. Can't imagine trying to operate a train through that.
Dozens of wildfires
losing my freaking mind. But that's what we're talking about up in Canada, in Ontario. Shit is a little cray. And because of its proximity to a whole bunch of urban metropolitan centers, it's causing chaos. Not just on train lines, but all over the place.
Dozens of wildfires continue to rage across northwestern Ontario. Here's a look at a map that shows the active fires in the area. Many communities are under a mandatory evacuation order. Smoke from active fires is visible in many parts of the region. Now, Armstrong is just one of several communities currently under an evacuation order, and many people from there have been evacuated to Thunder Bay, Ontario, and that includes my next guest, Diane Leyburn. Diane, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're welcome.
First, I want to ask you what it is like outside when you left from Armstrong and you head out to Thunder Bay. What is the sky like? What is it like to breathe in that air?
Oh, the smoke was terrible. It was so thick you could just about taste it. And then we were getting burnt pine needles, ash falling down in the community.
And when you did get a chance to sort of leave the home and get out of that community and head up to Thunder Bay, how were you notified about all of that and what were you able to sort of get together?
My son and my daughter-in-law came over and told me to pack a bag because the police actually were the ones that started everybody moving to evacuate because we'd had no word from the MNR about what the situation was or how close the fires were. We could see the smoke, and in some of the pictures that people took, you could actually kind of see the orange flames, but you couldn't really tell how far the fire was.
These pictures are so apocalyptic looking. It's just this dark, or it looks like it's being shot with an orange, like a filter over the lens. Like they actually do that. I don't know if people are aware of that. It's not always done in post. Sometimes people it looks like it's being shot with some sort of a filter on it, and it is so trippy. Looks like it's like the Book of Eli or something. Trying to think of another movie that's similar in hue right now, but they're all like a dark apocalyptic kind of films, gritty crime dramas. Yeah. That's what these look like to me, and old ladies like this being forced to evacuate their homes with their oxygen tanks and their belongings. Just awful. Now, Toronto's air quality was ranked worst in the world. Oh. No, we don't clap for that, okay?
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Terrifying videos showing CN workers trapped in.
We don't clap for worst air quality. Yeah. The great city of Toronto. Worst air quality in the world. Beating out places in Pakistan and India, which tend to be at the top of the list as a result of these fires.
A freight train as wildfire flames close in around them in northwestern Ontario.
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
In a statement, CN said the crew was safely evacuated from the area. CN has now temporarily suspended operations near Armstrong, Ontario. The aggressive flames also forcing residents of a handful of communities in northwestern Ontario from their homes. The smoke from those fires has drifted into the city, pushing Toronto to the worst air quality in the world and is considered a very high risk.
We came out this morning and I noticed that the sky was really smoky and it actually smells like there was a fire. So if it's happening over here, I can't imagine the people in Armstrong. My thoughts and prayers go out to them.
You can see the smoke blanketing the city. What is normally a view of the Toronto skyline from Humber Bay Park is now hidden behind the smoke and haze.
Yes, indeed. A lot of skylines being hidden by smoke and haze from these fires. Not just in Canada, but also in the United States. And honestly, if you're in the U.S., if you're like the Northeast or like northern, like Midwest region, expect things to get worse. I'm just looking at the air quality index map and a whole bunch of, as extreme as it gets, according to my maps, my weather app is filtering through northeast Minneapolis, northwest Michigan, straight through. Honestly, Michigan's under some fucking crazy shit right now. But like if you're in western New York, it's coming back, and it's coming back hard. If you're in like a tri-state area, generally speaking, right? Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, New Jersey, or the city, you gotta keep you prepare. N95s. N95s are better. If you are spending any time out of the house. Sepia tones, exactly. The whole world's in sepia tones. Here's a question I'm thinking to myself right now. You ask for yourself. Where would you say we're at, apocalypse-wise? You know, where we no longer need a filter for apocalypse movies? Like, you know, like the real world apocalypse. You see what I'm saying here? Like, is everybody following my line of thinking right now? Like, at what point in the apocalypse do you figure you're in when you no longer need gimmicks, cinematographic magic, if you will, to create effects like this? Live stream from, what is this, Global News? No, CTV. I think this is Ontario. Toronto. That's the CN Tower. I think one of Canada's largest, perhaps tallest buildings. I can't say for sure. But yeah, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, at what point do you figure we're in? I'm trying to gauge it for myself. It's a person who's involved in the narrative around all of this stuff. It doesn't feel good. If I had to gauge it, it's at least a 3 or 4 of 10 on apocalypse meter. The fact that the sky somehow gets worse through this footage can't possibly be a good thing. some more views from Toronto before we go back down to the United States to see how the smoky things are looking down there. Seeing a lot of people out here without masks trying to enjoy the outdoors. Well, it looks like the apocalypse. Masks, it's not that hard. We have them, many of them still hidden away somewhere. The last time we were wearing them and being responsible. All right. Now let's talk about this smoke's journey from Canada down to the United States.
Check out this video. Incredible, right? You can see those flames where they've marked where the wildfires are. We got thick plumes of smoke from some of those wildfires that are burning in Canada, starting to move into the Great Lakes and across the Northeast. And we have multiple fires that are burning out of control right across portions of the border into Western Ontario. We even have some in Minnesota, by the way. That is affecting...
Yeah, these maps are wild.
4.3...
And I mean, look at this. Look at this. Fact is, we're not getting nearly enough coverage on this shit. when it looks like this, we should have been talking about this. It feels like we should have been talking about this sooner. Believe me, I've been watching. But here's the thing about this. A lot of these fires are in the middle of nowhere. Like, nobody lives in this region. So there's not a lot of people just like with a bunch of phones or cameras ready for some of these places. Like, some people live here, don't get me wrong. We're talking in terms of like population density, it's way less than the coasts and like some of the border regions by the Great Lakes and stuff like that, and like Canada's lakes. Like otherwise, like there's like there's a lot of places where there's like nobody around, especially up here in the north. And so like we have not covered like nearly enough some of these fires. We've talked about some of the BC fires, talked about some of the ones in the center of the country, in the plains. But honestly, like northern Quebec, what is that? The NWT. My brain just broke. I'm missing something in here. Alberta? One of these I'm misnaming, I think, or doing something stupid. Look, I'm trying, Canada, okay? Listen. I'm doing my best. Fact is, everything is on fire, okay? Is it important at this point which province it is? Okay, I joke. Let's be real. Alberta is basically the Texas of Canada. You want me to forget about Alberta? Let's be really real. You're glad I'm forgetting about Alberta. You're like, you know what? Keep forgetting about Alberta, StreamLord. And you know what? I won't do it. All right, that's not fair. And none of it? I forgot about none of it? Oh. Damn it. Aww. Once again, not perfect. Michigan is cooked right now. Pretty cooked. Certainly covered in smoke. Minnesota, too. With wildfires there stretching over the Canadian border. Because fires and smoke don't respect borders. Very rude.
How rude. Right to jail, right away.
All right, as we've been talking about, of course, the ongoing situation across northern Minnesota, the Superior National Forest, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, of course, portions near Ely and other towns around there where there are, there's the ready, set, go system there in terms of evacuations. More on the go now and more on the be set to go. Joining us now to talk more about the latest of the wildfires burning up there and the the situation in terms of evacuation. St. Louis County Sheriff Gordon Ramsay. No, this is a very, very busy time for you, so we appreciate you taking a few minutes with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Sure. What is the latest from your standpoint in St. Louis County? And I know you're assisting other agencies around there, so what's happening right now?
Well, yesterday was a big day for fires. The small fires that began last week really expanded significantly. Many of them moved up into Canada, but these fires exist from one end of the boundary waters to the other. And yesterday, they all grew in size, some of them significantly. So today, we're watching the smoke, we're watching.
Okay, that was 2 days ago. Now this one's from yesterday. So we got fires burning across the border, but the smoke itself certainly knows no borders, making an appearance in cities across the Midwest and Northeast. The northeastern quadrant of the country, I guess you might call it.
Coming up.
All right. Yeah, we're dealing with dangerous heat and now a statewide air quality alert. Thank you for the update, Mike. This is going to be in effect for all of Michigan.
That's right. The alert is driven by plumes of smoke from Canadian wildfires drifting once again into Michigan.
Now, if it reaches the surface, it could reduce visibility and also create unhealthy air, especially for people who are dealing with respiratory conditions.
Well, 7 News Detroit reporter Keir joins us live from along the Detroit River with insight from an air quality expert. And Keir, sadly, this is becoming a familiar story for so many Metro Detroiters.
Oh, absolutely. It's becoming the summertime tradition none of us ask for or want, and that is a poor air quality because of the wildfire smoke coming from our friends in Canada. But also this time we're also dealing with that smoke from wildfires coming from Minnesota as well. So this air quality alert is being issued statewide. Obviously, nobody wants to breathe bad air, but for people in sensitive groups like elders, babies, and people with underlying health conditions, the air can be dangerous.
Yes, it can. And millions are under wildfire smoke threat the last day or so.
This morning, wildfires triggering thousands of evacuations in northern Minnesota. And out west, hot and dry conditions are supercharging flames in Napa County. Firefighters bulldozing fire lines to keep the combustion contained. Back in Minnesota, the U.S. Forest Service shutting down access to the million-acre Boundary Waters canoe area. This is one of more than a dozen fires in Superior National Forest. But north into Ontario and throughout Canada, there are more than 800 wildfires burning.
Because we're experiencing heat waves, there is increased fire activity.
All that smoke provoking air quality alerts from the Great Lakes to New York and New England. In Manchester, New Hampshire, a thick, haunting haze turning skies an eerie shade of orange. We have extreme heat warnings from Los Angeles to Minneapolis to Philadelphia, all under that heat dome that's riding under the jet stream. And that is the very direction that the smoke is going to be following, burning again from northern Minnesota into Ontario. Watch as that smoke starts to travel down to the south and east. We put some timing on here, so watch the clock.
All this smoke just sort of wafting straight through the most populous regions in the Northeast. Blam, 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 blam. Not great. Here's Click on Detroit, local 4 WDIV from yesterday.
Let's get out to Amaya because Nikki, she's live tonight. Amaya, combined with this heat, it is pretty miserable out there.
It's brutal out here, and it is kind of crazy because when you look at the skyline from far away, you can definitely see that haze. But from where I'm standing right now on top of a parking structure downtown, you could just faintly see all of that smoke in the air. But it's just going to get worse as the day goes on.
You can smell it, you can
taste it. It's just like, oh, it's just so hot and muggy.
Wildfire smoke from Canada is moving into our state. It's uncomfortable and for some people, a health concern.
It's not good for the babies. On top of everything else that's going on, like the parasites in our food and all of this, it's just too much.
According to the state,
it's just too much. She's onto something over here. We got a real confluence of factors here. What in the shit am I looking at right now? What is this, Silent Hill? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
You know what I'm talking? Does everybody know what I'm talking about? The Silent Hill reference. Like you can't see anything up the foggy hill. That's what this looks like. It's like, what am I driving into right now? And why does it look like a horror movie?
website, Michigan has seen unprecedented levels of smoke in recent years. Right now, the Upper Peninsula is getting hit hard, and the haze is slowly making its way down toward Detroit. State officials have issued a statewide air quality alert for Wednesday and Thursday, and they say it could last longer if the fires in Canada don't slow.
All of us here in the region are being impacted by this smoke.
To help residents stay informed, Wayne County was the first in the state to deploy air quality monitors. They're in 43 communities, serving about 1.7.
Okay, almost done with the smoky conditions. Let's go to NBC 10 Boston. From yesterday.
So the skies outside are filled with smoke. If you've been outside at all, you've likely smelled it. It's because of northern wildfires. Take a look at this burning in Minnesota. This is right on the Canadian border, but you can see that wildfire and the smoke from it just billowing into the sky. The U.S. Forest Service says this is the Camp Fire, and it is burning fast. It's one of a number of wildfires that have broken out across the region, and all that smoke, yeah, it's headed right for us. Meteorologist Pamela Gardner here now with a check of the forecast.
Hey there, happy Wednesday to you. First alert weather day today. For the air quality, the forecast remains really unhealthy for that air quality. It's due to the wildfire smoke in the sky, just like yesterday. But unlike yesterday, it's now at the surface, and it's affecting our breathing. You want to limit your time outdoors. If you have to be outside today, working outside for any reason, or if you have to take the dog out to do their business, you know, I mean, have a mask. You don't want to breathe in this stuff. It's gross. It's the smoke. So tomorrow we get into the
Very unhealthy, yeah, so unhealthy to moderately unhealthy. Next few days for people in Boston. New York City getting hit by this smoke as well. Everything's on fire and or underwater, and it's fine. No big deal.
In addition to the heat, you might have smelled smoke or noticed a thick haze outside. Canadian wildfire smoke, making things worse outdoors and causing air quality concerns. News Force Checky Beckford is reporting in Hoboken with more on that. Checky?
Hey, Dave. Well, we're not really smelling smoke right now, but if you do, it could be from those wildfires, the wildfire outbreak in northern Minnesota near the Canadian border and in Ontario. And you may be able to see it behind me. I'm not sure how well the camera is picking it up, but kind of that hazy backdrop we have here over the Hudson as we look towards lower Manhattan. Chopper 4 was over the scene earlier today, and it got a better view of that hazy look. Take a look at that, the hazy view as it looked towards the Manhattan skyline. Now, you may remember a similar phenomenon back in 2023 when smoke from Canadian wildfires ultimately turned skies orange and dark in some instances. And this isn't the worst of it, we're told. While it shouldn't impact air quality much today, the National Weather Service says we should expect to see more smoke tomorrow and Thursday. This time
immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah. Even I saw smoke from down on my Earth apartment balcony earlier on Thursday morning. Looks very strange. Air quality bad, according to the weather app. Awful, awful, awful.
Awful,
awful, awful. Weak.
You remember Silent Hill? I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not alone. I didn't make that reference for no one. Now, it's not just Canada and the United States, North America, if you will, on fire and or underwater. It's, of course, the rest of the planet, too. We're all in this crazy ride together as we continue to do not enough about climate change. The United Kingdom and much of Western Europe seeing severe heat waves in recent weeks, now being hit by wildfires. In the wake of those, here's BBC News from 2 days ago.
I've said it on many occasions. The climate emergency kills. We're seeing it all over Europe. We're seeing it in Spain too. All of us must rise to the challenge that lies ahead.
This is not the time of the year, not the terrain, and not the conditions to be having any kind of small fire or indeed fireworks.
I reacted to what I saw. My intuition saying we had to leave the village saved our lives.
This is home for us. This is our forest. We had never seen this. This is a climate event we will never forget.
The danger isn't over yet. Several days of hot, dry weather lie ahead, which increases the risk here and several other parts of the UK.
The 2026 summer has got off to a scorching start, with temperature records being broken right across Europe. Extreme heat and dry weather has already resulted in multiple wildfires across the continent, and authorities are bracing for more over the next few months. Well, you can see on this map the areas across France, Spain and the UK that have experienced major wildfires over the last few days. And with the heat wave set to continue, these areas in the south of England are facing an exceptional risk for wildfires over the coming days. Well, UK fire chiefs are warning that firefighters are facing extreme pressure at the moment. In North Wales, almost 1 million square metres of land has been consumed by a fire at Conwy Mountains.
1 million square meters. I don't know what the... 1,000? 10,000? 1 million. So what is that? 100... 10,000 to 1 times 100, that's 1 million. So, 300, I think 300 acres. I think I'm doing the conversions correctly. It was like 3 different conversions I had to do.
Smoke from the fire was even visible from space. In Greater Manchester, this fire has burned above Dovestone Reservoir for 3 days now. More than 60 firefighters are trying to get it under control, using drones and a helicopter to drop water. So, how does a wildfire actually start? Well, to answer that, here's Ben Levy from Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service.
Okay. Now, we already covered these fires the other day, I think, quickly, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to keep going through this footage. Just some stuff I don't think we've covered yet. But one more clip I think we might have watched before. CNN from 3 days ago on this horrifying death toll from this heat wave in Europe seen in recent weeks that experts are saying may have hit something like 10,000 people.
While much of Western Europe continues to swelter in dangerous heat, the World Meteorological Organization, try saying that 3 times, says that it was the hottest June ever on record. The deadly heat wave led to more than 10,000 excess deaths, with 9,000 of those in the 65 and older community. That is according to the European Mortality Monitoring Network.
Yeah, the extreme heat continuing well into July, where many cities are sweltering. The harsh conditions accelerating fire danger, leaving France and Spain to both battle wildfires. For more on these dangerous conditions, let's bring in our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir. So, Bill, just this idea that Europe has had 10,000 more people die as a result of these heat waves. I mean, it's really striking, and I think that a lot of people are concerned that this could be what is coming down the pike. This could be the new normal if these temperatures continue on this trajectory. Just walk us through your assessment.
Sure. Much has been made, Zane, of the fact that there's such a dearth, a lack of air conditioning infrastructure in Europe and France. Of these countries that reported, 27 countries, France and Belgium were the extreme fatalities. They didn't break them down. There are about 2,700 deaths from a separate study just in England and Wales alone from the heat. But these are reminders that Europe didn't need air conditioning for most of the 20th and 21st centuries up until now. And now we're seeing the result.
Yep, and now we have climate change. And after centuries of one climate, we have a different climate. One which we have not built for adequately. God, I am hungry. How did I not make food before the stream? Again. I'm very bad at this, at feeding myself. I wish I had the money for for things like DoorDash in these moments where I could just be like, you know what? I can afford it. I deserve to eat. Nope. I don't. I don't deserve to eat. Sadly, that's what capitalism is telling me right now. My bank account is at least telling me that. Now, through the week, firefighters have continued to fight not just blazes in the United Kingdom, but also in France. They have not stopped. We've been covering these now for well over a week. This is Reuters from 2 days ago.
5% of the Fontainebleau forest has been destroyed, equivalent to 5% of the Fontainebleau forest has...
No, this is not the... There we go. You piece of shit.
This is home for us. This is our forest. And this is a forest of millions of walkers. And right now we're sensitive to it. It's weird. We had never seen this. This is a climate event we will never forget.
Yep. And of course, the rest of the planet was underwater. Yeah, I wish I was kidding. But over in China, Typhoon Bavi made landfall earlier this week, causing an incredible amount of destruction. Here's ABC News Australia from Monday. It was Donald Trump's fault? Which thing, specifically? Too old and mature for video games, plus they haven't released GTA 6 yet. Makes perfect sense.
Typhoon Bavi has unleashed torrential rain and strong winds across eastern China at the weekend, weakening to a tropical storm as it continues pushing inland. Bavi was the most powerful storm to hit mainland China this year, with more than 2.8 million people evacuated nationwide. China correspondent Alison Horn joins us from Beijing now. Alison, what sort of destruction has been reported across China in the wake of this system?
Good evening, Manny. It was just before midnight on Saturday that Barbie smashed into the coastline of the southeastern province of Zhejiang, causing masses of destruction there. Winds of up to 150 kilometres an hour were recorded across that province, ripping trees from the ground, tearing roofs off homes and businesses. And there were torrential rain as well. Hundreds of millimetres were recorded across different parts of Zhejiang province. We saw that roads were turned into rivers, rivers were turned into raging torrents, masses of destruction in that province there, the cleanup of which is still taking place at the moment. But remarkably, no one there has been killed, and authorities are putting that down to the massive preparations that were taken in the days leading up to Barbie making landfall in China. Now, that typhoon has now been downgraded into a storm.
You're telling me that preparedness and emergency management are somehow an important aspect of dealing with these sorts of things? Fascinating.
Category, but it is still making its way across China's east at the moment, bringing with it hundreds of millimetres of rain. That's the major concern for authorities at the moment, because this storm was recording about the size of South Australia, 1,000 kilometres in diameter, and there was a massive amount of rain held within that massive storm system. So that is now being dumped across different parts of China. For example, just overnight we've seen in Hebei, which is just a couple of thousand kilometers away from here.
These photos are wild, dude. Like, this reminds me of like the Rio do Sul, just like full cities just underwater. Millions were evacuated ahead of this thing, and it seems like China was right about doing that. I mean, you just look around. People would have been trapped. Have we talked about the former Soviet military site with exploding old left-back ammunition in Germany? Which one? I mean, all the World War II era munitions across EU countries. It's crazy how many. I'm like, no, we haven't covered that. Maybe we will, if it becomes like a big situation, but I haven't heard anything serious regarding any sort of munition found. But there is a ton of old World War II munitions unexploded all over the EU, like especially in the countries that were in part of World War II. So it's not really like, unless like, I don't know, one exploded and led to something crazy. It's really not huge news. But now there is a wildfire. Yes. Yes, there is, as well as a super typhoon. Here's some more footage of what that looked like on the ground. And just for clarity, this is not a river. This is what appears to be a street or a parking lot. Hard to tell. Little difficult because of the lack of actual street visible.
汇源超市啊，这个大浪头都肩膀头子高了。顺着文明园小区里头出来那个冰箱、冷藏柜， 小白炸串的车、炸鸡炸骨的车，那还有个车，两个混混的车都冲跑了。哎。
Yeah, the footage here in China is fucking crazy. I watched a lot of this and was just sort of mind boggled by what I was looking at. Super Typhoon Bobby really was a super typhoon. These images are insane. Where is this? Suffice to say, generally speaking, this is southeastern China. I don't know exactly where this image that you're looking at is right now, but southeastern China is where Super Typhoon Bobby made landfall earlier this week. I think it was like Monday afternoon, something like that, in China when it hit.
Nhận sâu ý câu này. Thì lại cán kỳ này, với liều phải đấy chăn lùng đế hẹn chăn phủ lậu.
You can see just everybody working together. Kind of beautiful when you think about it. Like there's this fucking incredible tragedy. You got like a line of hundreds, just people handing stuff to one another across this dangerous, you know, like I don't know. America needs to find like 1/5 of that sort of solidarity in this goddamn country. Look at this though. It is crazy. The piles of just dirt and trash. Just all, and probably wasn't, most of it probably wasn't trash originally. Just all slammed down this street by this torrent of water. Yeah, like I don't think that moped was originally trash. But now debatable. Wow, look at that little government responsibility, little government, what do you call it? Responsiveness, and in a very fast time, within hours, government, disaster workers already cleaning up the streets.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus, look at this. Somebody's house? Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, it's horrifying shit. What a flood. But China somehow managing. But there were some crazy scenes, including this last clip that I've got for you of an actual frickin' lighthouse floating down a river.
A what now?
Yeah, not historically what lighthouses are supposed to do.
有停电的地方。
我去。
20的，撤点20的。
撤点。
Yeah, there he goes, crashing into a bridge. Taking out some shit while he goes. Bam! And coming out the other side. Come on! Yeah, the journey of the lighthouse. Usually a stationary structure intended to prevent people from getting into water-related accidents near shore, now getting into its own water-based misadventures. Yeah, it's been a weird week, suffice to say. Weird week. Infrastructure is not a priority in China. First off, that's not how you spell infrastructure. Second, it absolutely is a priority. They spend billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on infrastructure in China. And in many ways, they're doing better than we are. So where are you basing this? Is it just some sort of assumption you've made? Who's told you this about infrastructure? You idiot.
You're a moron.
Why is it that China's energy costs didn't increase when fossil fuel costs skyrocketed as a result of Operation Epstein Fury? Oh, that's right, because of investment in infrastructure, renewable energy. Oh my God. You're just a moron. You know. You know. You know. You can't tell me who told you these things or how you know this. You just know. Thank God. Thank God we have you here, Alvin, to tell us the things that you know. Stuff that you know, that you learned, but you can't tell us where you learned it. It's fascinating. Let's talk about the oceans, because that's where super typhoons come from, and floods. It's also the way in which billions of people feed themselves, and how heat is transferred from one place to another. It's a fascinating and vital piece of our planet, covering more area than the land, as it turns out. But bad things are happening beneath the waves, and we got TRT World here from 2 days ago to talk about those changes.
These heat waves are no longer just fun. They're quite frightening.
Europe experiences a month few will forget.
Schools are closing, train lines are buckling.
And beneath the waves, the ocean is sending warning signs of its own. Coming up, we explore one of the Earth's hidden climate engines, where scientists are discovering the unexpected.
Do you see that happening again, possibly in 2027?
It's entirely possible.
Our trajectory is, not the most positive.
We'll also meet some of the smallest life forms on Earth with one of the biggest jobs. Just 2 degrees is on. Now.
By the way, before we actually get to the meat of this, I would just like to point out the title of this podcast, Just 2 Degrees. Just 2 degrees being the amount in Celsius that if our oceans warm, we will hit a tipping point according to science, the Paris Climate Accords, and a bunch of other shit. And this year we blasted over that because of the El Nino. But we have been on that trend already. But we're going we're going to be going over like a degree over 2. We're going to be hitting 3 degrees. Just 3 degrees, and that's not good. It's not a good situation. TRT is going to have to change the name of this podcast.
That's on YouTube.
The ocean. It is the largest living system on our planet. Covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, it connects every continent, shapes our climate, and makes life on Earth possible. It even helps us breathe. More than half of the oxygen we rely on comes from tiny marine plants drifting through the waters. And beneath the waves is a world unlike any other.
Honestly, I think these TRT episodes are fucking great. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm getting myself sucked in by the beauty of the planet. Unfortunately, the planet's not doing good, so we don't get to appreciate the beauty anymore. That's true. I'm sorry. We don't deserve it. Because the reality is much bleaker. On June 21st, the world's oceans reached their warmest temperature ever recorded in human history. Two independent data sets by Europe's climate change agency Copernicus confirmed the same record-breaking trend, showing the oceans are, goddammit, please hold. Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Oceans are continuing to heat at an alarming rate. Scientists say the climate crisis is the main driver, with the return of El Niño expected to bring even more heat. Outside the polar regions, ocean temperatures have remained unusually high for 3 straight years, which is a sign that this is becoming the new normal. Warmer oceans feed more energy into the atmosphere, making heavy rainfall, stronger storms, and flooding more likely. Underwater, the impacts are just as severe. Marine heat waves can decimate coral reefs and force fish to migrate, disrupting entire ocean ecosystems. Scientists warn we're entering uncharted territory. If the oceans keep warming, new temperature records and new climate extremes could become increasingly common. The ocean absorbs around 90% of the excess heat trapped by greenhouse gases. Without it, life on Earth would already be dramatically hotter.
With marine heat waves, they change the physics, the chemistry, and the biology of the ocean. So from a physics perspective, we get more evapotranspiration, which enables more energy available for storms. So storms can be more intense and drop more rainfall. We also see less of a transition between daytime and nighttime temperatures. So when you have a very hot coastal ocean, you're not getting that cool sea breeze coming in at night to provide that relief from the temperatures during the day. So warm ocean temperatures amplify the heat waves. And then it changes the chemistry. So oceans that are warmer carry less oxygen, they're more acidic, so it's harder for life to grow. That leads to things like coral bleaching or mass fish mortality. And then it also changes the biology. So we get things like harmful algal blooms, organisms that we don't particularly like jellyfish, are more comfortable in these conditions. We see more invasive species, and we see range shifts with fish moving offshore to other parts of the ocean where it's cooler and where they can find those prey species. So that brings potential challenges for people whose livelihoods depend on the ocean resources.
Yeah, these are all things that we've warned about here on this podcast over the last 3 years. Climate change is one of the issues that I refuse to stop talking about. Even if this is not the most interesting to everybody, it should be, in my opinion. And this is one of those things I just must insist on forcing us to continue talking about. Billions depend on the oceans, right? For multitudes of things. And if they completely collapse, and they are basically on the brink of doing just that, restoring them may be impossible, right? That's the thing we have to understand. We may not be able to engineer our way out of that for who knows how long, if ever, right? You're talking about maybe hundreds of years to undo any damage. Truly, if it ever really gets to the point where all the coral is gone, where 99% of all the coral is gone, and all of the oceans have acidified to the point where crustaceans can no longer exist, and all of the predator and or higher up the chain, right, in the food chain, species, the larger animals, then suddenly their prey species, those populations collapse. You just have a massive set of dominoes set up if things truly just go as wrong as you can imagine. And we are at a point where we've seen a series of different coral bleaching events, global ones, in a short period of time, much faster than ever seen once again in human history. And things are just lining up where it's really impossible to deny the facts, the science. And it's just a bunch of psychos holding on for dear life, in my opinion. You have to be living in a state of denial, and have been for some time, to be still in that place. But there are some people, I see them, they pop up in the stream sometimes. I'm skipping ahead a little bit in this latest episode of Just 2 Degrees from TRT. I think this is probably a good enough spot.
Anymore. They're happening all year round.
The findings suggest the ocean is no longer following the patterns scientists once expected. Dr. Shannon Klein is the lead author of the study titled Year-Round Marine Heat Extremes Severely Impact Marine Life During the First Year at 1.5 degrees Celsius Warming.
Yeah, so when we talk about global warming at the surface of the Earth and what happened to the surface of the ocean, and then of course once the heat is absorbed by the ocean, and then that heat can then penetrate downward into the deeper layers over several decades and even centuries.
Your study suggests the ocean is no longer behaving the way scientists often expected. So what changed?
So usually when we think about impacts of marine heat waves, which are, periods of unusually warm conditions. So these can occur, they usually occur in summer predominantly, but they can also occur in winter and spring. And so when we talk about historic patterns, we find that most of the severe impacts that we've seen have occurred during the warmer months. And this makes sense because the marine organisms are kind of at their maximum. And so this is historically what we've seen.
This is not what I'm about to say is completely anecdotal, but I had a lot of opportunity, probably a lot more than most people, to appreciate the outdoors, through science or whatever other sorts of activities I got up to when I was younger. I have noticed significant changes in all the places that I know from having been there over and over again. These sort of simple things that only I feel locals will pick up on, but just clear differences. But when it comes to the oceans, we've talked about the oceans so much, and so many different things, so many different tipping points. We're on the verge of crossing so many of these different tipping points here. And there's a confluence of factors that are leading this to where it is now, right? It's of course it's human activity, which is adding to the heating, the atmospheric heating, which is feeding into the oceans because the oceans themselves are the biggest heat sink on the planet. They're sucking up all the carbon, honestly, before the forests ever even get to it. They're just faster at it. And on top of that, you have the balance of salt and fresh water. I know we think of it all being salt water, but there's actually a balance of salt and fresh water that exists between the like the different depths of the oceans, like the very, very deep ocean, less salt, right? Versus like the very shallow ocean, very salty, right? That's the ocean that you experience at the beach. But like, there's a delicate balance that exists that's being upended as a result of melting glaciers, as well as the Antarctic and Arctic ice caps, right? And we've been following things like A23A, which was at one point until, what was it, the end of last year? I can't even remember now. But like the end of last year, early this year, A23A was the largest iceberg floating in the oceans on the planet until it left its death spiral of 20 years. At least that's what scientists had dubbed it. It left this vortex it was in the South Atlantic, basically right above the Antarctic Circle, cold enough keep it from melting. It was there since the 90s. An entire movie was based on it. And then it left that death spiral vortex, made its way into the broader Atlantic, eventually melted completely. And then, of course, we have all sorts of other events. We talked earlier about how the Doomsday Glacier is rapidly destabilizing and shedding untold amounts of fresh water into our oceans, further destabilizing things. It's all bad. It's all bad stuff, right? And like she's saying, some of this stuff is happening over decades. Like the warmth of the water might not see it. Like A23A melting, that might not actually affect the AMOC for like another 10 years or something. I don't know. Point is, though, like events are already underway. If we don't start like hitting the brakes on shit, we're gonna be mad we didn't. I even have time to be mad. Just be busy screaming.
The Atlantic, a powerful system of currents, carries warm water north. As that water cools and becomes saltier, it sinks deep into the ocean before flowing back south.
Scientists call it the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC. I know, another acronym experts expect us to remember. Science. But to simplify, AMOC acts a little like a giant conveyor belt, is how they describe it, for the climate, moving warm air from the Caribbean and along the eastern coast of North America towards northern Europe and back again.
But that conveyor belt appears to be slowing down. As the planet warms, melting ice and heavier rainfall are adding more fresh water to the North Atlantic. That makes the water less salty and less dense, making it harder to sink and slowing the conveyor belt that helps regulate our climate. Scientists don't all agree on if or when AMOC could collapse.
What happens if the AMOC does collapse?
We will see unprecedented shifts in global climate and weather, and how daily activities such as fishing, right, will also change, So how the AMOC is slowing down is we're seeing the Gulf Stream shift a bit north, and the Gulf Stream, for context, is this conveyor belt of, again, really, really warm tropical air that we see, water that we see alongside the east coast of the United States, right? And we're starting to see that shift a bit further north. So how is that impacting places like where I live now in Boston, off the coast of Cape Cod, right? We have lobster fishermen and things like that, right, that are seeing differences in how, much they catch every year, or where the position of these different animals are, right? So that's one side of things, right? Wildlife will get confused. You already have sea turtles that are getting really, really confused about where they're supposed to go because of how the water is, right? So how warm the water is in certain places. So that's one element of it, right? The also biodiversity, and then also the food part and how that affects human life. But then if we also talk about weather, we're also seeing a shift in how, or we will see a shift in how, different pressure systems up in the atmosphere respond to what the temperature of the water is. So
Yeah, no, it will be great. Like it won't necessarily be as catastrophic as what's shown in The Day After Tomorrow, but some of the effects are the things that scientists have postulated as being possible. The fact is it's hard to know for sure how this will all play out. This is a system so large, it's hard for humanity to project with exact certainty what will happen, but possibly entire northeastern seaboard of the United States suddenly in a very different climate, closer to that of the Ice Age. Same thing for northern and northwestern Europe. But not 100% sure, because we got a bunch of stuff happening simultaneously here. But just know that this is destabilizing the delicate balance of our oceans. It's not good. It will be bad. It will be bad in all of the ways imaginable, and maybe some fun, novel ways that none of us even considered. Science is great like that. All right, that's it on the environmental news for this evening. Yes, I know it's bleak, but at least we managed our way through it. Actually, I take it back. We'll take a look at the people who are doing the work. One last clip. I'm sorry. It's very rude of me, but I think just to bring our spirits up, let's at least just see people actively doing the science to try the science that will hopefully at least inform us. Maybe even save us if we can start using this data to do things. Get us off our goddamn asses.
A British company believes the next great era of exploration won't happen in space, but underwater.
So Vanguard is our prototype subsea habitat. It's intended for a crew of 4 for mission durations of 7 days or more. I say prototype because this is just the beginning for deep. This is the beginning of a much larger roadmap of subsea habitats. Modular, deeper water intended for installations in oceans around the world.
Habitat supports researchers and scientists because they're allowed to stay on the bottom and really immerse themselves in that environment. So instead of just dropping in a single dive and seeing what's happening in this really short time frame, you actually get exposed to what's happening in that habitat 24/7. So you really get to know that environment and really get immersed in that environment. You also have the opportunity to do those dives outside the habitat up to 6-8 hours at a time versus just a single hour on the bottom. So you can really expand the research capabilities on the bottom.
We've talked about this actually. I think this is a different company, but this is the future everybody's saying of research. Basically, C-Lab. C-Lab is the future of trying to get a sense of what's happening in our ocean, supposedly. One way or the other, we already know what we need to do to some degree. We have to keep track of what's happening in the oceans, but we know what, as humanity, needs to push for. It's carbon neutral. Right? Carbon neutral. Especially when it comes to things that are societal, right? Like the grid, like our transportation infrastructure, and our agricultural practices. Right? It's less about whether or not you put that plastic bottle that, I don't even have time for this, can't really be recycled for that long. It's about us making genuine changes that prevent this horrifying present and possibly certainly more horrifying future if we continue down this same fucking road. Because that's the thing that we need people to grasp at this point. Everyone. That I need people to grasp is that we are. I just literally just grabbed the microphone unintentionally. It's like, first, we can still technically make changes. In the same way that we're making negative changes, we can make positive ones. 2, things are going to get way worse if we don't do that. Those are really the only 2 things that I need people to understand. Because beyond that, we have the solutions. We have solar panels, we have wind power, we have a bunch of other sorts of solutions people have come up with for different things that can be implemented in the other arenas that I've talked about, non-energy production-wise, reducing agricultural CO2 output, methane output, especially being the big problem there. But like, I could go down the list on practically every environmental issue and tell you the like reasonable solution to it. It's just about implementing them and not letting big business get in the way of actually making those things happen. Not allowing profits for a few dick bags prevent us from bringing about genuine good change for everyone else. For everybody else who's not living in a bunker or in a C-Lab module thousands of feet below the surface, or building out some sort of hotel on the moon. We need solutions for us. The fact is, I can't even live out here in space indefinitely still. I don't have the same technology that Galactic Count Binface has. He's from a different quadrant of this galaxy. I'm merely, I'm trying to attain that level of space worthiness. I barely can afford to keep this thing in low Earth orbit, let alone some sort of intergalactic mission. Nope, just the regular kind of galactic, I'm afraid. Milky Way galactic. Speaking of that, one quick space story of a sweet finding. Astronomers finding supposed evidence of sugar in space between the stars. Here's the AP from Monday.
We have also detected sugars in asteroid Bennu, for instance, very recently, ribose and glucose. So what we are showing here is that those sugars can form even earlier stages, so even before the star and the planets are formed. The sugars, so the monosaccharides, are the ones that start with 3 carbons. Okay, so that's why it is the first sugar.
Oh, 3 carbons. That helps. C3 something something. Fascinating. Well, there you go, Space Jams. Space sugar. Floating around in the... out there in the ether. I figured we deserved at least one sort of uplifting story amidst all the terrible. Maybe 2. Let's go back in time. Long, long ago, when an asteroid of an electoral variety hit the Tories.
The Tory party gets hit by an electoral asteroid, the likes of which only the dinosaurs have seen.
Yorkshire, where Jane Garvey is at Rishi Sunak's count and is joined by one of the candidates. Have you got the Prime Minister, Jane?
I think we know.
I haven't got the Prime Minister, but I've got something a lot better. A member of, well, are you the aristocracy? I've landed gentry. I never quite know where a count fits in. It's Binface, of course, everybody. Good morning from North Allerton Leisure Centre at the sexy time of, 18 minutes to 2 in the morning.
Binface versus Binfire, as the Tory party gets hit by an electoral asteroid, the likes of which only the dinosaurs have seen. It's fantastic. I love being here. To answer your first question, you know, I'm space aristocracy, but over here I renounced my peerage. That's the kind of guy I am.
Oh, you've got so much. You're authentic, you're credible. Honestly, if I were a constituent round here, I'd have so voted for you, Binface. I really would. I have to say, there's just...
Wow, that sounds like an endorsement from Times Radio of Galactic Binface. Am I the only one that heard it in there?
Just been an announcement, hasn't there? Now, I don't want to... We're told we'll get the result here in, lest we forget, the Prime Minister's constituency at about 4 o'clock.
Not for long.
Yeah, but they haven't started counting, have they?
They're just about to start counting. This is what you call the end of the prologue. So in Lord of the Rings terms, it's about halfway through the first film. So you've got a long way to go. But that's okay, because it's not like I'm sweating and nearly dying inside my armour.
You're in the end of the prologue, aka in Lord of the Rings terms, you're at the end of the first film.
This is ridiculous!
I'm built for this kind of stuff, Jane, and
My question is this is after The Hobbit. Is he saying, and that's sort of the prologue, no? The Hobbit precludes the 3 books, right? The whatever. You know what I'm saying. People know, people who know what I'm saying care more than I do, and the people who don't know care even less, so.
I mean, who knows? There might even be a recount. So, you know, you've got to strap in for the ride.
You think, what, there might be a recount because you actually have come a close second, possibly, to the Prime Minister?
Well, I mean, maybe not numerically, but morally speaking, I think the victory is mine. But, you know, the Labour Party have, if you haven't noticed, done quite well. And so, you never know. Tom Wilson might be coming up on the stand side against Rishi. It's likely Rishi's won. That's the only time you're going to say that tonight. And we'll see. But, you know, 1 vote would be enough for me. It's an honour just to be here, Jane.
Oh, yes, no, I get that.
Intergalactic witness of political history.
What a guy. It's an honor just to be here. Oh, Binface, what a breath of fresh space air. Now, you know, me personally, I've had doubts about Binface. The seriousness where he falls on the political spectrum, among other things. Now, of course, as we have gone on through this galactic journey here on Earth, there have been different signs that have led me to think Binface might be a good guy. He might be all right. This is from 11 months ago. You'll notice the guy behind him, nicely labeled by the editor of this video. I assume Count Binface himself. It is on his channel. Did you see that? So he's doing his own photo shoot. Tommy Robinson is in the background. And then Count Binface starts making lewd hand gestures in the direction of Tommy Robinson. Wow, wow, wow. Flipping the bird. I believe the wank gesture was thrown in there as well. Well, the wank and a bird. Coming from Count Binface towards right-wing lunatic Tommy Robinson. In fact, everything I've heard Count Binface say about Tommy Robinson is, in fact, has been negative. Quite negative, in fact. I believe I've heard him call him a terrible bigot. And a moron. Or maybe that was me. You're a moron. I don't know. One of us said it. Here's ABC News Australia from 2 days ago. This is the reason we're talking. By the way, the reason we're talking about Binface again is because the mainstream media is continuing to take it seriously. As I've said, and I'm sticking to this, so long as the mainstream media takes this seriously, and the more that they take this seriously, the more seriously I'm going to take it, and the more I'm going to enjoy it. So this is from 2 days ago, Tuesday evening, out of ABC News Australia. Count Binface, an anti-establishment icon. Oh boy, here we go.
Well, when Reform UK leader Nigel Farage triggered a by-election for his own parliamentary seat, all the main political parties declined to take part, calling it a stunt. But one man who's no stranger to political stunts has taken full advantage. Comedian Jonathan Harvey is running against Farage as Count Binface, a self-described intergalactic space warrior whose policies include building at least one affordable house and capping the price of croissants. Here to tell us more is Dr. Andy Mycock. He's a political scientist and Chief Policy Fellow at the University of Leeds. Dr. Mycock, thanks very much for your time this evening. Count Binface has popped up at UK elections for a number of years now. What do we know about it?
Well, Count Binface, well, he was originally Lord Buckethead until he came into some copyright issues, has been competing particularly with high-profile by-elections for about a decade now. And in many ways, what he's trying to do is, connect with that long tradition of satirising British politics, which is not too difficult to do at the moment. And what he's trying to do is draw attention to, well, maybe some of the less appealing elements of electoral politics, and also the way in which particularly politicians design election manifestos, which often don't bear up to scrutiny or the truth.
We've seen a lot of joke candidates take part in UK elections in the past, as you mentioned. How did that become a thing in Britain?
I think you can trace it back.
Yeah, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole clip from ABC News Australia and the history of the joke candidate. I don't think any of that applies. Binface is a champion of democracy.
This mix of practical solutions about how to reform
hold on, I went too far.
Democracy in the country, and so
Wait, I've gone too far. Please hold.
Britain's political circles and the political establishment, or has he actually made a point with some of the satirical policies that he's announced over the years?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. He's an interesting mix. So quite often there are some, quite humorous policies in there, like nationalising the singer Adele. But in there, he's also been very supportive of reforming the House of Lords, and indeed abolishing the House of Lords in its current context, of lowering the voting age to 16, and looking at that way in which, we may be able to reform British electoral practice. So what you get is this mix of practical solutions about how to reform democracy in the country, and some less serious policies. As you noted, keeping the price of a croissant to £1 is a very popular idea in the UK.
Well, that's something I can get behind as well.
That's the thing, though. That's not an unserious policy, though. Like, people like that policy because it's deflationary. People don't like how much they pay for croissants or anything else for that matter. Even the presenters, like, yeah, actually, I think that's a great policy. I'd vote for that one too. Like the concept of affordability is an electoral winner in most countries right now because everything's fucked. Everything is completely fucked. Is that all I wanted from this one? Actually, wait. Is there more? Hold on. They do talk more bin face. Hold on. Yeah.
What's his strategy going forward, though? Both politicians and comedians always need fresh material, especially on a weeks-long campaign like this. Will he just peddle the same jokes over and over again, or do you see him changing things up a bit?
Well, therein is the question, and it depends really to what extent that Nigel Farage seeks to engage with Count Binface. In some senses, Count Binface doesn't need to do much campaigning because there is such a media frenzy around him at the moment that I think that people are less focused on his policies and more on what he stands for in terms of this framing of the Clacton by-election by Nigel Farage as the people versus the establishment. Well, if Count Binface is the establishment, then one suspects that, Nigel Farage is going to struggle to land many blows on him. So I suspect that what you will find is that he will be trying to stalk Nigel Farage. If we see Nigel Farage out in the campaign stoop, that we will see Count Binface turning up in less opportune moments. But the reality is that in many ways, this is going to be an interesting feature, both in terms of the idea, will people buy into the notion of this people versus the establishment framing of the by-election, but also will people bother to vote? Because there is the idea that if Nigel Farage is found guilty of some of the Parliamentary Commission inquiries into his political donations, that there's going to...
Yeah, and the thing that I would like to see at this point, I'm fairly certain much of the United Kingdom would love to see as well, for one reason or another, is a debate between the two candidates. This election is going to be happening in like a couple weeks' time, I think. And, I think it's only right. People do need to see a juxtaposition of the candidates and their policies in a formal way. Is that too much to ask? Is that so much? And one of the candidates has already committed to a debate. You'll be shocked which candidate is on board for the debate. God, I want to see Count Binface decimate Nigel Farage in a debate. Oh, it would be glorious. I'm just imagining it now. I need a harp. I need a harp sound, Like I need one for times like this. It's not perfect. There's still holes in my soundboard. Harp is one of them. I guess I could... It's a lot of effort. Yeah, I just need to get a sample. That'd be way easier. Okay, I've lost my place on what I'm doing here. Oh, right. We're slowly moving our way out of this election discussion. With the Clacton on Sea. It's Clacton on Sea. I finally figured it out, by the way. Clacton on Sea by-election. Okay, it's a by-election for Clacton on Sea. It's by the sea as well. It's near it and by it, but it's called Clacton on Sea. Which is honestly a little bit weirder, right? When you think about it. Isn't that a little bit less right? Is Clacton actually on the sea? Are the buildings floating? No. They're near it. They're on the land. It's Clacton on land. Near sea. I would also accept by sea, but on sea makes the least sense. It's the most wrong of all of those. But whatever, you do you. You do you, Britain. You came up with the language. Who am I to protest?
Nigel Farage, who is the son of a stockbroker, educated at a prestigious public school, made a killing in the city as a commodities trader, gets showered with a £5 million personal gift from a Thai-based billionaire who's the richest British-born person alive. He gets paid vast sums for selling gold bullion, who lives in a 5-storey house right by Buckingham Palace thanks to a convicted fraudster on top of his own property empire, who is personal friends with the President of the United States. Yes, that Nigel Farage claims this is the people versus the establishment. You cannot make this shit up.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yes, indeed. This is a quick short from Owen Jones on just the deep corruption, the heart of the man that is Nigel Farage. Now, let's go here. I just want to talk about this really quickly because there's been talk about a wealth tax. The concept of a wealth tax has been hugely a huge hot button issue, not just in the United States but also in the United Kingdom. One man has been at the heart of this discussion. That is Gary Stevenson, or whatever his name is. Gary's Economics. That guy. He released a new documentary in collaboration with Channel 4, which had some issues, I'm not going to lie, like in the way that it was done. I think like would have been better off working with not the mainstream media. So they, like, I wonder what it would have been like had it not been done with them. But suffice to say, he's been getting a lot of heat. People claiming, oh, this documentary proves just how unserious the wealth tax people are. Gary went on to this show. Is this Channel 4 too? I can't remember. What?
Are you happy to see?
This is, I'm pretty sure, like I think this guy is a conservative. He could be a Lib Dem, I don't know. Or Reform, actually. I don't know. I don't think he's reformed, though.
Number of the super rich go down in the UK.
I think we need to
the top 1.1%, a mere 50,000 individuals, pay at least 10% of all income tax.
The top 0.1% of richest people or of taxpayers?
Of taxpayers. 50,000 individuals. This is Paul Johnson in the Times. 50,000 individuals pay at least 10% of all income.
And is that the richest people or is that the top taxpayers?
Well, I suppose you'd have to be logical and say it's the top taxpayers because...
And are they the richest people?
Well, they're among them.
Have you ever compared the Sunday Times rich list with the list of top taxpayers?
Well, you're slightly diverting me now.
No, because it's important because it's important to recognise that the top 1% of taxpayers is not the top 1% richest people. Right, the top 1% of taxpayers is people who work for their money because we have a tax system that taxes workers but does not tax wealth.
Exactly, Gary. And like he's been having to go around on different media shows, all these people who want to prove that he's a very stupid man. Doesn't know anything about economics. Because he thinks the wealth tax is good. And he did a whole documentary about it. But the fact is, if you just look at it, like it makes perfect sense. And like he just said, the top taxpayers aren't even the richest people. It's the people who are actually, in some cases, kind of working the hardest. Like actually, like not... like earning all of their money from at least, you know, like from fucking stocks and dividends and interest or whatever else. Probably not actually working the hardest, but you get what I'm saying. They're actually working. They're getting a W-2. They're, you know, they're paying taxes because they actually did some amount of work. Who was that? That was Gary. Of Gary's Economics. He's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Although he's been talking about quitting, apparently. I've been thinking about that too. I'm not going to do it. He's really talking about it. I'm just stressed out and underpaid and still demonetized on YouTube. I haven't given up.
Never give up, never surrender.
Rafiq, Trump will go down as the weakest and worst president in history.
Holy Toledo.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Weak, weak, weak indeed, Rafiq. Hey, that rhymes. That's fun. All right, for those of you who are still not convinced by the argument just made by old Gary's economics, let's go to here. The patriotic millionaires of the United Kingdom and Christian Brighty. For visual example of what it is we're talking about.
Super rich should pay more tax.
Absolutely not. I don't think they should pay any more. I'm a millionaire and I don't agree with it.
If you've worked for it,
you shouldn't have to pay more tax. Oh, right. So I'm going to show you what a wealth tax would actually look like. This is £11 million. Each of these is £100,000. I want you to take out what you think the wealth tax would take away.
I'd take about 5.
That's quite a lot.
Really, like 2 balls.
Actually, even less than that. If each of these represented just £10,000, the only thing that I would owe is this. £20,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh. It's only 2% above 10 million. It's only going to tax the additional £1 million.
On £11 million.
I think you can afford that.
Yeah.
So what this would raise as a tax is £24 billion. That would pay for 200,000 tennis courts, which probably would be overkill. Each year, just the interest on this alone, you would get an extra 5 balls a year. Wow. Do you think millionaires would want to pay more tax?
No, because they want to keep as much money as they can.
Okay, I'm going to surprise you. 75% of them said that they would be proud to pay more tax, like support the country.
Really? Oh, that's nice. That is encouraging.
Has this changed your opinion on whether we should bring in a wealth tax?
I think that's fair.
Do you have this much money, then I think you should be paying more.
I haven't got 11 million.
You'd only start being taxed after you had the first 10 million.
I'll be all right then.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely
fine. Let's go have a party.
This is the thing, is that the very wealthiest, like, try and trick the slightly wealthy into thinking these sorts of things with propaganda. You know, they're coming for you. It's like, no, bitch. They're coming for you. But this is quite a representation, I think. You know? This tiny, tiny fraction of $11 million. And only if you have $11 million. The fact is, the richest on the planet are not earning their money in the same way everybody else is. It's not being taxed. Like, they're not paying into Social Security. You know, every time Elon Musk makes money on the stock market and becomes, you know, richer and richer by the billions, day in, day out, none of that's going back into the system. You know, he can get loans on it. He can live off of that, but it does not go into our system at all. Speaking of the system, there's a shake-up happening, of course, in the British parliamentary system, with its Prime Minister bidding farewell. Walking out for the last time, 10 Downing Street, for his final Prime Minister's questions.
I stand believing, Prime Minister!
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer left Downing Street on Wednesday to answer questions from UK lawmakers in Parliament for the last time. Prime Minister's Questions is a weekly ritual in British politics, where the leader answers questions from opposition party leaders and others on topics they don't know in advance, with often boisterous results. But Starmer's last session was a gentler affair, a mix of seriousness and political criticism, personal tributes and jokes, as he defended his record in government.
And after 2 years, we've stabilised the economy, we have invested heavily in our public services, we've put better protections in for children, particularly on child poverty.
So in, what, a year's time, Keir Starmer, a little bit, is it more? When did Keir? Hold on, let me double check this. It's only been a year? When did he? It's 2024. No, it was the right. Okay, right. It was fall of 2024, wasn't it? So a year and a half, almost 2, for Keir, which is better than some Tory ministers of past. Liz Truss comes to mind, but certainly not his expected length of tenure, leaving in disgrace. After plummeting in the polls, losing faith from his own party. Rachel Reeves, one of the people here who was certainly part of that. And can't forget the whole fucking... God, why can't I think of his name now? I can't believe I've said this guy's name so many times now I can't even think of it. Lammy, David Lammy, there it is. Lammy looks sad. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to keep both of them, actually. It looks like Rachel Reeves has been crying, and David's trying not to. Am I the only one picking up on that?
Strengthened our defence, and we've enhanced our international reputation. I'm proud to leave this country in a better shape than I found it. Thank you.
He also used his last session to highlight his horror at the killing last week of former lawmaker Anne Widdecombe, with counter-terrorism police investigating it as murder.
Mr. Speaker, it is chilling that during my time in this Parliament...
Oh, God. I hate to say it, but that's one death I couldn't be brought to caring about.
Heartfelt condolences go out to all of her friends and all of her loved ones.
After 2 years in power following a landslide election, he will stand down on Monday and hand over power to new Labour Party leader Andy Burnham. His farewell ended with a standing ovation from all sides of the chamber and a message to his family and the people of Britain.
To all those in the gallery whose lives have been changed or improved by this Labour government, and all across the country who struggle to be seen or heard, you're the reason I came into politics.
And they're the reason why, to some degree, you're leaving. Because let's not kid ourselves. Labour Party and Keir Starmer lost popularity in record fashion after winning that election at the end of 2024. A lot of it having to do with them just ignoring and or actively using the government to go after certain groups of people. Right? It's sure economics, it's the fuel payments, things like that. I think in the same way that the United States' complicity and pushback against its people for complaining about that complicity in the genocide in Gaza, the United Kingdom and the Labour Party has, we've seen a very similar trajectory play out here. That's just my opinion, and people can come at me for that, but I think that that's the biggest, most glaring thing. Or it's just this active repression against what was clearly a broadly popular activist movement in the Labour Party. How else? It's stupid. It's a stupid thing. It's the same thing as Democrats going after the pro-Palestinian movement here, right? It's just a slightly different accent. That's all. But actually, I take it back. They actually went one step further, making it illegal. One of those groups completely illegal. Although, I mean, we also put people in detention too, but it's just in a slightly less systematic way. Sort of up to the discretion of little Marco Rubio under Trump.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
But don't think we can leave Parliament without a few other of the final words of the Starmer government and or other members of parliament here. Seems to be a trend happening. Count Binface with the clip. I wonder what this could be.
But if you want to lead this country, you should set out your plans to do so. We have. But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count Binface?
I have never agreed with Kemi Badenoch. I don't think one time. You've heard her speak on a whole bunch of occasions over the years. I don't think I've ever agreed with her. But boy, oh boy, there's, I'm always here to be surprised. And I just got done saying the exact same thing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they intend to spend the summer arguing with the bin. My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin.
But can I also pick up on a remark from the Leader of the Opposition about the by-election we're about to see in Clacton? I have to tell her I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count Binface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his service? He is a good man, and I wish him very well for the future. But, Mr. Speaker, politics is not a joke. And every other party in this House, except Reform, has put forward as their candidate in the Clacton by-election a comedian with a dustbin on his head. Mr. Speaker, it might be, if they would listen, it might be that a man with his head full of rubbish is a fitting representative of the mainstream parties in this House. But the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister did endorse the bin man. But could he clarify that? If he won't put up a Labour candidate in Clacton, who does he actually want to win?
Mr. Speaker, I know that Reform believe in recycling politicians. I wonder that's if he really thought spending his summer arguing with a bin was what he had in mind when he defected to the benches up there.
With the costly fiasco of the Conservatives' Rwanda scheme long behind us and our relationship with our nearest neighbours and friends in France rebuilt, does the Prime Minister think that now is the time to establish a safe and legal route between Planet Sigma 9 and Clacton?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that net migration is down 82%. Goodbye.
Fitting for a joke Prime Minister that we should have this serious discussion around Count Binface and his candidacy in the Clacton-on-Sea by-election against joke candidate Nigel Farage. That's it for old Keir, Kevin, Keith, whatever you called him during his time. The Starmer is finished. Kid Starver is no more. That's it. That's the final one. That's the last PMQs. Now we're going to have Andy Burnham, it would seem. Although, it's not clear to me that the Labour Party has made the decision yet. I haven't been as focused as on that as I have been on the Clacton-on-Sea by-election. I think, like the rest of the planet, that's less interesting. Less relevant, less compelling. Although probably equally as important when you really boil it down. But in different ways. Because, of course, Labour's still in charge. You got to get somebody in there. Andy Burnham has been making some weird claims about being a business... Small... Was it business... friendly socialists or something like that? This is nonsense, a bunch of nonsense words have been making their way out of Andy Burnham's mouth, suffice to say. It's been weird. It's still not clear to me where he lands on many of the issues. Perhaps most of the issues. But he's saying he'll be better than Keir. And it's really just up to the Labour Party. Kind of in the same way, although even less democratically, to my understanding, than of the way that is going to be decided in Maine. For the goddamn Senate. The DNC. Okay. Well, we made it through the United Kingdom. Kevin Starmer, exactly. You know the one. The guy who looks both like he's 60 and like a baby. At the same time. As well as that dog from Mr. Peabody or whatever that is. Doesn't he look like that dog? Right? Just a little bit. Mr. Peabody and Sherman. You can't tell me that he doesn't look a little bit like that dog. Just look it up. I don't have time. Let's go here to France. 2 days ago, France celebrated Bastille Day. Fireworks lighting up the Tour Eiffel, aka the Eiffel Tower. Here's Reuters from Tuesday. I don't have a mouse. There it is. Oh, there you go. Quick view of the beautiful fireworks. There was also a parade, a military parade, the French variety.
A woodwork teacher.
Did we cover this too today? I could do this too. We still have time. Only 6.5 hours into the stream. Sorry, been a very busy week. And this is kind of a midweek report, even though it's getting close to the end. I mean, it's really Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how I feel. Okay? That's the middle of the week. Whenever I decide. Could be Wednesday, could be Thursday. It's an odd number of days. Yay. Don't start with me. I know that... No. Settle down. I know it should be Wednesday, but... Is it my fault that I sometimes can't do streams on Wednesdays or whatever? Have some sort of reason to prevent me from doing it. Is that my fault? Are you going to blame me for that? Canadian geese are gay? Wow.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I support those geese. Whether that's true or not. All right, let's go to Germany. where one student's questions have sparked an entire political storm.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah. A woodwork teacher in the eastern German state of Saxony-Anhalt has become the focus of a political fight over classroom freedom of speech. And it comes ahead of a regional election here that could produce radical changes in schools if the far-right AfD party wins. Max Heckel, who teaches craft and technical work at a high school in the town of Stendal, was reported to school authorities last year after a conversation with a pupil who Heckel said asked him whether he had voted for the AfD. Heckel said he explained that he had not voted for the party, in part because the domestic security services had classified it as extremist. A couple of weeks after the conversation, he said school authorities summoned him for a meeting and warned him he faced a formal reprimand for breaching neutrality rules. He is appealing the reprimand and says he has faced online abuse, threats of violence, and vandalism.
Der Ton hat sich schon krass verschärft und es ist...
This one's fucking insane. Like, the fact that this guy's getting, like, death threats and shit online because he just told a child the truth. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, he told a child the truth, and now he's being accused of being biased and indoctrinating the children by telling them that the AfD is an extremist party, which, like he said, it's all true. They've been deemed an extremist party by the government of Germany. This is nonsensical.
Has definitely become much harsher, and it's just turned into this ultra self-righteous debate. And what's new is that it's got so much closer to home. This morning, for the first time, I had stickers on my car from the AfD, anti-Antifa things too.
The school authority declined to comment. For months, opinion polls have shown AfD likely to win the upcoming provincial election here.
It is disturbing how the far right has been making gains in some places. Very disturbing. People like the AfD have been catered to too much by the centrists. And it's, in my opinion, the reason why they're gaining ground. The fact is, like, if you look through, like, the last number of years, like, the centrist, like, the sort of center-right, like, the neoliberal, neoconservative wing that's been in power in Germany has, like, either catered to the AfD, although they've claimed that they're an extremist group, they've also, like, framed things like they're the AfD. Like, on a number of occasions, they just, like, listen to AfD talking points, like, tone them down by, like, 5%, 10%. Like, does this sound familiar to anybody? Like, we're, like, this does not work. They will just vote for the extreme. If you're like, well, they got some good points. Immigrants do suck, but should we be so mean? Like, that's not the play. But that's kind of been the play. It's like, you know, like, it's like you Democrats helping pass the Lack and Riley Act, you know? They've been doing very similar things when it comes to immigration and other sorts of shit. We won't get too deep into German politics today. Save that for another time. Seeing as we have at least another hour and a half until we get to 8 hours on this puppy, I guess we'll do. I wasn't sure how long it would take us to get here. I'm actually sort of shocked. Did I skip anything? How did this happen? I'm moving at lightning speeds today with the clips. Perhaps unprecedented speeds. 130 clips? Got through what? 20, 40, 60, 80. Really? We got through 100 clips? That's crazy. Well, we still have like 30 to go, but blasted through this stream today, Space Fams. I don't know. It was like we did some weird time warp. So we will talk about what's happened this week in the Middle East, with the Middle East. There certainly has been plenty to talk about. Started off the week with renewed fighting at a scale not seen really since the beginning of the war between the United States and Iran. Israel even saying that they'd love to lend a hand at the time. Even though it's, of course, our weapons they'd be using. And as a result of a number of things, including a U.S. warship trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard declared the strait closed. Sunday evening going into Monday morning. Here's Al Jazeera English.
I want to bring you some breaking news out of Iran. IRGC, that is the Revolutionary Guards of Iran, has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed until further notice. That's after it fired a warning shot at a ship attempting to transit the strait on what it called an unapproved route. Now, the IRGC says the ship stopped after the warning shot. It has gone on to say that no ship will be permitted to transit the strait until, quote, the end of U.S. interference in the region. It's also issued a warning to Washington, saying if the U.S. uses this incident as a pretext, it will be met with a severe response. Earlier this week, attacks on commercial ships in the strait prompted Donald Trump to order airstrikes across Iran. As we get more information on this, we will, of course, bring it to you later in the program.
Okay, thank you, Al Jazeera, for that one. I'm just going to try and blast through some of these here as well. It's been such a busy week. I'm trying, like, lately I've been trying to not linger too much on any one particular clip because we just have so much shit to talk about. Like, everything's fucked. Like, everything is just all fucked. The Middle East is no exception this week. This is from 4 days ago. After closing the strait, Iran let off a barrage of attacks on U.S. targets and U.S. targets in its Gulf neighbors, countries.
This war is at a dangerous inflection point. On Saturday night, another commercial vessel was targeted off the coast of Oman, this time a Cyprus-flagged container ship. The crew evacuated in a lifeboat, and one Indian national is missing. In a statement shared on Iranian state television, the Revolutionary Guard said it fired a warning shot after the vessel took what they're calling an unapproved route through the Strait of Hormuz. In response, the US attacked Iran for a third time this week. Central Command releasing images of some of the 140 strikes it says were carried out by order of the president. Iran has now declared the Strait of Hormuz closed, but in an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Donald Trump says otherwise.
Actually, it's pretty open when you think about it. Really open, aside from the IRGC blasting ships. Pretty open. So yeah. Now something not seen for a while was seen earlier this week. This Monday, an Iranian missile, a number of, I think, of Iranian missiles making their way to Jordan, a country that shares a border with Israel, and is home to a bunch of U.S. assets, including radar, missile interception systems. Basically, the what do you want to call it? The U.S. infrastructure in Jordan is the stuff that precludes Iron Dome stuff going off in Israel.
The Jordanian government now says it intercepted 8 missiles launched from Iran toward Jordan right now. The U.S. Embassy also alerted the incident just minutes ago. Iran said it was targeting a U.S. base in Jordan. Tell us a little bit about what's going on, because in the past, when Iranians have fired missiles that went towards Jordan, they were designed to continue towards Israel.
That's right, Wolf. And one of the key things to note is this is the area right in here where that U.S. base actually is. So,
yeah, and here's what I think. I think Iran is trying to take out the U.S. infrastructure here in Jordan. They already proved that they could make Swiss cheese of the Israeli Iron Dome. Imagine what they could do without the massively important radar systems at the U.S. base here. And I think there's another one here. It would be bad. Could be possibly catastrophic. Now, in response to all this stuff, the United States struck Iran again on Monday.
Attacks on southern Iran for yet another day as the standoff over the Strait of Hormuz intensifies. Iranian state media reporting explosions have been heard in at least 4 areas. The port city of Bandar Abbas, as well as Sirik and Jask, have been hit. Keshem Island off the coast of Iran has also been a target. These latest strikes come after U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, confirmed it hit at least 140 military targets in Iran overnight on Sunday. In the past hour, CENTCOM confirmed U.S. forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners as well as commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed these strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable. Well, Heidi Jo Castro's live for us.
Yeah, we're not going to get any more from this clip. This is all just to get a sense of what's happened so far this week. It's been pretty crazy, if you haven't picked up on that. Now, Tuesday, Donald Trump reinstated the blockade of the blockaded strait. We're back to the blockading of the blockade by Tuesday. But taking it to a new level, not recommending, but suggesting that the United States would start taking a 20% passage fee for any and all boats that went through the strait. Basically trying to get a cut, Iran style. It really is. He's a fucking sick man. He really is sick.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States
This all
of America.
is clearly rooted in a lack of common understanding between the U.S. and Iran over what exactly the Strait of Hormuz is after that MOU went into effect. President Trump now saying this morning that the U.S. Will reimpose the blockade that had been on Iranian ports during the heat of the war. This had been one of the last remaining components of the memorandum that had remained intact. And so you can see how this agreement is now coming apart piece by piece. The president wrote on Truth Social that we are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran's ships or customers from entering or leaving. And then he says that all other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. And then he goes on to say that the U.S. will be imposing a 20% fee on all cargo shipped. It's not clear who will be paying that fee, whether it's the shippers or whether it's countries who are allowing ships to go through.
Even CNN just seems like completely unsure what to say about this because it's insane. This is pirateering. Trump is behaving like a pirate.
To what he said there.
We've had 10 deals with these people, and so we're just going to hit them very hard, and we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait, and we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side, and we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guard.
They're on our side, so they're gonna love it.
The strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we guarded it for nothing.
We guarded
and now
it.
We're going to guard it, and we're going to get paid for guarding it.
Now, this idea.
And now we're gonna get paid, like all guardians do. Hey, you think those guardians of the galaxy are doing that shit for free? Come on. You ever see that place that Tony Stark lives in? I mean, it's crazy. Okay? Why shouldn't old Trumpy boy in America see a little bit of that money for doing all that great guarding that we're doing? Very normal. You think they're not giving Groot some, like, sweet fertilizer or something? I mean, come on. Come on. We deserve just as much as anybody for guarding that strait. We blockade a blockaded strait. We deserve a cut too, okay? That's how that works. If you blockade an already blockaded strait and then let people go through, don't you deserve a cut? It's only right. He is a fucking lunatic. But that's been the week. Hasn't been the whole week. But it's been the week. More U.S. attacks on Iran. Continuing. Throughout the next 24 hours. After that statement from Trump about the Strait of Hormuz.
The U.S. military says it's carrying out more attacks on Iran for the third consecutive night. Explosions have reportedly been heard in Kish Island, Keshem Island, Bushehr and Bandar Abbas. President Trump says the strikes are targeting Tehran's capabilities related to the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, Trump announced a new U.S. blockade in the strait would take effect on Tuesday. The U.S. military said ships suspected of passing without authorization will be subject to interception, diversion and capture.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, there's Kish Island on fire thanks to more U.S. attacks. Now, a lot of people thought that this claim of Trump's that we were going to get paid for being guardian of the strait sounded a little fucking nuts. A little crazy. A little imperialist in nature. Suffice to say, a lot of Gulf countries not big fans of this idea that Trump thought everybody would be so on board with, that he felt we deserved so very much. And one guy he's not a huge fan of, president of Brazil, Lula da Silva, he had this to say earlier this week in response to all of that.
Hoje tem Twitter do presidente Trump.
Today there's a tweet from President Trump. It's a tweet from him saying he's going to clear the Strait of Hormuz. He's going to clear it. But for every ship he clears out of the strait, he's going to charge a 20% fee to the owner of the oil. Back in the day, that used to be called piracy. A major country like the United States, which I believe has long fought against piracy, cannot now become a pirate itself. It shouldn't be charging. Yeah. There's Lula. President of Brazil saying that's piracy. And he's right. There's no other way to slice it. This is high seas crimes. Trump just trying to profit off of this military aventurism that he's engaged in is just fucking, it's beyond the pale. Needs to come to an end. Now, the United States unleashed a third night of strikes on Iran Wednesday night. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. More violence in the Middle East, funded by the American taxpayer. Give me some testosterone, please. Well, if you join the U.S. military, you can get all the testosterone you want, according to Pete Hegseth. Although there are some serious side effects to using it, let's not forget. Aw, somebody tried to send me Trump speech bingo earlier. Would have been too difficult to make that happen in such a short period of time. I need a snack. I'm hungry. All right, so that was 2 days ago. Was that Wednesday? Tuesday night, Monday morning, I guess? I don't know. Whatever it was. The third night in a row, U.S. waging strikes on Iran. In response, Iran released a barrage of missiles. But before we get to that, we got to talk about what else happened this week, including the visit of Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi. Met at the Gilded House, as seen here. See little Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent. Trump had this to say.
Well, thank you very much. We've had already a good meeting. We're going to decide to do a little lunch. It wasn't scheduled, but we are going to do it on the fly because we have a tremendous chemistry together. The Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. Not good for America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, I mean, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election very soundly, very conclusively, and he wasn't favored. But by the time they got to know him, he ended up winning. And he's going to be there for a long time. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you, but they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time. And I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week. But massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time.
He did a really great job. Really, really great. He says this like 4 times. I wonder if he picks up on it. I don't know if I didn't watch this whole thing. I don't know if Ali Al-Zaidi speaks the English or not. There appears to be a translator with him, but I wonder if he picks up on the president just repeating the same thing over and over again. Or that he was calling him a really handsome guy at the beginning. Wow, really good looking. Really good and handsome, and he's doing a great job with Iraq and all the oil. And making people love America. Really great. It is super fast. Did I mention that he made people love America really fast? Or that he's turned it around in a really super short time? It's crazy how fast he's done it. And did I mention he's really good looking? Crazy good looking. Nice beard. Big, thick, dark beard.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Now, it's not clear why Prime Minister Ali Al-Zaidi was here. It may have something to do with Trump's claims about being pirates of the Strait the day before. Couldn't say for sure. But he did have this to say about Guardians of the Strait plans in the same press conference.
If you could explain your changing thinking on the Strait of Hormuz, applying a 20% fee.
I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love. And frankly, they've been very strong partners.
All the people that we know and love, like kings and emirs. All of those kinds of guys. Oligarchs and kings, monarchs, theocrats, they're the best, aren't they? We all love them.
We all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the Strait or for any other straight relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position.
Right.
But we were doing it as a reimbursement.
We were doing it as a reimbursement for us. For us guarding the Strait. I love how he is walking this thing back in historic fashion. From Guardian of the Strait to... Actually, I don't think nobody should be guarding the Strait. It should be free and open, and there's no reason anybody should be making any money. And if anybody is going to do anything, it should be investing. And that's really what we were just trying to reimburse people. You're like, it's just not fair. We were just going to take the money to reimburse them. It was a reimbursement project. All the people we know and love, like the kings and emirs of the Gulf countries, called me and said, you're a fucking moron, and you should probably stop doing this. And I said, okay, look, listen, I was just spitballing, just ideas. A guy can have ideas, can't he? Suffice to say, this was a very unpopular idea. There's a lot of people. Everybody's saying it. But Trump very quickly managing to flip-flop, the U-turn, on this insane policy of his. Meanwhile, this week, the Houthis in Yemen launched a strike on Saudi Arabia in retaliation for attacks Saudi Arabia almost certainly did with U.S. weapons on an airport in Yemen.
Comes as Yemen's government says its military targeted the runway at Sana'a airport in an effort to prevent an Iranian plane from landing. This is the moment the missile struck the runway. A delegation from the Ansarullah Houthi group was returning from Tehran after the funeral of Iran's supreme leader. The Houthis have blamed Saudi Arabia for the attack on Sana'a airport, but there's been no confirmation of Saudi involvement.
Yemen's legitimate government, with the help of the international community, has tried on so many occasions, through diplomacy and other legal means, to convince the Iranian regime and the Houthis in Sana'a to correct course and come back into the international fold. We called on them not to breach Yemen's airspace. This is not the first breach, but this time was different as it challenged the legitimacy of all internationally recognized laws. And now we tell them that our patience has run out and we will respond to the breach with adequate means to confront the plane violating our airspace.
Yeah, let's not forget that Saudi Arabia has been like occupying either itself or through militias that it's backed, different parts of Yemen. Since Trump took office, they've been sort of boldly doing things like this. And the Houthis threatened to potentially shut down shipping in the Red Sea, I believe, if things were to devolve further vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia. Something that could certainly complicate matters here in the Middle East. I don't think I have to tell anybody that one. Crazy week. All right. Now, meanwhile... Oh, before we do that... Actually, you know what? Hold on. Which one is this? Yeah. Let's go from Yemen to Gaza, where Israel has continued its genocidal campaign. Its murderous ethnic cleansing of the Strip has continued this week. Multiple airstrikes hitting the region, with Palestinians left with nowhere to go. This is, of course, a huge problem for so many reasons. Ones which I don't think I need to articulate to anybody watching this fucking stream right now. But it's very concerning. Things are just not improving with that at all. In a way that worries me that this will just continue on without any focus. To some degree, I feel like people have let Gaza go out of their minds. But we shouldn't do that.
وهي بقت في عزة واتصلت على اولاد عمه ويطلع كل اللي مسلم وضل حداد بالك هو هيك
Why is this necessary? They just continue to try and flatten already flattened buildings and rubble. And do more fucking war crimes on tent camps. Why do we keep witnessing these sorts of things over and over again? It's partly because the government's funding all this refuse to stop them, right? Especially the United States. Something we could prevent, in theory, to a large degree, if we, replace the people who have been funding this with people who refuse to fund this. It's good old electoral politics this year, in fact. In the coming months, our votes will be very much involved in all of that. One more clip. Al Jazeera English. On the state of things in Gaza. Very fast clip.
Israeli airstrikes have hit central Gaza following a forced displacement order. A residential home was targeted in the Al-Maghazi area. Separately, 2 people were injured after a residential building came under attack in central Gaza's largest city, Deir al-Balah. Israeli forces have issued at least 4 forced displacement orders for parts of central Gaza within just 2 hours.
There is nowhere left for people to displace themselves to. If you've looked at the yellow lines, it's ridiculous. There's no land left for people to go. Climb on top of each other? It's ridiculous. Oh, it's just the never-ending war crimes. Yeah, the never-ending war crimes. Let's go back to the United States. See what DoD officials had to say about the budgeting, the costs of this war. Who's this, Angus? I think this was Angus King. Independent senator from Maine.
Mr. Hurst, I'm unpersuaded by your professions of ignorance about the cost of the war. You were the acting comptroller, chief financial officer of the Department of Defense until May 20th. That's about 7 weeks ago. And to sit here today and say, well, I don't really know and I'm not in the position. Come on, you had to know this question was going to come up at this hearing today. How much has the Iran war cost the American people?
Senator King, I will give you the same answer I gave you during the posture hearing, that it was $29 billion at the time I left the position. If confirmed, I'm going to work with this.
Does that $29 billion include damage to facilities and assets in the region?
No, Senator. That estimate did not include military construction. Again, we don't know what the posture is going to be. There are lessons learned from military construction from this conflict. I would say one of these is that the United States needs to invest more in hardened and deeply buried facilities, particularly in these kinds of areas, but it doesn't reflect MILCON.
So that's not part of the estimate. What the estimate that you gave of $29 billion was simply essentially munitions and expenditures in direct result of the conflict.
Senator, yeah, I would characterize that estimate as largely munitions. From memory, it was over $20 billion in munitions, and most of the rest of that was operational cost, whether that's fuel.
In preparing for this hearing, you didn't do.
This guy was I think he's left his position or lost his position, but at the time that he left his position in gas and bullets, and I'm being somewhat hyperbolic about bullets. I mean, bullets, missiles, tomahawks, whatever. That was already $30 billion just in gas and bullets. We know that the costs are it's like into the hundreds of billions at this point, right? Like, we all accept this. Like, we're on month 5 right now. Months are starting to freaking blur together.
You didn't ask any questions about updating that number.
I felt it would be inappropriate to do so because that's not in my current role in the department.
It would be inappropriate to get an update on the number. How? How is it inappropriate to know how much things cost? These people are deeply fucking incompetent and do not belong in the roles that they are in. It's in whatever role this guy is in, he doesn't belong there. This thing is looking more and more like a forever war. A war that we know is costing us at least $1 billion to $2 billion a day. And by that math, the low estimates, seeing as this has been over 4 months, is $120 billion. It adds up quick, doesn't it?
Third consecutive night of attacks. President Trump's trying to characterize this latest round, if you will, as a military skirmish. Senators, though, Admiral, are now debating if this has reached forever war status. Can you give me your sense of where are we?
We are closer to forever war than we are to a ceasefire, and I take no joy in saying that. I have felt for a long time, ultimately the two parties here would get to a negotiated conclusion, but certainly the ceasefire is frayed, if not completely off the charts. And Kate, you pointed out the most important.
Well, that's all I need from this clip from CNN. Forever war. Closer than ever. Yeah. I'm not sure how I want to characterize this thing, but it certainly feels forever-y. Gives me vibes of all of the wars of the previous administrations. The ones that have cost this country trillions of dollars. Thousands of lives. That's just American lives. I'm not forgetting the millions of lives in the Middle East. And Western Asia. Well, we're making big progress, Space Fams. Oh, good. Well, let's check in with... oh, good. How good. How good and great. You know that thing we were just talking about? You know, with the Houthis? Well, what do you call it? The chevron. The news banner over here on Al Jazeera. What does this say? Hold on. Iran says it attacked... Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Go back.
Revenge for 7 soldiers, Iranian soldiers, who were killed
Sir,
in attacks yesterday.
I need you to shut your mouth. Iran reports. Remember the thing I said about the Red Sea? It's the latest from Al Jazeera. This is the live stream. This is the very latest. Iran has asked Yemen's Houthis to be ready to close the Red Sea oil route if the United States strikes its power grid.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't think I need to hear any more of this right now. But there's a very up-to-date situation now. Of course, Trump has been saying going into the week that the power grid, the water... more of the water infrastructure, bridges, and all that other stuff, all those other war crimes Trump is saying are on the table as the week progresses. Chevron, Chiron, whatever it's fucking called. Fuck you. All right, almost done. Few stories left. Asia and what's it called? Asia and whatever that grouping of islands is. What's wrong with my brain right now? Something is genuinely wrong. All right, let's go here. China and Russia did a joint naval drill in the Yellow Sea earlier this week. The Yellow Sea being the region between South Korea and China.
China!
Did GSL just say fuck you? I was just teasing. I was just teasing because you were correcting me, and I don't know what I said. Anyway, things super chill on planet Earth this week. Second to last video in South Korea. Great job, by the way, for making it this far. South Korea's stock market has been seeing some serious volatility, causing stock investors sleepless nights.
While South Korea's world-beating Kospi stock index has delivered spectacular returns, for some retail investors, it has also become a source of sleepless nights. College student Kim Jae-min said the market swings were difficult for him psychologically.
I ended up selling at an absolutely ridiculous low price. After that, I kept thinking to myself, why did I do that? It was so painful. I couldn't sleep at night. And at 3 a.m., I opened my laptop and wrote a post on my blog asking myself why I had acted that way.
Weeks after hitting 9,000 for the first time, the Kospi has now plunged into a bear market, shedding a quarter of its value since late June. That has hit retail investors particularly hard, many of whom piled into leveraged products tied to the country's semiconductor giants. South Korea's...
Yes, indeed, South Korea's stock market has gone from a big bull market to a bear market rather rapidly. Some blaming the use of AI tools for intraday and trading and other shit like that, and the sort of hyped this in combination with sort of hype culture surrounding meme stocks and shit like that is just sort of combined into one, fucked up situation. Oh shit, my phone is dying. Okay, all right. There we go. Final clip of the night, all the way down in Australia. Wait, no, I take it back. What am I talking about? New Zealand. New Zealand. And this is a sad one, folks. The loss of a legend. An actor who starred in some of my favorite movies, certainly the Jurassic Park series. We were celebrating the time-honored holiday of July 6th Park earlier over the weekend, or last week actually. And then earlier this week, Sam Neill, the actor who played Dr. Alan Grant, passed away. This is a clip from an interview that he did. I can't remember with who. New Zealand Herald, maybe? I can't be sure.
When you hear a slogan like "Make America Great Again," it makes a sort of weird sense, because America could be great again, but at community level, not with sort of strange billionaires making weird decisions. It's not a happy place, America, and I wasn't happy there. I'm interested in the condition of America now. I mean, it's beggars belief what's happening there now. But this is 25 years ago, and the director, Charlie Hayde, he said to me, "America is finished." I said, "What do you mean by that?" He said, "Look around you. Do you see anyone that's happy here? Let me show you why." And we drove down the main street of this beautiful little town. The main street was all boarded up. He said, "This is what life's become in North America. Everyone goes to the mall. Everyone is in their pickup trucks and they buy fast food, and that's how they live, and no one talks to one another. It's miserable."
Sam Neill with an accurate assessment of America to some degree. Simultaneously slamming Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. A legend lost too soon. Well, there's your mid-ish week's report here. Pretty crazy week so far. Couple days left. There's no way it can get crazier, right? Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Canley Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Oep, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine. What does that sound? Oh my god. The fuck? No, stop. Hey, this is very rude. You must realize that. Just happened. Where was I? Just killed it. Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight, Tocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, Hagate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, and Tracy Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.